a.m.
Yes, they tried to convince me.
Great. Good morning, everyone. All right, I'd like to, we're going to start today's October 31st council meeting at 9:01 a.m. I'd like to call the meeting to order. I'd like to take this opportunity to acknowledge the traditional territories of the Blackfoot and the people of Treaty 7 region in southern Alberta. The city of Chestermere is also home to the Métis Nation of Alberta Region 3. Before we begin, I'd like to point out that we are conducting this meeting virtually. You can visit the agenda page on the city's website for more information on how to participate in today's council meeting. With that, let's begin. I'd like to call council and ask if council has any items they wish to add to the agenda this morning. All right, if I could get a Councillor Funk?
Sorry, no additions, but changes to the agenda?
Additions or changes?
For the library board meeting minutes, they should be for information, not for approval.
I see. Okay, we can call that out properly in the when we get to that point.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. If I can get a motion to approve the agenda as presented, Councillor Fote.
I make the motion that we approve the agenda as presented.
Thank you. If you could please cast your vote. Carried. Thank you. All right, so on our first item under the minutes area, section 3.1, as Councillor Funk had pointed out, we have the library board minutes from May 2023. And if I could get a motion to accept these for information, or if there's any changes, I guess, or amendments to the minutes that you see. None? All right, if I could get a motion to accept them for information. Councillor Funk?
I make a motion that we accept the library board meeting minutes as information.
Thank you. Are any comments or questions in relation to the motion? Councillor Hanley?
Shouldn't we identify the library board minutes of May 23rd and then?
Yes. I'll ask Councillor Funk to restate.
Make a motion to accept the library board meeting minutes of May 2023.
Thank you. Any comments or questions? Okay, if we could please cast our vote. Carried. Thank you. All right, moving on to item 3.1, which is on page 7 to 9, 3.2, sorry, on page 7 to 9 of your agenda package, which is the library board minutes for September 2023. Councillor Funk, if we can get a motion to accept that as information.
Make a motion that we accept the library board meeting minutes of September 2023 as information.
Thank you. Are there any comments or questions in relation to the motion? All right, if you can please cast your vote. Carried. Thank you very much. Okay, moving on to item number 3.3, which is on page 10 to 11, which is the Rocky View Regional Handibus year-to-date report. Are there any comments or questions in relation to the report? Councillor Vote?
I make the motion that we receive these minutes as information.
Okay, are there any comments or questions in relation to the motion? Councillor Hanley?
Yeah, we should identify what we're actually receiving as information.
Okay. Councillor Vote, if you could restate.
I
Probably can't.
can't. Could someone else do that, please?
I'll ask Councillor Hanley to restate, please.
Motion that we accept the Rocky View Regional Handibus year-to-date report 2023 as information.
Thank you. Are there any comments or questions in relation to the motion? Okay, if you could please cast your vote. Carried. Thank you, everyone. All right, moving on to item 3.4, which is pages 12 to 23. The October 24th, 2023 special council meeting minutes. Are there any comments or questions in relation to those minutes that as presented? Okay, if I can get a motion to accept those minutes. Councillor Hanley?
Motion, the council accepts the October 24th, 2023 special council meeting minutes as presented and acknowledges the official administrator's comments.
Thank you. Are there any comments in relation to the motion on the floor? Okay, if you could please cast your vote. Carried. All right, moving on to item number 3.5. The October 17th, 2023 regular council meeting minutes. Are there any comments or questions in relation to those minutes? All right, if I could get a motion to accept those minutes, Councillor Hanley?
Motion that council accepts the October 17th, 2023 regular council meeting minutes as presented and acknowledges the official administrator's comments.
Thank you. Are there any comments in relation to the motion on the floor? Please cast your vote. Councillor Vogt?
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to make a comment to the OA on a quick turnaround on our special meeting minutes. It was very cooperative, and thank you.
Thank you. All right, carried. Item number 3.6, page 48 to 70, which is our September 12th, 23 regular council meeting minutes. Are there any comments in relation to the minutes presented? If I can get a motion to accept them as presented. Councillor Hanley?
Motion that council accepts the September 12th, 2023 regular council meeting minutes as presented and acknowledges the official administrator's comments.
Thank you. Are there any comments in relation to the motion? Okay, if you could please cast your vote. One more time, I think. There you go. All right. Carried. Thank you very much. Okay, moving on to our first item on the agenda of the business is our public hearing. Okay. So our public hearing on bylaw 015-23 being the planned lot municipal development plan amendment bylaw. All right, I'd like to call a motion to open the public hearing on October 31st, 2023 at 9:10 a.m. Councillor Hanley?
Motion that council opens the public hearing for bylaw 015-23 being the planned lot cap municipal development plan amendment bylaw.
Thank you. Please cast your vote. Carried. Thank you. I'd like to bring to everyone's attention that the public hearing is being recorded and live streamed and will be available to view by the public. The use of audio or video recording devices and cameras by the public or the press is prohibited. I'd like to outline the public hearing process and procedures that we'll be following today. First of all, we'll have a staff report from administration. Then we'll have presentation from the applicant. Then we'll have presentations from the public in support of the proposal. Then we'll have presentations from the public in opposition of the proposal. Then we'll have a rebuttal presentation from the applicant, limited only to the comments received or heard in opposition. And then we'll have final questions of administration for council. All right, I'd like to call the staff report from administration to introduce the proposed bylaw and resolution for today's public hearing. Good morning, Liz.
I am here today to present on the MVP amendment plan lot cap. And
I'm going to turn it on. Batteries might be dead.
Nope, just needed to turn it off and then on again. Motion or actions being for council to consider today are that you may choose to provide second and or third reading. Administration may be able to provide additional recommendations after the public hearing based on the public input received. And if council decides more time to decide, comments received during the public hearing will be summarized and brought back to council at a future date. The applicant is Stantec on behalf of Anthem Properties. We do have representatives from Anthem and Stantec here today. I believe they will be giving a presentation. The proposal is to remove the 35% cap on planned lot development within the municipal development plan. On July 25th, we had first reading of this item, and then on September 26th, we had an additional information session, and we scheduled today's public hearing. Today, October 31st, is the public hearing, and second and third readings are to be determined and at the sole discretion of council. It doesn't like me. Based on the amendment put forward, the areas subject to the MDP amendment are highlighted in the purple-ish color. And essentially it is going to have the impact on any new communities that are in the development process. It would not impact any existing communities where development has already occurred. The proposed MDP amendment would add the following section to 3.2. New residential areas should accommodate comprehensively designed communities that provide a mix of dwelling units from single detached, planned lot, duplex / semi-detached, and multi-unit dwellings. The intent of this clause is that we are looking to ensure that future communities provide a mix of community residential development forms and types. We would also be striking out the area in red in this clause, and rather than reading the whole thing, what I will read is that the text that will be removed is that we shall not comprise more than 35% of single-family housing within an outline plan. That is essentially the big change that is being proposed. The applicant did a bunch of analysis on different options. They did a case-by-case review, which would be essentially each outline plan comes before council and asks for an amendment to the MDP, and that becomes very cumbersome from staff and council, and I can essentially assure you every developer will come in with that request. Option 2, which is the preferred one, is to remove the planned lot cap. Option C, which they did not choose to pursue, was to increase the planned lot cap to 60% from 35%. Option D is to change the planned lot cap from single detached dwellings to all dwellings, so 35% of all dwellings. That, again, was not chosen. And option E was to replace the planned lot cap with minimum requirements for R1 lot, so saying a minimum of all residential areas to be R1, to ensure that that R1 larger lot is still developed within communities. All of these options, and it is a report that council had access to, have merits. And so as the applicant's choice, they chose to proceed with removing the cap entirely. The proposed amendment was circulated to internal departments and external agencies. No concerns have been received by administration. Furthermore, reviewing the regional evaluation framework for whether statutory plans or amendments must be referred to the CMRB, it was determined that this would be a small-scale amendment and not be required to go to the CMRB. As of 12 p.m. on October 25th at noon, apparently I wanted to write 12 twice there, one written submission was received. The submission was in support of the application. As of about 10 minutes ago, and Kallen will be able to give more information on this, we have received 2 additional letters of support, which he will read into the record at the right time. And the public hearing was also advertised on the City of Chestermere's website for 2 consecutive weeks. I am available to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Liz. All right, at this point, I'd like to ask for any clarification questions from council to administration, if there is any. Thank you very much, Liz. All right, so let's move on to, I'd like to call for the applicant to present their application.
If it's the one we received last week, Kallen will have it.
Oh, okay. No changes. Okay. While he loads that, good morning, members of council. My name is Brady
morning.
Morris with Anthem. I'm here to speak in support of the application. So speaking with you guys in the past, but sort of buying time while the presentation loads. The first few slides are going to be a little bit of what Liz already briefed you on, but the whole purpose of my presentation today is to talk to you about why. Why are we up in front of you? I think a lot of what you've heard in the past from administration was a lot of the planning rationale, which is what administration should be speaking to. And what I'm hoping to talk to you folks about today is the deeper why, the economic benefit, not just to us, but to the city as well, of why we're in front of you asking and why it's so important. So that's going to be the theme of the presentation once it loads. And we do have it on a flash drive if that would
probably help. Yeah.
that would probably help. Okay.
Administration would like to request a 5-minute recess just to get this all sorted out. Also, Councilor Ryan is in a Lebex lobby. He's just waiting to get access.
Okay, sure. Let's have a 10-minute recess here at 9:19 a.m. So we'll come back at 9:30. Thank you. Okay, we're just coming back out of recess. Thank you for your patience. We now have, I believe the presentations are good to go. All right, so we're going to move forward with our applicant's presentation. Thank you. Thank you for your patience.
Yeah.
Please proceed.
Okay, I'll just start from the top. Brady Morris with Anthem, and we're going to walk through, why we're in front of you today. And I go back to that whole part, what I said before the recesses. You've heard a lot about the planning rationale, a lot about municipal development plans and regional frameworks and CMRB discussions, and we're here to really talk about Chestermere and why we're in front of you today to talk about how we grow this city with you and why this application is so important. So Liz already touched on this. The request is simple in words, and it's to remove the 35% cap on plan lots. And this goes back to annexation, which is to the larger annexation. This cap was put in place because the product we're going to be talking about in the presentation wasn't really in Chestermere. It was largely R1, 45-foot plus estate. I'll use air quotes. It's a product name in our industry of a state product around the lake. And then you had some denser areas of multifamily in and around the town center. And Chestermere has grown a lot since we started these discussions and when this cap came in place. And, the city is changing. Some think that's good, some think that's bad, but it's growth and it's coming, and Alberta is having record in-migration. We're having interest rate spikes, which fluctuate. I'll acknowledge we're not going to make decisions today just because of an economic cycle. But, the economic landscape has changed considerably from when this 35% cap came in. And the presentation is going to speak a little bit about that. So this is a simple visual just to talk about what is a plan lot. And I know everybody in this room knows this, but it's good to just clarify. And these are photos taken from our community of Chelsea, renderings on the left, photos on the right. You have two types of plan lots. You have a plan lot front drive, R1 PFD. So if you're hearing acronyms like that, that's what some of this means. It's a front drive lot, 2-car garage on a 36-foot wide lot. The R1 that has no cap is the 45-foot wide lots. You also have a planned rear lane lot, and these are typically, not mandatory, I'm just giving you the typical. They're 32 feet wide on a lane, parking in the front on the street, ideally 2 cars, and in the garage 2 cars. So just to be clear, these are the two product types we're most interested in talking about with you today. This is just a visual comparison of what a 45-foot lot looks like on the street with a 36-foot wide. Everybody in the room can go see this. It's in our community of Chelsea. We have examples like this. In fact, we have a couple instances where these lots are on the same street. So you'll have 45-foot lots and 36-foot lots on the same street. So simple bit of framework and background. These are single family lot types. We're talking high level. These are the options to a single family, non-apartment condo buyer. You can get in a townhome, a duplex, laned, front drive, and estate. And it's kind of that value chain for simple reasons of lot size, dollars per front foot, dollars per lot, area, however metric you want to use it, and construction cost. So as you go up this value chain, it gets more expensive to acquire these homes. And that's a root reason why we're here today. There is no cap today within your municipal planning documents on townhome or duplex. In theory, council probably wouldn't approve it, but Anthem could come in and ask for an entire quarter section of land with townhomes and duplexes. That's not a good community. That's not something we would do. But I just want to make the point that there's no restriction on townhome and duplex, and there is no cap on the estate, the 45-foot wide product. There is this cap on these two middle products. Our request is that we remove that cap and allow our market, us as developers, in cooperation with our builders and all of our industry stakeholders, to find the proper and the appropriate mix of these 5 housing products within the communities in Chestermere. So what I wanted to use today's presentation was to give you, it's easy to sit and talk about municipal development plans that cover 20,000 acres and the growth of a city over 40 years, and it gets a little bit hard to follow of what it means. Like, what will it actually mean to Chestermere? You folks as councillors, what will it mean to the streets that are coming into your community? So this entire next bit of the presentation is solely focused on our community, Anthem's community of Chelsea. It's 320 acres located on the very western limits of the city of Chestermere. 320 acres, a half section. Excuse me. In our current plans, already approved by council many years ago, there are 1,200 single-family and 800 multifamily for a total approximate unit count of 2,080 units. That, over the developable area, is 7.5 units per acre. That's the current density of Chelsea. You know, a quick note, that's below the municipal development guidelines of 8 units per acre, and certainly below the Calgary Metropolitan Regional Board requirements for growth. But like, leave that as it may, we're going to come back to that 7.5 number. But the key point here is everything I'm going to talk about in the next several slides is focused within this white area. We kicked off Chelsea at a strange time. It was we literally, our show home opening was when the COVID lockdown started. But since that time, we've completed. It's been a great success. I think I've stood in front of you folks in the past and talked about how successful Chestermere and Chelsea has been for us as a company at Anthem. We've completed around 200 acres to date, and we have a remaining 120 acres, so a little less than a quarter section on our south community. So we have about 35% of the community that we're actually going to ask you folks today for more planned lots. So I just want to make that clear. We're not coming in and asking for more planned lots. We've already serviced a lot of areas, as have other developers in the area. So within this outline plan, the map on the left, and I hope it's big enough on everybody's screen, but the map on the left is our current outline plan, and in orange is what we have left available as planned lots. And that's a mix across both those product lines, the front drive and the lane. You can see the math at the bottom of 447 units. We're allowed, because we're bumping up against that cap, to have 84 planned lots in this entire 120 acre area. All the rest of the R1 in there, there's some duplex as well, but I want to keep it solely focused on the R1 and the planned lots. There's 360 R1 lots. If council agreed to lift the cap and then subsequently approved our land use applications that would have to come in after that, which I'll get to in a minute. This is a real life. This is exactly what I would submit to you tomorrow. I would ask our planning consultants to submit the plan that I just put up on the right. And that's our proposed outline plan. You haven't seen this. This is just to give you a real world example of what this change would do. And you could see that the R1 lots, we started with 364. We would reduce that number to 188. And we would increase the plan lots by 230. So the net impact of that, of over 120 acres, we would be increasing it by 52 units of single-family houses across 120 acres. That is less than 0.5 units per acre. It would get us up to about 8 units per acre on this south 120 acres. I don't know if that provides some framework or some context. I hope it does. We're not coming in and asking for hundreds of more houses that are going to completely change the design and the feel and the character of a community. We're talking about 52 more units across an area this large. And this is a plan that we've prepared and are hoping to submit. It's not a hypothetical. So what does that mean? Liz talked about it in a little bit of the preamble. This is what we're going for. Our approved outline plan share of what we have approved today is 47% estate lots. All we're trying to do is reallocate a portion of those estate lots into the semi-estate, largely, that 36-foot wide front drive. And you can see the green numbers on the right. It's just a more even distribution of housing types and more options to home buyers as they come into the south half of Chelsea. It's just as simple as that. It's a more balanced distribution of housing products that just allow more homeowners to come in and find the home that they're looking to buy. It also will create, if approved, the MDP will result in less apartment, condo, higher density development. Right now, what we have, I showed it on that slide, we have no cap on the R1 estate and no cap on the smaller density or the higher density smaller lots. And so you're creating this divide, this missing middle of a lot of large lots, a lot of very small lots, nothing in the middle. And that's not necessarily a complete community. And why that's gotten even more important today in Chestermere is just this economic reality that we're faced with coming out of the last 5 years. Chestermere today is the highest benchmark price of all Calgary municipalities for the MLS resale. You can see the numbers there in comparison to all the regional satellite communities in and around Calgary. And the key point is it's up 10% year over year. Now, part of this is supply issue. Part of this is global economics that's beyond the realm of this presentation to get into. But the reality is we're getting a larger and larger price problem in Chestermere, where new people can't afford to move into the community, and young people growing up in your city are not going to be able to find a home that they want to live in. And that is a very simple reality. So the next slide is going to talk about that a little bit. There's a lot of information. I tried working this into a series of slides. I think it's best to just start tackling it kind of right from the top. The column on the left says unit price. These are the starting list prices in our show homes. If all the members of council and all the people in the room went through our show homes, this is what the salespeople would start you out with. You know, you can finish these homes however you want, so they only go up. That's my point. So you've got a state product starting at $1.1 million. That's a 45-foot wide lot, $1.1 million. Your semi-estate, the R1P front drive, that 36-foot wide lot I showed you, is $800,000 to get into, starting. Laned is $575,000. I'm not going to read it all out for you, but you see the prices fall as the lot gets smaller, the house gets smaller. The middle columns talk about the down payment needed. That's the 20%. You know, there's other ways to do all this. Don't get me wrong. I know there's 5% and things like that. I don't want to get too complex. It's just an illustrative example. The household average Chestermere household income as of 2020, the last data I could find, $157,000. The average person can't afford a semi-estate house, let alone an R1 estate 45-foot wide lot. That's the average person. Sure, there's above average. Yes, there's below average. But what you've got in this situation is this missing middle I was talking about. You've either got people living in a duplex, they need $130,000 income, or guess what? You've got to almost double your income to afford the next house in Chestermere to get up to the estate. There's no 2 or 3 to go into. So all of the new families coming up in Chestermere aren't going to stay in Chestermere. They're going to move west into the city of Calgary, literally 5 minutes down the road, because that's what this product, that's what they have. That's what they're going to offer. And we don't want that to happen. We want them to stay here. This isn't just a benefit to us. There's a lot of benefits to the city. We've been working with your administration about this, trying to work with them on a whole lot of things. You will get more tax revenue, and you will get it faster by having the R1 PFD plan lots in your communities. If you take a lineal street, 100 meters long, 300 meters long, a kilometer long, we put more houses on those streets based on your own tax assessment data from your own tax assessor. You take that same lineal street, you will collect more tax revenue off having the narrower 36-foot wide. It's a more efficient house. You tax it higher. It's a more efficient housing product. So, and you're also, more importantly, going to get it faster. It's going to help you grow. It's going to help you fund all of these other things that Chestermere needs and complete communities need. You're going to get better economic diversification. You're going to be able to attract, you're going to have more rooftops sooner. You're going to be able to attract those retailers that are going to pay commercial or non-residential tax rates. It's simple for them. They have a circle, they draw it around a commercial area, and they say, how many people live here? And who can come here? If there's these many retailers at Chestermere Station, okay, that area is served. But as we grow west, they need rooftops to come there. If you want another grocery anchor, if you want more banks, you want a hotel, whatever, non-residential use, we're going to need these rooftops, and we need them soon. You're going to, of course, you're going to help attract more private sector investment. I think, but my presentation is saying that. You know, housing diversity and more affordability. Sure, today maybe it's a snapshot in time, this housing crisis, but the reality is that prices are sticky and they're not going to come down anytime soon, and interest rates are staying sticky, inflation's staying sticky. It's a reality for the next, I'm going to say 5 years, pessimistically maybe 10 years. We'll see where it goes, but the reality is nothing's going to change the fact that you have R1 lots in Chestermere and you have duplexes and townhomes. So wherever the cycle goes, you're missing that middle. You're going to get better amenities. You're going to attract more property tax growth to fund recreation centers. You're going to collect more offsite levies faster from our development industry to help pay for some of these things. You're going to make more efficient use of your infrastructure. That same length of street has that many more houses, has that many more people draining into the same storm and sewer pipe paying for it. It's just amortizing that cost over more rooftops. It's very simple. I'm not the person to speak to density requirements, for, but if you want to be at the table of the Calgary Metropolitan Regional Board and have these discussions, they have density minimum targets. We're trying to work towards those as well. So that's going to help attract provincial funding for other initiatives like transit and some things like that. And really, like when I have the conversation around the character of Chestermere, to me, it is that single family option. It's an affordable, whatever that means to anybody. You can afford a single family house in Chestermere. And that is slipping away very, very quickly. And so we're going to have, if we collectively go down the route of not having enough housing diversity and options, it's pushing more people into condos and townhomes. Or, more likely, it's pushing them out of Chestermere. So there's some benefits to the city of Chestermere as well. This is I don't want to cause confusion, and I don't disagree with what Liz said. From a planning perspective, she's right. It's going to affect any new developing area. But the reality is that purple area is much smaller because we've already developed a big portion of that. Like I'm not coming in and asking to redevelop Chelsea. It's done. It's been serviced. Dawson's Landing has been serviced. So of all those purple areas, what I tried to do is give it some context. Because what does that map mean? It's 4,000 acres. If someone followed our even distribution, where I want an equal amount of R1 front drive, 36 foot wide, 32 foot, etc., you'd roughly get to that 0.5 units per acre increase. Over 4,000 acres, that's going to be 2,000 units. It's like maybe 6,000 people over the course of 30 years. We're talking about 65 units per year. Maybe we could accelerate this thing. It's not fundamentally altering anything about Chestermere. It's just providing better housing affordability options today. So I just wanted to, I don't know if this slide helps clarify. I hope it does, but it just gives some context about, okay, what is all this purple area? And the most important part, and I'll leave it with to go back to questions and to hear from other people. This is not a final approval of more plan lots. Okay, this just allows us to ask you for more plan lots. I still have to come in tomorrow. If you agree and approve to remove the 35% cap, discretion on any future approvals for more plan lots still rests entirely with you folks. It still rests with council and it still rests with administration. It doesn't change anything. I still have to come in tomorrow with a new application that says, okay, council, there's no more cap. Here's my proposed mix of housing uses, which I showed you on that slide. It's up to you to approve that or not approve it. So your decision today does not fundamentally alter the fabric or the character of Chestermere. It just allows us to ask for the distribution of housing types that we want to see, our industry and our buyers want to see. I hope that makes sense. If you don't like anything that we propose tomorrow, 5 years from now, 10 years from now, the discretion's entirely with you to not approve that. I think that's it's just a key point. We have this somewhat arbitrary 35% cap that, if we remove it, it just will allow us to propose to you what we want to do. And if you don't agree with it, that's fine. We can have discussions. We can go back. We can change it. We can redistribute it. We can lessen it, increase it. Gives us that flexibility. So I think that's a good final important clarification. So that's my presentation. I thank you for your time. I thank you for your consideration. This has been, a few years in the works. And, we keep coming back to you because we just feel it's really important. So it'll help Chestermere now and going forward. So I'll leave it at that. Thank you, and available for any questions.
Thank you very much, Brady. All right, at this time, I'd like to ask council if they have some clarification questions or comments for the applicant at this time. If they could please bring those forward. I think I'd encourage, we're at a public hearing, so I'd like to encourage conversation and ensure that, if you have some questions, to bring them out. We don't necessarily need to speed through the public hearing process. But if there are questions, it's good to get them out there so that the applicant has an opportunity to respond and then possibly look at, an opportunity to answer your concerns or questions. I can start off with a question, I guess, getting it going. I know one of the big concerns that council has been looking at is off-street parking, is to really force and push the developers to have typically, especially with a home, around 4 parking places, including inside a garage. And so I know rear lane homes has been something that we've been a little frustrated with previous approvals that were done by previous councils that allowed the rear garage not to be set back or set forward to allow a parking pad in, just similar to what's happens in the front of a house. I don't know about the long-term solution, if that means the actual whole house has to move forward so they have a bit more backyard rather than a front yard that we really don't use. But the street parking is something that has been a concern of members of council, and is just something of more concern as we're making the lots a little narrower in your proposal, as to there appears to be not enough street parking already. So off-street parking becomes even more to the front limelight.
It's a great comment, and we have lots of thoughts about that. Some are outside the kind of the purview of this application, I'll touch on that. So I heard this at first reading. It wasn't a public hearing. We took in the conversation that the council had, and so we prepared this slide. It's from our first phase of Chelsea, and it's a good example because it has your R1 and it has your lane directly across the street. So the simplest we have a land use bylaw that we operate under, and it has minimum parking spaces required. So as we submit these plans, we have to show that the parking can be met. Now, exactly like you said, Mayor Colvin, in a laned house, typically you can get 2 in the front, and that's difficult. I acknowledge that it's difficult to get 2 in the front, but it has the rear pad or garage, depending on what the homeowner wants to do. Some want the concrete pad, some want the garage, and that produces that parking situation. You do have side flanking lots at the top where you see the word Chelsea Road, which can provide additional parking, like where roads curve and it doesn't have lots fronting onto it. So that's that spillover parking, I think, that you referenced, Mayor Colvin. And then in a front drive, you have the same amount. Depending, it can get a little bit more up to the homeowner, where if they park like something in the front of their driveway, then they can't use all of it. So on the front drive house, you have 2 in the garage and you have 2 out on that driveway, basically. So the math shows it's the same. Now, I think what was the discussion at the first reading, not to put words in anyone's mouth, was it became like a bylaw enforcement of well, people don't use their garages or people don't do that properly. And I acknowledge that. Hey, most people in the room here are homeowners and they have parking issues with neighbors. I know I do. That becomes a bylaw enforcement thing. So what I can confirm is that the roads that we're designing in Chelsea, or any subdivision within Chestermere for that matter, are quite candidly the exact same in any part of the region. They're the exact same Anthem would design in the city of Calgary, as in Okotoks, as in Chelsea. They all follow the same design guidelines. It's sort of a quote unquote industry standard. So roads are no more narrow here than anywhere else. And frankly, I think we may even have a slide. I don't want to catch myself flat-footed, but the streets in Chelsea are the same in Westmere as they are in West Rainbow Falls. They're the same width of road. And what I hear is that, okay, but if you have a lane lot, you're going to have more parking on the street. I think to get right back to your question, it wasn't this council, but in this application where we asked for the plan lot amendment, we were asking for changes to setbacks. It got very confusing. It was a very complicated file because we were simultaneously asking to remove the plan lot cap and also show why we were changing all of these front yard setbacks, backyard setbacks, and things like that. It got very confusing. And that application is still kind of living out in kind of no man's land. And we need to bring it back forward, I think, as a part of this discussion. And why I say it's kind of a different area is that what I have today, what you folks are looking at, is a planning application. And what that is a land use bylaw amendment. They're different. So we kind of kept them in different buckets. So it's a great conversation. Administration's here to talk about bylaw enforcement and education and working with people to make sure they're not parking, blocking too much of the street. But we absolutely can come back and start talking about that other application we had 3 years ago that we just kind of shelved.
Yeah, and council's, is worried about this idea of putting in higher density, really, is the conversation. And then, it's no secret that, we're having our challenges with the province in getting more schools into Chestermere. We did change some of our processes, as you know, and trying to push forward all of the school sites and get them all subdivided and get them into the school's name. So that's, thank you for that. And everybody is, moving that forward incredibly well. But that doesn't move the province forward. I know that's not your problem, or not your fault, rather. But it is a reality for the city. And we've had various conversations with some developers about working with the province to fund school construction, and and that seems like it might be a thing. And it just seems like we need a holistic solution to ensure that the province is listening. We're getting the funding model, however we do it, through the province or through ourselves or the builders, and ensure obviously that you can't bring them too early, obviously, because you need people in the seats in order for the province to agree to lease them back or fund them based on the population that would be using the school. But I still think it could be done better, right? Like, I just think that we're so far behind right now with our school situation, and too many kids in each school that it's causing some significant issues. And that's going to be something that's on everybody's heads and everybody's minds up at the council side here, is to being really cognizant of bringing more densification and in our current situation. And on top of that, again, your company is been in Chestermere relatively a short period. We haven't really done well with our recreation. We don't have a solution where we're guaranteeing our residents that we're bringing forward recreation centers on a very organized, prescribed manner. We're trying to catch up. It hasn't been done for 25 years, which is incredible. And it's not, again, it's something that I think when developers are bringing an entire community to the city, which is, some of these subdivisions are large enough that we have to also answer those questions. And the city doesn't have extra money sitting in somewhere that, it comes from. We get our taxes from our citizens, and then we get some funding from some grants. But as what's happened, it hasn't been enough to make these things happen. And in order for a community to be happy or satisfied, I think you have to have those recreation components, along with everything else. There's the long list, which is obviously hard to hit every single box, but it still is our problem that we're dealing with. And when we talk about trying to move absorption faster and trying to have higher density lots, ideally more people per square foot, these issues come up real front and center. I think it needs to be like a holistic solution that we all work on with the developer community and the council, along with the government. So I know that's a long speech that I gave you, but I would appreciate your comments on that if you could.
Yeah, I'd be happy to share them. Yeah, it's a great conversation, and it does, for those in the room who are wondering, it absolutely ties to this application. And take it off this slide because it feels like we're talking about that. But it's a great conversation, and this is a conversation we have. Anthem develops across Alberta, across North America. It's a conversation we have in every municipality we go. This is not unique to Chestermere. Yeah. Every council feels the pinch more than us. I acknowledge that, where you have to talk to your constituents and the people who live here and hear those complaints. We hear them too, for the record. And it's our entire industry hasn't solved this of leading versus lagging infrastructure. We're very good, especially the development community is very good at the leading. We need water pipes and sanitary pipes and sewers and roads and power, and we're very good at that. We have that down. But a lot of what you just talked about is out of both of our hands, and it gets at the provincial level. And those become lagging pieces of infrastructure. Leading is the pipes and the roads. The lagging is the community amenities that we would love to have them day one. Selfishly, talk about dollars and cents, like how much better would we do if we had a K-9 elementary school sitting in our community day one? Like, nothing would please us more. I can't speak. I don't know everything about your other funding model. I know they're pilots and things you're exploring. We've had no success building schools with the province because it becomes a pay-to-play system. Those who are willing to pay get, and those who can't afford to pay don't get schools, and the province doesn't like that model, understandably. It's not perfect, it's not solved. Yep. What I will say is that because it's lagging infrastructure, the sooner you can get that from lagging to existing is to show in these, everyone's got, just like a retailer has a spreadsheet, so does a school board. They have it becomes a big enough problem where you're like, we have to build a new school. You know, I have personally developed communities that have missing schools for 10 years, and they do finally come, but it's not a perfect model. This application will help, because I mean that, like, if you have an entire quarter section of R1 estate lots, it's not going to get a school. Like, it's not. The absorptions just won't be there. You're not going to get those schools. So it has to be the blend. I'm not saying we're going this let's go full narrow lots and densify and build it really fast. It's not about that. It's about a balanced approach to growth and making sure that we're working with our MLAs, which we are, to make sure that everyone's aware of how badly Chestermere needs a new high school, which, by the way, just got subbed. Like, the title to the building envelope is.
Did hear that.
Yeah, that's
Very
it's
good
news. Yeah, it's great news. And we're working on another school site with administration, is to just make sure that they're there as fast as we can get them. On the recreation part, what I would point out is that, and this is typical of it's a standard of every municipality, that levies will pay for recreation centers. And that makes sense, as the new growth pays for its share. So the faster we can absorb land, the faster levies will be collected. That is simple math. We are big supporters of having recreation centers. They're mandatory, everybody, whoever is young, it doesn't matter, young, old, everybody uses recreation centers, and levies pay for that. So the sooner we can bring on and subdivide this land, the sooner those offsite levies are collected by administration and can fund and start the recreation site. So, and again, to bring it back to this application, Anthem and our industry are concerned with this. I'm not saying Chestermere won't grow if we don't remove this cap. It will grow. It'll just be slower. And if you have all R1 lots of $1 million plus homes, you're going to collect those levies a lot slower than if we just had a proper, balanced, diversified mix of housing options. So that's how I answer those two.
Thank you. Councillor Funk?
Through the mayor to the applicant. I guess this is not really directed question at this moment. Part of the problem is density creates issues. Wherever you go, density, even on 1960s lots in Calgary, where they're being redeveloped, thank you, into infills and things, they're starting to see more issues with densification, parking, traffic, and you did hit on it, that part of a plan or problem is the design guidelines that we are following may not be addressing some of the issues. So as we're building more densification, some of these issues, I think, are not being addressed. With higher traffic, higher parking, more people are driving cars. So there's more cars per household. We're running into a lot of issues with street widths and things like that. And it probably does come back to us as a city identifying and creating better development guidelines around these issues in order to support. If that's what the market is supporting, then that's what the market supports. Right from the 40s and 50s, you saw great big lots with really small houses. And as things changed over time, lots got smaller, houses got bigger. And that is the economics of it, right? So there is change over time and we have to change. But I think we need to change our design guidelines to ensure that we can facilitate the growth of the city with traffic and parking and all of the issues, schools and these things. But we're going to need the help of developers.
Yeah, and that's not I'll turn it into a question, and the question is, what can we do to assist with that? So again, this is not unique to Chestermere. And what I would say is bad planning is that 60s style where we had a postage stamp on a bigger postage stamp. Now we're infilling it, and the pipes aren't serviced. The pipes aren't sized to take any of it. You rip up the road. You could go take Martel Loop in Calgary. Go drive down those, like it's, a roller coaster because you didn't plan ahead. We are doing that in Chestermere. Excuse me, to be clear, we aren't doing that. We're doing it properly in Chestermere. And so do it right the first time. Let's not plan a bunch of lots that are going to have to be rebuilt and re-subdivided in 30 years because we didn't do it economically in the first case. So that's not going to be the case. In Calgary, just to give you a frame of reference, our average laned lot there is 25 feet. So it's going to be 8 feet wider out here. That's the average in the city of Calgary. Our front drive, we don't talk 45 foot. Like it is not an option. It's not affordable. The widest lot we get is the semi-estate product, that the R1P front drive. So it's not the exact same. Our duplexes out there are 17 foot wide building pockets. Like it's a totally different, it's a similar built form, but trust me, it's a lot bigger in Chestermere. So you're not going to have as many parking issues as, say, to go take Altadore in Calgary and go look at its infill problems with parking and things. It's not going to we're not talking the same thing. So to get back to how we can help, and we do it, but we do it early on and we just kind of like nod our heads after, is, you know, I could propose that if we are asking for more plan lots, that we have to do these parking studies and have to show that, you know, we can provide the enough parking to make sure, in concert with bylaw discussions, that is a separate application, and that we have to show to administration that we can park these people and that they can, you know, safely move up and down the roads. So it's a proposed solution to those concerns. The design guidelines, I know that wasn't a question for me, so we can go to administration on that. But that's how, you know, we're there to talk. We're there to help with all of that.
Are there further questions, Council? Councillor Hanley?
Some of the comments and the feedback have been like, this street sizes are the same size as other streets, and, you know, for example, like in Rainbow Falls and stuff like that. But similar to Councillor Funk's point, those existing areas create numerous problems right now. Along Rainbow Falls, because of their rear lane, right, parking on the street is horrible, right? There's sightline issues. You know, the original design created a number of municipal issues, right? There is enforcement issues, there's snow removal issues, right? There is the sight lines and the safety because of the little children and that, because especially these are young families starting out, right? And that's where they have children. So this whole parking issue and this increased density comes with additional problems and services, you know, and you struggle with just even the design. You talked about like the rear lane are 32-foot lots. You have 2 spaces in the back and 2 on the street. The front lane, drive are 36-foot lots, so 4 feet wider. But they come with 4 parking spots, plus they still have the street. But also they, because you don't park in front of people's driveways, they reduce the burden on the street. So there's less on-street parking available, which also facilitates snow removal. All of those things become a little easier. You get rid of the sightline problems. So, you know, I guess my issue is when you do the design in that, have you looked and done an analysis of the comparables? Like lots of things done in the past were not necessarily the best solutions, right? And so how do you be innovative and come up with a way that addresses those issues, as opposed to saying, this is what we want to do, and it's no different or slightly better than your existing areas, right? I think we're looking for something a little better, more than that.
So to turn that into a question again is Councillor Hanley, I can't even show you how we would solve that because I'm not allowed to apply for it. So if we remove the plan lot cap, our planners can come in and show you that. Like we can't show it like this today. We're talking about if there's agreement that we can't have a lot of R1 and a lot of duplex in towns, and we need this missing middle. The conversation is, okay, we agree with that. Now, how do we properly design that missing middle that Chestermere has? We haven't even gotten there. We can't get there because it's not an option available to us. So if there's council concerns with our next application that shows a balance of laned versus front drive, that's exactly when we can have that conversation. And that's when you can look at our plan and say, I don't agree with that. You didn't adequately address our concerns. Then you don't approve it. That's the key point. Mm-hmm. And so I agree with you. Every point you made is great. And with all due respect, it doesn't apply to this application because I'm not even allowed to show you how we would answer those questions.
Yeah. I guess part of my concern, it becomes the burden, is if you change the municipal development plan, then as applications come through, if they're consistent with the plan, then they come in front of council, right? So it gives us that opportunity. And so I don't think the onus should necessarily become on council all the time to go through at that in-depth level of review. I think if you work with administration on developing plans that modify that to say, okay, yeah, we can do that. We can look at old style neighborhoods that are not working, and here's an improvement, and then come forward with a plan to address it. But this way, now it's on a case-by-case basis, which will be time-consuming for future councils as well as ourselves. Then it increases the complexity, and things can fall through the cracks. I'm more concerned with, protecting the residents of this city, making sure the city is what they want it to be, than us having to go through numerous applications, and then we don't like one application, so we send it down, and then later along another application comes through and it's fine, and then we get caught into the, well, you approved this one but you're not approving this one, right? And I think there should be much more structure in this.
Agreed. I know it's not a question, turning into a question. So you're like, I 100% agree with you. I genuinely do. And it goes back to Councillor Funk's comment about the design guidelines and things. And to be clear, when I said earlier, I can't show you, I meant the city of Chestermere. Mm-hmm. We will submit our application through administration, and they can, if they don't like our plan, there's a lot of back and forth. Like, that's when we'll get into that design of the community to make sure that it works. So just to be clear, I didn't mean that we're just going to skip administration and come to you folks with the land use bylaw amendment to do plan lots. We're going to submit a full document of, all the associated supporting studies and all those things. So none of that gets skipped through any of what this municipal development plan would change. And I guess the consistent feedback I'm getting back is to go back and look at the design guidelines, which, absolutely we can do. Those are living, breathing documents. So are municipal development plans, for that matter. They're living, breathing documents. They're meant to not last 100. If we took a municipal development plan from 100 years ago, we would not have a very good result. These things are meant to live and breathe and adapt and respond to the market. And so are your design guidelines. And we can absolutely work with your planners, your engineers to do that. Fully hear every concern. We don't want those concerns, we want them addressed just as much as you guys do.
But I believe the feel, the attitude of Chestermere, it's we're stewards of the residents here, and we have to protect their interests, of what their vision of the city should be. And so the master development plan should be reflective of what the majority of residents want to see Chestermere become, and how we move forward. So yeah, I'm concerned about, opening the door, because once you modify the plan, then right now administration can have that discussion with you and come back and make a recommendation to change the master development plan, right? But if applications are submitted that are consistent with it, then they must bring it forward to council. They can't reject it. But beforehand, they can work with the community and say, okay, yeah, we're entertaining, we're listening to your ideas, and yeah, we will suggest a modification to the master development plan, because it's a win-win on both sides.
Okay, so that would, yeah, okay. I think I understand. And I want to, so I think that'd be a different structure than lifting the cap. You'd be proposing something different, which I don't know what you're proposing, but we'll hear you out, because I think there's a solution there as well. And the one thing I didn't talk about, maybe I did because it touches on everything. This is a balance of trade-offs, with solutions come new issues, and it's about balancing the trade-off between those. If we're not going to have all R1 lots, we're going to have more narrow lots. That will come with a new host of solutions. And I just ask council to consider which are worse. The lack of growth and housing options and the ability to keep your residents in Chestermere, or do we tackle head on and come up with the best solutions we can for these narrow lots, which I think we can. We've just got to take on those issues and address them, because right now we've got a bigger issue, and a more, larger issue about we just don't have the ability to grow this municipality with the constraints we have in the way that we all want to bring on Chestermere's growth. Hope that makes sense.
Okay, thank you. I'd just like to move on to some of our other councillors. Councillor Narayan, did you have a question?
Yes, thank you. And through the chair and to the applicant, and thanks for the application. And I do understand your point about the need for more housing in Calgary and area. I also understand and respect that you do not have control over the lag, but you do have, some control over the lead. And it's of course the lag that, is the challenge that this community really faces. And again, this is not necessarily on you. It's, between, us as council and also and the provincial government. I just don't know, if Chestermere is ready for more rooftops. We do owe it to our residents to have those amenities. I did hear you say, that once we build the rooftops, they'll come. I've heard this, since 2021. Yes, they come, but it's been very, very slow if they do come. Schools are, again, is one area that we are really, pressing for, and it's a massive need. So again, I do appreciate your application. I absolutely get your point about the need for housing, and I also get your point that we need more rooftops to attract all the investment in things. But in terms of where Chestermere is at right now, I just don't feel we will be able to even offer all those things to the new residents that will be coming into the community that you'll be building. So yeah, those are just my thoughts. Thank you.
All right. There's one respond.
I do, Councillor Ryan, thanks for your comments, and we understand, and I don't want to just stand here and say, your comment about 2021 to 2023 is a blink in the municipal planning and growth phase. And so I would ask council to not consider the last 2 years and our inability to bring on school sites in the last 2 years. I'd say look at the actual growth on a map. I'll speak specifically to Chelsea. We've now subdivided a high school site. We've brought on a K-9 site for the public. We're working with administration with an active subdivision application in for the separate school board. That's all happened in the last 12 months. And it's literally just the progression of growth of Chelsea is as we're able to service a street, we get closer to a school site that's in the plan, and we service that school field. Like it in my opinion, it's as simple as that. And we're working with administration to advance that. It's beyond this. It'd get too into the weeds and maybe a bit confusing to talk about Chelsea and the school site we're subdividing in phase 9. It's a phase we're not even subdividing, and we're working with you to get you that school site like this year. And it is literally just we have to get services to the school site. We have to grow. So if you give us the ability to grow, not at some crazy pace, just the existing pace we've been on, which might seem crazy to some, but in the regional context, it's not. If you look at the regional permit reports and things like that, Chestermere is not leading any of these. It's growing at a good, healthy, robust rate. And so I hear those comments, Councillor Narayan, and I just ask council to really understand the growth and the development of these communities over the last 2 to 3 years. It is a good thing. It's brought on a lot of growth, and administration would maybe have a spreadsheet about the levies you've collected from the growth that's come out of just Chelsea. I'll speak to Chelsea, and get 200 acres of serviced land at $150,000 per acre of a levy. Like everybody can do the math. That's money that otherwise wasn't available for Chestermere. I acknowledge some of that has to be redirected to Chelsea, but not all of it. Some of that goes in. In the first reading, I heard Director Wallace speak about the financial statement, and it was in that presentation, and Chestermere was in the black, quote, like because of the growth that Chestermere's had. So I hear you, Councillor Narayan. I respect but I would counter that there's been a lot of good that's come in the last 2 years.
Okay, thank you.
It just takes a long time.
It
just takes a while.
Are there any further questions from council? Councillor Fote?
Through the chair to the presenter, I have walked through your development many times. I've drove through your development many times. I've brought people through your development many times. And the comment that has been made to me is, I know they've got to have a place to put people. but why are you putting them so close together? Chestermere's reputation was built on larger lots. It was a community that was built that way. And that's why they had the 45-foot lots. From another aspect is the fire issue. Putting things eave to eave. And I don't care what kind of building products you have today, guys. Fire will burn not just one house, it'll take 3 or 4. And I think that's a definitely something that the developers need to take a look at. It's a safety issue. Not everybody gets out of a house in the middle of the night when a fire takes off. We've already had that experience in our city. And I don't think that by going to this, removing this 35% cap is a proper way to go. I really don't. I would like to see a better design of communities. Like, you want to put all these little 2-story houses up in these places, and we have an aging population in this city where they are asking for seniors, bungalows type things in these deals. Those people do have the money to buy your $1 million houses if necessary. I have not saw any development in the Chelsea development plan and work that has even addressed that yet. But if there is, I would love to be shown it. We've talked about schools. And our MLA came to us when we were at a convention here about 2 weeks ago and said, if you can get your school sites subdivided and get the dirt removed, there's a chance that we could start building a school quickly. And we have not been building schools in this town for the last 12 years. And that is a problem. That is a major problem. And you as a developer, I'm sure you get calls. But I'll tell you, we as a council get hammered on every day about the schools, about the schools, about the schools. And so I know that you're working with administration to try to get the dirt pile removed, to get that school. And that's a school that we need now. And I would challenge you. I'm a farmer by my trade or occupation. There are ways of getting things done. And I know it costs. But if a person doesn't want to have that cost, I would caution you in any development you have is to never, never, never put your stripping on a school site or a recreation site. Then it won't cost you more money, and it won't not allow schools to be built. I got to be honest with you, this 120 acres that you have left and you chose to make this have this cap removed, I would not choose to live in it. And I'm a resident here, and I've been a resident for 20 years. I want some space. I want to be able to park out in front of my house or park on my driveway, whether it be on the front or the back. But I have watched our Public Works Department try to remove snow, even on Marina Drive here, where all the cars are parked out in front of all these townhomes out here. And it creates a nightmare. And so I would consider, I would ask you to consider, what is the best for Chestermere residents? I know you've got to be considerate of what is best for you as a company, as a developer, and appreciate everything you've done for us. But I would challenge you to reconsider what you're trying to ask.
I could respond. A couple of things. More space will still be available. This plan application is not changing that. You'd still have your 45-foot option that's always been in Chestermere. I think one of the comments I heard talking about dirt and things like that. I think we'll go down too many rabbit holes for this meeting. I think your comment was we haven't built schools in Chestermere for 12 years. We just started developing Chelsea 2 years ago. Like new growth can't solve the problems of the past. And I'll leave it at I'll leave it at that. Like in the 2 years since we've opened up growth for Chestermere, you've now got a high school site that otherwise would not have been there, and you've gotten 2 additional school sites just from Chelsea in the last 2 years. So problems from 12 years ago, let's not create more problems in the future by making decisions from 20 years ago that we're not, we weren't around for.
Okay, thank you, Brady. What I'd like to do is move the public hearing forward. I'd like to call for presentations from the public in support of the proposed bylaw. Again, limit the presentations to 5 minutes unless there's a motion to extend. Please approach the podium, please.
Hey, good morning, Mr. Mayor and members of council. Happy Halloween. My name is Ben Mercer. I'm the Director of Planning with Qualico Communities. I'm also joined here by a couple of my colleagues, Jessica Anderson and Michael Anderson. We're here today to speak in favor of the proposed amendment to the Municipal Development Plan regarding the planned lots. Qualico is currently developing 2 new communities in West Chestermere, Dawson's Landing and Bridgeport. In Dawson's Landing, we're experiencing a significantly slower absorption rate on the standard R1 lot product type. And so for us, this proposed amendment would enable us to consider minor amendments to our plan in order to react to market demand, much like previously described in Anthem's presentation. There are many other mutual benefits to this proposed MDP amendment that have been mentioned in the very comprehensive report and presentations today. But I'll just highlight one of the main ones for us. It's going to allow for more flexibility in the planning process, which would also allow for greater diversity of housing mix and following that, more affordability for future home buyers in Chestermere. I think it's also important to reiterate that we can continue, or that City of Chestermere can continue to regulate the quantity and location of the planned lots, as well as the overall density of new communities through the typical outline plan and land use process. So I don't think we're losing any control over the ultimate end product here. And so just a brief presentation, really. In conclusion, I reiterate that Qualico Communities is in support of proposed bylaw 15-23, and thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much. Kallen, do we have additional members that are interested in speaking in support of the? I have a. Okay, please proceed. Thank you.
Thanks.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. I have 2 written submissions from our public hearing email address, both in favor. I will read the one from Ben Mercer, who was just previously speaking. Please accept this letter of support from Qualico Communities regarding the proposed MDP amendment to remove the existing planned lot cap policy. We believe this amendment will provide for a more diverse mix of single-family housing options while supporting the tradition of single detached home ownership in Chestermere. Qualico is currently developing 2 communities on the west side of the city, being Dawson's Landing and Bridgeport, both of which would benefit from the removal of the planned lot cap. The amendment would provide a more balanced distribution of single detached housing options in new communities. By removing the cap, the amendment allows for increased opportunities for planned lot development, resulting in a wider range of single detached lots and housing options. It is important to note that this amendment achieves a more balanced provision of housing types as opposed to an increased density. Removing the arbitrary cap will, however, allow developers to plan and design new communities for greater certainty and efficiency. Qualico agrees with these and supports option B, that council provides second and third reading of Bylaw 015-23, removing the planned lot cap. We believe this amendment will enhance the city's regional competitiveness, provide affordable options through increased housing diversity, and encourage continued growth for Chestermere. Thank you in advance for your consideration. Sincerely, Qualico Developments West Limited, Ben Mercer. And then we have a letter in support from Kimber Higa. Apologies. Dear Mayor and Council, on behalf of our members, BYLD Calgary Region, parentheses, BYLD provides this letter of support for your consideration. BYLD is the trusted voice of home building and land development industry with over 560 member organizations representing builders, developers, and other critical partners in the local construction sector. Today, we lend our voice to support the proposed MDP amendment to revise the existing planned lot cap. As stated in our previous letter to administration dated June 9th, 2023, providing council agenda package, BILD supports this change as it provides diverse housing options and increase the ability to utilize appropriate densities. The existing 35% cap restricts developers from providing more balanced options to homeowners based on current and future market demands. As the cost of development increases, the need to provide more affordable options for housing has become increasingly important. Providing affordable options through housing diversity allows opportunity for both new and generational families to choose Chestermere as their home. BILD agrees with and supports the proposed changes outlined in Bylaw 015-23 to amend sections 3.2 and 3.4.4.4 of the MDP. We believe this amendment will enhance the city's regional competitiveness and encourage the continuation of desired growth in Chestermere. BILD supports administration in their dedicated work bringing forward this amendment, and we remain a committed partner with the City of Chestermere in the development and building of vibrant and livable communities. Sincerely, Kimber Higa, BILD, Calgary Region. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So just to confirm, Kallen, does that limit the number of people that wish to speak in support of today's application?
That is all the written submissions we received.
Okay. All right. I'd like to move forward to requesting if there's anyone else present. I'll ask 3 times who wishes to speak in support of the proposal. I'll ask a second time if there's anyone present who wishes to speak in support of today's proposal. And I'll ask a final time if there's anyone who wishes to speak in support of today's presentation. All right, I'd now like to call for the members from the public who wish to speak in opposition to the proposed bylaw. Kallen, do we have any written submissions? None?
No, we do not have any written submissions in opposition.
Okay. If there's someone that wishes to speak in opposition, if they'd please approach the podium. Thank you. Good morning.
Council. I wasn't sure if I was going to speak or not, but...
Please state, sorry, interrupting. Can you please state your name?
Joanne Lemna, resident.
For the record, thank you.
Thank you. I wasn't sure if I was going to speak or not, but listening to the presentation this morning, I felt that it was really important for council to hear from a resident. I think that, Councillor Fote kind of hit the nail on the head where most of us that live here because of the space. We moved here because of the space. We're often compared to other communities, whether it be Calgary or Airdrie or Okotoks. We're not those communities, and we're actually quite proud of that. Having our space, having the larger lots, it really is our identity. Looking at the presentation as well, I found it interesting that the presenters were saying like a $575,000 or $800,000 home was an affordable home. I get it. They're expensive. I met with, I actually brought this because I wasn't sure if I was going to have this opportunity, but Councillor Fote and I met last year at the end of the summer, and we were talking about the variance permits that have been presented to administration. And of those permits, over 50% were from the new development areas. And of that, 76% were actually asking for more coverage and less landscaping. So the idea that the lots that we have should have smaller houses, that's not what the evidence of their variances has supported. It's actually supporting they're building bigger houses on the same size lots. So I guess kind of the long and short of it is, as a resident, we're here because of the space. That's why we moved here. And all of the issues that you brought about street parking, we all drive down some of those streets where there's parking on both sides, and you know, I mean, some people say it slows you down, but it is a hazard and it's unsafe sometimes. So I guess in closing, as a resident, I would be opposed to this bylaw. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, I'd like to ask again if there's any, for three times actually, if there's any member of the public that wishes to speak in opposition to the proposed bylaw, please present. I'll ask a second time if there's anyone who wishes to speak in opposition to the proposed bylaw, to please step forward. And I'll ask a final time if there's anyone who wishes to speak in opposition to the proposed bylaw. Okay, so moving forward, I'd like to move for if there's any questions for clarification from council to any of the public presenters that presented in regards to support or in opposition. Seeing none. All right, I'd now like to ask the applicant to provide, if he wishes to provide a rebuttal to any of the points that were raised in opposition to their application, speaking specifically only in regards to the opposition presentations. If you wish to speak. Enough, okay. All right, so finally, I'd like to ask for questions of clarification from council to the applicant, if there's any further questions that are wished to be clarified at this point from council. Seeing none, hearing none, okay. Then we'll move on to our last step, which is if there's any final questions from council from administration. I guess I have one question, Liz, if you could please approach. The question, I guess, is this application is for the change of the bylaw for the entire area within Chestermere, albeit new areas are the focus. Can this be done on a case-by-case basis rather than the entire city of Chestermere?
Yes, it can be. You can have an amendment for anyone wanting to do this. So each and every developer who wants to see an increase to the 35% can come and go through this experience. Based on conversations I have with the development community, I believe we will do this every time we have a new outline plan. This will not be a one-off request. And if I may, listening to the conversation, I have a different suggestion.
Please.
Okay. We could look at doing a different type of clause in the MDP that could say something along the lines of the 35% cap may not apply, or the 35% cap may be increased, and we could pick a different number, 60%, 70%, something, if the applicant provides the following information to the satisfaction of administration and council at the time of an outline plan application. We could list that housing diversity and a balanced community. We could go so far as potentially listing a minimum of the R1s. We could go and talk about on-street and off-street parking and making sure that the problems that we're hearing do fall under the land use bylaw, but making sure that those are being addressed. What I've heard today is that the idea of kind of ripping the Band-Aid off without a bit more certainty is slightly scary. And so we could look at coming up with new clauses into the MDP that kind of meld a couple of the options that they evaluated and trying to find a different balance that still gives some certainty that if you're going to not have to meet this requirement, then you have to meet this standard. And write out what that standard is. And so that when an outline plan comes before administration and eventually council, we have something to push back on and say, no, you haven't done good enough. We can already tell you the parking isn't going to work because it isn't working in other communities. How are you going to do that? So add in a bit more teeth in a way that adds in some flexibility. And this is just rough notes that I was writing down listening to the conversation. So I don't know what that looks like, but I think it's something that we could come back to council with some collaboration that we can work on the side. And they don't know about this idea either, unless they were reading over my shoulder. And my writing's pretty messy. And come back and look at how do we add a bit more balance into this so that it gives that flexibility, so it's a bit more responsive to the market, but also protects what is Chestermere. And we've heard that today from residents. I've heard that from council. I've heard that since I was a baby planner who worked in-house here years and years ago. So just a thought. It'd be easier to do that than it would be to come back with every developer and go through this each and every time.
Thank you for identifying some of the concerns of council. One of the things that I've been writing down and that I've heard from council before of concerns, but is we really need to understand the plan. And the plan really identifies multiple areas. So you're looking at, what's the plan for schools? Okay, how do we have a more plan that everyone, from residents to councillors and builders, can identify that here's the plan on how we're proceeding with schools, as to the process that it'll go through specifically, so that it's very transparent. And with that is challenging because we have to include the government in that, but it still is a reality that we're dealing with. The other thing is, for example, conversation got brought up today about the government lag. Well, okay, what's our plan with that? What can we talk with the government about this and say, having no plan and just when the trying not to say something offside here, but when the complaints get high enough that now the government's going to finally listen, that's the plan. Why do we have to make our residents so stressed that that's the plan that we have to go through in order to get the government to listen? There has to be a way to get a more methodical plan than that, because not everybody wants to jump up and down and yell. So if we can do it so that there's more of a plan that we're all understanding what that is, along with residents, so that we can then say very specifically we're agreeing to this increased level and future development around Chestermere based on a plan. Again, parking plan. So identifying, we see 4 parking stalls off street, not including on street, off street. And then again, we've heard again today, a commercial plan. Now, it's not all of us control whether a commercial company comes here, right? So again, we have a new economic development department with some very capable people. That's part of that question that needs to be answered, is that what are these anchor tenants, if we want to call them that, these main companies that our citizens want. As Brady had indicated, they look at what is the densification in a certain area and the circle around that prospective building. Okay, so what is that plan? And so we have to talk to them and find out, okay, so we need to get to what in order to get what? And is it possible to get them to commit to that? It might not be. But let's at least have that conversation so we at least have an idea, again, what our methodical plan is going to be on all of these different aspects so that council's not feeling uncertain. And then I think residents, again, feeling nervous and stressed because of those various concerns, plus the things they want. And again, the last point was a recreation plan, is that so that we identify exactly as United had indicated, that they put so much dollars per acre into an offsite levy to go towards rec. Okay, great. So that here's our plan. Where does the rest of that money come from? Does it come from the city has to save so much money so that we are all hitting the same target at the same time, or is some of it government grants? So whatever the plan is, we again have it very methodical and very shown so that the public can see it very clearly. Developers know where they're going and why they're doing what they're doing. And then we also can answer why we're agreeing to more sales, more house building, etc. As shocking as it is, I think we are somewhere in the neighborhood of about 1,400 building permits this year. Okotoks, now it's a different reason, not because of demand, but Okotoks has 200. So they have a water challenge, but that's what's restricting them. But it's a drastically different model to how growth for growth, not necessarily. For the right reasons, and we've got a methodical plan, sure. Maybe it makes a lot of sense if our residents agree to that, because the one thing that we're tasked with is we're elected by residents. So we have to listen to what our residents are saying, period. And that's our model. So I really think that this plan needs to be really created by our administration, yourself and other members, and then really shared. And it's a challenge. I get it. But that's what we're...
I have great news for you.
Please.
We have to redo our MDP next year. We have to bring it up to meet CMRB standards, and a lot of this conversation needs to be part of that.
Okay.
So you're going to see it in your budget. I think I'm allowed to say that because you have to do this. And we don't want to stop our development community and say, you know what, we're going to start this project next year. It's going to take us a year, maybe a bit more. Just hang tight.
Yeah.
So what we want to do is, bring their application forward, but know that this holistic project, this whole MDP in a year's time could be completely changed. In fact, you could make this change now, and when you do that, go, oh God, we should never have done that. We're going back to the 35%. Forget it. We're going to 20%. Like you guys will be reopening this whole document. Or you might say, hey, this is working really well. Let's keep with this on this residential piece of it. But all of those pieces that you just talked about need to be part of the MDP. It's a statutory place for a lot of this. My biggest pet peeve as a planner is when we have MDPs that sit on a shelf and they're useless. You guys don't, but yours also isn't working properly for you right now, for your community, for you as council, for your developers, your businesses. So that project is so critical to the future of this community and is so critical to this council and your vision for what you want and what you see, and looking 5, 10, 15, 20 years out. We can look back at how Chestermere is today, and we can look at former MDPs. And we're where we are because of policy, whether it's in an MDP or another policy and decisions that were made. So I'll hop off my soapbox now. I'm excited for that project. And a lot of what you brought up should be addressed at that time.
Yeah, you are right. We can't stop development right now. I mean, obviously, you can't pause it. But I do challenge that we have to figure out some hard targets, so some hard deadlines that these things have to be done by, because you're right, great initiatives get started and they just don't get finished.
Good news is you have to do the MDP.
Yeah.
And you have to finish it by the CMRB date. So that one has to happen.
Okay. All right. Are there any final questions for administration? Councillor Hanley?
Yeah, Liz, I would assume that also, just like when we got into the offsite levies, that when we go through this whole program, you'll work with the building community and we'll find those options that are the win-wins for both sides.
For the MDP in particular?
Yeah.
Absolutely. We haven't even started to frame that. We don't have a budget approval at this point in time. But that'll be a massive undertaking that will impact every department within the organization and the city and council and all our developers, all of our business communities. It's going to be really exciting.
Okay. Councillor Dean?
Thank you through the mayor to Liz. One of the things that I really appreciate about Chestermere is the uniqueness of each of our communities. So when you drive around the lake, you have very different housing, right? For example, when you go over to our acreages, you have a different feel, a different flow. You go to the rainbow, right? And I am somebody that drives through, walks through Chelsea and Dawson on a daily basis. And one of the things that I actually really appreciate about both those communities is the walkability. One of the things that I appreciate about Chelsea is you're going for a walk, you go down the street, and then you hit a park. And then you can follow that park along, and you hit another street, and you go along, and then you hit another park. I think it's also been designed in such a way where the community comes together. So when you go into those different parks, you will see several residents coming together in the area of Dawson. The neighbors are all doing a great job kind of getting to know each other, and I think part of that is from the design. And so where I'm going with all of that is I wonder, how do we do this in such a way, as we're looking at the planning, of capturing that uniqueness that happens everywhere that goes, right? Because I think one of the things that does happen in our community is it's a little bit dependent on where you live. Because you don't necessarily go to another community. This is a whole conversation we could have about where commercial is and things like that, right? Because if you don't live in Chelsea, do you go to Chelsea? Because what, right? Because there's not a recreation facility there right now. There's not a school right there right now, right? So before I lived over in that area, did I go there very often? To visit a friend once in a while, but now that I live there, I'm like, oh my gosh, I really appreciate the way that it has been designed. And so I'm just wondering if that's a part of it, and how do we in planning continue to capture the uniqueness and allow our development community and encourage our development community to have those unique flavors within each of our communities.
I think you're probably getting all the planners in the room a little excited when we talk about how to create that sense of place in that unique community. And I think whether you work for the developer or the city, that's something that we're all passionate about. And I know every developer, they want to create a unique community because they want people to see a draw to the community that they're creating. So I think that just naturally happens when planners are in the room. And I would let the development community speak to that, how that impacts them and their drive behind that. But I think it's an important point. I think that we don't want to create a community that a city with communities that are all identical. Like, I'm a planner, so I realize I'm a bit of a nerd in this area, but whenever I travel, the first thing I do is I go as high as I can in a city because I like to look at it. I like to see a real live map instead of just looking at it as a map. My husband loves it, by the way. He goes to every tall tower. He's so excited to travel with me. And so you can see that. And when you look at an aerial view of every community, you can see the layout of how communities have changed. And you can look at the city of Calgary and you can tell which decade they're built in just by historical knowledge. But when you actually look at it on the ground, you also get to experience that. So I'm going to go on a tangent about places, and I'm just going to stop because I won't stop on this one. Important point. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Okay, so with that, I'd like to move forward with the closing of the public hearing. So if I could get a motion to close the public hearing for October 31st, 2023 at 10:50 a.m. Councillor Funk?
Make a motion that we close the public hearing for Bylaw 015-23 being the planned lot capacity cap municipal development plan amendment bylaw.
At 10:50 a.m.
At 10:50 a.m.
Thank you. Are there any comments or questions in relation to the motion? Thank you. If you could all cast your vote, please. Councillor Narayan in favor? Thank you. Kallen, can you show the vote tally? Thank you. Carried. Thank you very much. All right. So moving on in our agenda today, we're moving on to item number 5.1, which is council meeting dates, rescheduling, and cancellation. Which I believe is being presented by Kallen today from Legislative Services. Recess? Kallen, are you looking to discuss this, or is this what's been decided by council from last council meeting?
This was the decision to cancel the November 7th and then reschedule it for the 14th. We have the motion ready to go.
Okay, and that's all you were looking at today? That's all. Okay, what we could do, I've been told we need to have a recess break after this, so if we could just quickly have this vote and then we'll hold a quick 10-minute recess. He's just bringing the motion on the screen. So while he's doing that, as you'll see in the new schedule, we made sure we had no council meetings after statutory holidays and long weekends. And then additionally, we're looking at having 2 council meetings a month allowing staff to have a week break between council meetings. So it looks pretty balanced, which is good job. It's not on our screen, Kallen, if just so you're aware. Thank you. Sorry, this is for, you're talking about the rescheduling of November for 23, not the schedule for 24.
Yes, that is correct.
Okay,
Next
sorry
week's
about that.
meeting,
All
we're
right.
rescheduling.
Okay, so the motion that we're looking at, if I can get a councillor to read the motion into the record. Councillor Hanley, Councillor Fote,
Motion that council reschedule the November 7th, 2023 regular council meeting to November the 14th, 2023.
thank you. Are there any comments in relation to the motion on the floor? Okay, if you could please cast your vote. Councillor Ryan, are you in favor? Okay, thank you. Carried. Thank you, everyone. All right, with that, we'll take a 10-minute recess. We'll come back at 11:05. Thank you. Thank you, everyone, for your patience. We're just coming out of recess. At this point, we'd like to just move forward to item number 6, 6.1, which is the Bylaw 015-23, the Planned Lot Cap Municipal Development Plan Amendment Bylaw. And we have one motion that we were looking at bringing forward, which legislation is just actually writing down. So we just finished the public hearing on this matter, and during our public hearing, there was a lot of good conversation that came out. And so what we're looking at doing is providing a motion to administration to allow us to for them to come back to us with some feedback based on today's public hearing. So the the motion that is being suggested to us right now is on our screens. Motion that council direct. If I could get one of the council members to read the motion into the record. Councillor Funk?
I'll just give him a second to finish. Motion that council direct administration to take into consideration the feedback and suggestions council and administration received during the public hearing for Bylaw 015-23 and come back to council.
Okay, are there any comments in relation to the motion on the floor? Councillor Dean?
Come back to council for what? With a report, with a, I just think that I think it's an incomplete sentence, that's all.
Liz?
With suggested amendments to the MDP.
Thank you. All right, Councillor Funk, if I could get you to restate, please.
How about to the NDP?
To the MDP.
The applicant has expressed a desire for a timeline. This will impact their 2024 build, so they are eager to move forward as quickly as possible.
Do you have a date?
What timeline do you think that you would need to?
I have verbally told them I am committed to work with them as quickly as they are committed to work with me. So I don't see why we couldn't be back in November. Potentially, I believe you just switched the November 7th to November 14th. And we could work towards that. Okay, November. Can we just go November 2023?
Okay,
I think that gives us the option of hitting the first meeting or the second meeting.
sure. All right. Okay, please proceed, Councillor Funk.
Motion that council direct administration to take into consideration the feedback and suggestions council and administration received during the public hearing for Bylaw 015-23 and come back to council with suggested amendments to the NDP for November 2023.
Thank you. Are there any further comments in relation to the motion on the floor? All right, if you could please cast your vote, and Councillor Narayan, if you could indicate a thumbs up. Okay, thank you. Councillor Narayan votes in support. Carried. Thank you very much. Okay, and then further to the matter, I'd like to propose that we table the second and third readings until November. At the same time, how should we say that? Sine die, or just say November when? What would you propose?
I would suggest the first option is if we don't have a definitive date, then we can't lift it from the table, if that makes sense.
So just use sine die?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Thank you. If I could get the motion read into the record. Councillor Funk?
Motion that council table second and third reading of Bylaw 015-23, sign and die.
Thank you. If you could please cast your vote. Councillor Narayan is in favor. Carried. Thank you very much, everyone. Okay, so we'll move on to back to item number 5.2, which is CAO Judicial Review conversation. Thank you. And this is being presented today by CAO Director Kim Wallace. Thank you.
Thank you. Kallen, could you pull up the motion, please? To the mayor and council, we would like, if you would be okay with this, I'd like to read the motion that we're requesting for you to accept. Motion that council authorizes the retention of legal counsel for the purposes of all existing and future legal matters involving the Alberta government arising from any ministerial order. Further, council authorizes the city to pursue the recovery of all legal and operation expenses incurred as a result of any ministerial order. City Director of Corporate Services has the authority to reallocate funds from existing budgets if required.
Thank you. Okay, so on this motion, this is a motion that confirms council's interest in supporting the current situation with the judicial review. I'd like to read the motion into the record. A motion that council authorize the retention of legal counsel for the purposes of all existing and future legal matters involving the Alberta government arising from any ministerial order. Further, council authorizes the city to pursue the recovery of all legal and operations expense incurred as a result of any ministerial order. The City Director of Corporate Services has the authority to reallocate funds from existing budgets if required. All right, are there any questions in relation to the motion on the floor? Councillor Dean?
Thank you, through the mayor. So where is this money coming from then, or is it just coming from the existing budgets? Like, how is this being paid for?
So the motion as it reads, the City Director of Corporate Services has the authority to reallocate funds from existing budgets. So that's existing budgets that were provided in 2023. Are there any further questions? All right, if we could cast our vote, please. Councillor Ryan, as a thumbs up or thumbs down, if you could use that. Thank you. Councillor Ryan votes as opposed. And the motion is carried. Thank you very much. Okay, so moving on to item number 7, which is reports for decisions. 7.1, committees update presented by Kallen Morrison, Legislative Services Team Lead, on pages 152 to 172 of your agenda package.
Good morning, Mayor and Council.
Thank you.
Legislative Services has returned again with committees. The part 2 of 3 to get the committees going. Essentially, so Legislative Services was tasked with drafting 3 terms of references for the Parks and Recreation Committee, the Family and Community Services Advisory Committee, and the Protective Services Communications Committee, and to advise council for the next steps of the committee process. There was also a new committee, the name to be determined, but the new Youth Committee. Legislative Services did essentially come to the conclusion that we didn't have enough time to properly and adequately draft a terms of reference that is almost deserving of such an ambitious project. We referenced other municipalities, mostly Airdrie's, and Airdrie has a very robust program that Legislative Services couldn't put together in between last meeting and this meeting. So we'd like to come back to council later to present our findings in a draft terms of reference. The motions being requested today, they're kind of mouthfuls, but the first motion is the motion that council rescind the following policies. I'm just going to read the committee names. Aging in Place Committee, the Chestermere Accessibility and Treescape Advisory Board, Chestermere Area and Welcoming and Inclusion Committee, the Chestermere Economic Development Advisory, that one's staying. The Lake Recreation Committee, Mayor Youth Task Force Committee, the Minor Sports Committee, the Police Communications Committee, the Social Master Plan Committee, and the Watershed Advisory Committee. The second motion that we're looking for is motion that council adopt the following policies: Parks and Recreation Committees, the Family and Community Sports Services Advisory Committee, and the Protective Services Communications Committee. Lastly, administration's looking for the resolution that motion that council direct administration to open the committee application process and to return to council for November 14th, 2023. So background, October 24th, Legislative Services was tasked with creating some terms of references for these committees. Essentially, the mandates for these committees are available in the agenda package, but the Parks and Recreation Committee is an amalgamation of the Watershed Advisory Committee, Lake Recreation Committee, and the Minor Sports Task Force Committee. This was done with the intention of providing the city with an efficient committee that acts in an advisory manner on community parks, recreational facilities, both indoor and outdoor, and Lake Chestermere, and general recreation for the city. This committee will consist of 8 members in total, 6 being members of the public and 2 members of council. The Protective Services Communications Committee is an improved police communications committee. The improvements are to help facilitate a casual forum to receive input from the community and share information to communicating ideas of public safeties, objectives, and priorities to all protective services organizations within the city of Chestermere. And lastly, the Family and Community Sports Services Committee is an amalgamation of the following committees: Social Master Plan Committee, Chestermere Area and Welcome Committee, Aging in Place Committee, the Chestermere Accessibility and Streetscape Advisory Board Committee. This was done with the goal of streamlining the provisions of a city committee that acts in an advisory manner on matters pertaining to social wellness and enhancing, strengthening, and stabilizing families and community life in Chestermere. The committee will consist of 8 members in total, 6 members being public and 2 members of council. So this brings our total list of committees to 11. They are here: Audit Committee, Chestermere Economic Development Advisory Committee, Protective Services Communications Committee, the Human Services Advisory and Grant Adjudication Committee, the Subdivision and Appeal Board, the Assessment Review Board, Emergency Management Board, the Library Board, Family and Community Sports Services Advisory Committee, Parks and Recreation Committee, and the aforementioned New Youth Committee, which is a work in progress. So here's the total list and their policy numbers of the committees to be rescinded: Aging in Place, Chestermere Accessibility and Streetscape Advisory Board, Chestermere Area and Welcoming and Inclusion Committee, Lake Recreation Committee, Mayor Youth Task Force Committee, Minor Sports Committee, Police Communications Committee, Social Master Plan Committee, and Watershed Advisory Committee. In conclusion, here's the 3 motions again, and they're already typed up, ready to go for council's consideration. Any questions?
Just a general question, if I could. Councillor Ryan, I wanted to ask your thoughts on the matter. Does it make sense, or what is your thoughts on the matter of putting in a commission for protective services rather than a committee? I was talking with, I'm trying to remember which city it was now, but they indicated that they had a commission. And I don't entirely know the entire scope of their commission, but I believe I don't know if it's similar to what you always hear as a police commission of some kind or a protective services commission. Is it as simple as changing the words and the terms of reference, I guess, or the mandate of the group?
Yeah.
What are your thoughts on that?
And then through the chair and to the chair and members of council, thank you for the question. So generally, when we have a commission, the commissions are designated for municipal police agencies such as Calgary Police or Edmonton Police. So essentially, the commissions are an official oversight, the provider oversight to the police, and therefore the police chief would usually then be accountable to the commission, and then the commission takes that information to council. Because we have our CMP, the setup is generally that the council is the commission in a way. So the staff sergeant, will bring any concerns and is accountable to council. But also they're accountable to the RCMP. So what we can do as members of council is we can express our concerns, we can provide feedback, but how they do the business, that still rests on the shoulders of the RCMP. So it does, it is a bit, tricky when it comes to the RCMP as compared to municipal policing. Now, I did see, the change in what are we going to be calling the committee, and my question was going to be if the terms of reference will that stay the same or not. I do like the name because now I think it's a bit more inclusive because it does include our peace officers and our fire department as well. They were always invited to the table, and we've always had, we generally have members of peace officers as well, but the name definitely sounds more inclusive, so I do like that. But yeah, we just have to be careful as to what the terms of reference is, because there's only so much we can do due to our status agreement with the RCMP, because it's not the same as having municipal police, if that makes sense.
Thank you for that. One of the questions, I guess, reasons why I wanted to look into this was we're pushing back on our committees to make sure that our committees are giving us information and doing what their mandate is. And so I was just pondering that, if we have a protective services committee or commission, we really want to hear back as to what their recommendations are, as opposed to we want to have variety of feedback as to whether things are being done appropriately, whether things need improvement. I don't know if they come with recommendations, maybe they do. And then make sure that each of our committees is pushed to, that next level, I guess, of making sure they're providing council with constructive information that council then relies on and proceeds based on that.
Yeah, and I think those are all good suggestions, and then that just goes into the TOR, and we incorporate those things into the terms of reference as to what we expect the committee to do. That, again, the committee may not be able to hold our protective protective services accountable, but we can provide that information to council. The committee can provide the information to council, and then council has the conversation with their protective services with respect to level of services and what have you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's kind of like our audit committee that gives their recommendation and has questions for auditor, and I mean, I don't know if it's per se they hold them to task so much, but their opinions are definitely important.
Yes, and I would agree.
So that's just something that I was pondering, just see what your thoughts were on the matter, because I think it's important that our committee members of each committee, never mind the protective committee, but have their opportunity to take it seriously, and then for that then to be communicated to council as to their belief of what's happening, and are they supporting, really get their support on things that we're deciding with the RCMP, for example. Even do we want to upgrade things? Do we want to add more RCMP? Do we want to add a drone? Do we want to, whatever the communication is, to get a recommendation by that committee that has done some, that has the ability to have their thoughts actually carry some weight, and for council to actually give that committees their due process.
Yes, and absolutely. And, with the council's indulgence and through the CEOs, I'd be happy to work with Kallen on the TOR, because I think we'll need to look at that agreement between the RCMP and the city and what that looks like, and kind of work within the confines of that. Yeah,
no, that's perfect. Okay, that was my quick question for you there, Kallen, and thank you, Councilor Ryan. So that TOR, we're just talking right now about the motions that proceed to replace the committees. And the TORs for these are coming out today.
The TORs have been attached to the agenda for motion number 2, Parks and Rec, Family and Community Support Services, and Protected Services. However, I'm getting the feeling from council that perhaps we want to just take Protective Services Communications Committee off it, and just to see if we want to make it more a commission.
Is it better for us to keep it and then adjust it if needed? Because I think this is the idea. Doesn't mean it's the way to go yet. So there's a lot of conversation that needs to happen and investigation that needs to be done as to what are our next steps, if any. So I think it'd be better to keep our TOR that we've got, and then for us to have either as Councillor Ryan indicated, assisting plus our staff and possibly the committee itself, trying to come back to council with thoughts on the matter as to having their say a bit more involved in the whole situation.
Through the mayor to the rest of the council, all of council, I believe that's a good idea to have a placeholder committee just in place. Maybe it's not everything council wants, but at least it's something. So
yeah, no, I agree 100%. So Kallen, just to confirm, you wanted us to proceed with these motions one at a time?
that is correct. They're broken up.
Okay.
Over.
Councillor Dean?
Through the mayor to Kallen, 2 questions. Will the names of the committees that are possibly about to be rescinded remain on the TOR so that reference point is still there? And then what is the communication that's going to happen for people that are currently on committees that may be rescinded?
Through the mayor to Councillor Dean, for the first question, they won't. The new committees will not referencing old committees. As of resolution, they'll be rescinded, so they won't technically exist anymore. We feel that Legislative Services wrote decent. Our current terms of references encompass all the ideas of it, so it won't necessarily be necessary to refer to rescinded documents. As with reference to your second question, Councillor Dean, it's kind of up to council to decide if we were kind of hoping to have this discussion next council meeting, the 14th. However, it's kind of up to council to decide if council wants to keep all the current members on the existing committees and trying to put them onto the new committees. Personally, Legislative Services feels that might not be the best idea, as some people signed up for certain committees for that specific terms of reference, and we're just changing it on them would be a little, if they at least got a say if they want to. But administration was looking to send them an information package and tell them if they so choose they can apply again for new terms of reference or to the new committees as well.
Councillor Dean?
Thank you. Through the mayor to Kallen, just as a follow-up. So I believe that we had asked for, especially when it comes to the family services one, that we were going to be including it as a possibility for subcommittees so that information wasn't lost. I believe that was the discussion last week. And so that's why I was wondering if it was kept on as the policies amended so that people were aware. I think that meets that. But if we're removing it completely from the TORs, then are we not then including the idea of the subcommittees, that those could be so for example, welcoming and inclusion could be a subcommittee of it?
Within the Family and Community Support Advisory Committee, sorry, these too many words. There, in the terms of reference, there are emphasis on welcoming, inclusion, aging, and so on and so forth. It was kind of Legislative Services interpretation that these subcommittees would somewhat form organically, not necessarily having to be stipulated by the policy itself. So sometimes, who knows, in a couple of years, Chestermere might not need a welcoming inclusion subcommittee, but they really need an aging in place subcommittee. So we thought to help kind of future-proof these policies that subdivisions would occur naturally and are not necessarily something that's mandated.
Interesting. Any further questions? Okay, so the three motions that you'd like us to proceed with? So this is the first motion, Kallen? Okay.
That is correct.
If I can get this motion read into the record, please. Councillor Funk?
Motion that council approve policies as presented. 023-14, Parks and Recreation Committee. 023-15, Family and Community Support Services Advisory Committee. Policy 023-16, Protective Services Communications Committee. Actually, sorry, just a correction. Does the 023 not come at the end of the number? Are those flipped?
For policies, the year comes first and then the policy number.
Sorry.
Okay, are there any questions and statements in relation to the motion on the floor? Okay, if I could ask you to cast your vote. Councillor Ryan, is it possible for you to use the, I can't think of the word for it, but the thumbs up on the, yeah, so there's a few options that you can choose. The hand for thumbs up or thumbs down. There we go, that's thumbs up. Awesome, thanks. Okay, if everybody could cast their vote, please. All right, carried. Thank you. If we could have the second motion read into the record, Councillor Funk.
Motion that council rescind the following policies. Policy 022-02, Aging in Place Committee. Policy 022-04, Chestermere Accessibility and Streetscape Advisory Board. Policy 022-05, Chestermere and Area Welcoming and Inclusion Committee. Policy 022-12, Social Master Plan Committee. Policy 022-08, Lake Recreation Committee. Policy 022-09, Mayor's Youth Task Force. Policy 022-10, Minor Sports Committee. Policy 022-13, Watershed Advisory Committee. Policy 022-11, Police Communications Committee.
Thank you. Are there any comments in relation to the motion on the floor? All right, if I could ask you to cast your vote, please. Thank you, Councillor Ryan. Carried. All right, thank you very much. All right, Councillor Funk, if you'd like to read this into the record.
Motion that council direct administration to open the committee application process and return to council for November 14th, 2023. Thank
you. Are there any comments in relation to the motion on the floor? Okay, if you could please cast your vote. Councillor Ryan in favor. Carried. Thank you. Does that conclude the motions, Kallen, that you're looking for?
Yes, all four committees.
So just to clarify, in regards to you're sending out information to the existing committee people on the committees, and make sure that they're aware that that we are asking them to, we've restructured some committees and we're asking them to now come forward to on these current committees, new committees. Okay. All right, so our next item on the agenda is item 7.2, being presented today by City Director Kim Waltz.
To the mayor and council, thank you. I have before you a document which is the Municipal Affairs Directive Progress Report, and I would ask you to go to Directive 6. I would just like to, I have two decisions I would like from council today. I'll start with the first one as it relates to Directive 6. I'll just read the directive. Council to engage an experienced municipal consultant who is an independent third party and is not currently an employee or contractor of the city to provide advice and guidance in the development of protocols to address intra-council conflict and promote collaborative governance. This directive is due November 30th. So the motion that I am requesting today is that motion approve administration to engage an experienced municipal consultant who is an independent third party and is not currently an employee or contractor of the city to provide advice and guidance in the development of protocols to address intercouncil conflict and promote collaborative governance. So basically, I'm asking council to allow administration to engage with this person on your behalf.
Okay, all right, if I can get the motion read into the record. Councillor Hanley?
Motion that council approve administration to engage an experienced municipal consultant who is an independent third party and is not currently an employee or contractor of the city to provide advice and guidance in the development of protocols to address intercouncil conflict and promote collaborative governance.
Thank you. Are there any comments in regards to the motion on the floor? All right, if I could ask you to cast your vote, please. Councillor Ryan in favor. Carried. Thank you very much, everyone. And I'm moving on to item 7.3.
Thank you to the mayor and council again. Directive 6B, the second part of the directive, is for council to attend a workshop with the consultant to participate in the development and adoption of the protocols as described earlier. The deadline for this is January 31st, 2024, and I'm requesting that council agree to the workshop dated January 16th, 2024.
Okay, that's a Tuesday.
That is a Tuesday.
That we do not have a council meeting.
We do not.
Councillor Hanley?
If I notice the new calendar that we have, we
Yep.
don't have a meeting on the 16th. You must have been off the old one. The meetings are on the 9th and the 23rd.
Right. And so I didn't,
Oh, so
because
you
it's
want
a
the
workshop.
in the week in
Correct. I
between.
don't want it on a council day.
Okay.
Okay, so if I could have a councillor read the motion in. Councillor Hanley?
Motion that council agree to a council workshop to develop and adopt protocols for inter-council conflict and promote collaborative governments dated January 16th, 2024.
Thank you. Are there any comments in relation to the motion being presented? Kallen, I'm just wondering, instead of saying dated, if we just say on.
Sure.
Or for, I guess. Whichever. Councillor Hanley?
So I'll restate the motion then. Motion that council agree to a council workshop to develop and adopt protocols for inter-council conflict and promote collaborative governance on January 16th, 2024.
Sure, thank you. Any further comments? Okay, if you could please cast your vote. Councillor Ryan in favor. Thank you. Carried. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Okay, moving on to our community engagement update, 8.1 on pages 173 to 189 of your agenda package. Being presented today by Stephen Burness, our community engagement manager. Good morning, Stephen. just press the space bar.
There we
Yes,
go.
there you go. Thank
Yeah,
you.
that's better. Perfect. Am I good to use this? It's up to you if I take my cardigan back or not. Sorry, how? Yeah.
Stephen nicely offered his cardigan for our little mask illustration earlier.
Today was picture day at school.
Why, thank you. No longer called that. Well, that's why we're here today. Okay, this should be a quick presentation, Council. Our summer was very lively and full of excellent events, but it won't take too long to summarize them. So, at the end of the presentation, we will be looking for a motion to accept this as information. So please keep that in mind for the end, and questions will be at the end as well. So let's start with the carnival. This was our first, I believe our first in history, multi-day event. It was certainly our first carnival event in Chestermere history. And it was extremely well attended, I have to say. I've never seen that many people in our parks or even just anywhere at one time before. It was almost overwhelming as my first large-scale event in this role. But it was certainly excellent to see the community come out for that. We had it for 4 days. We had the first day as a bit of a sneak peek, so it was a half day. And then the rest of the 3, we had full days with music. We had obviously the carnival itself, fireworks at the end. We had a beer garden even and carriage rides as well. And I don't want to speak for the public here, but I think it was pretty awesome. It seemed like everyone really enjoyed themselves, which is always the goal for these events. And all these were free as well to attend. Canada Day would be next. This event has been going on obviously for a very long time. It has been a staple in our community. It was a little bit underwhelming for attendance. I have my personal opinion on why that was. I don't think that was due to the event itself. I just think it was due to more timing and the extremely hot weather that we had that day. I think people were a little bit more afraid to go out into the sun. It was one of the scorcher days we had this season. However, it still was well attended, and it of course featured birthday cake, which was gone in a matter of, I would say, 30 seconds. Thank goodness we pre-cut it, otherwise it would have taken way too long. We had live music, stilt walkers, petting zoo, which was a first for Canada Day, and of course fireworks as well. New this year, we had our jazz concert series. So last year we did have Jazz in the Park, and this year we expanded it so that there were 3 different bands that came into the park on 3 different dates. So we had one in June, one in July, and one in August. And I attended all 3. I mean, I had to, but they were awesome. Unfortunately, due to weather, the first 2 were mostly held by rain. They still performed, which is excellent, but we didn't get the turnout we were hoping for due to that. That's always a concern with outdoor events, but the bands played terrific anyway. Shout out to the high school band, as well as Johnny Summers and Jazz Plus. They were truly terrific, and I hope to bring them back. August 12th, we had the music festival. This was a huge event for us. This used to be our water festival. I believe it was 4 or 5 years ago that was changed, and we changed it into music festival. This year we had a couple new additions to it. Of course, we had our live music and our beer garden, which are our main attractions for that. But the beer garden was hosted by Suds and Sodas this time, which was a mobile beer truck, like a little Italian pickup truck, which I thought was a great change and a great addition to the event. I think a lot of people really liked seeing it. And then, of course, we had the boat show and shine, which was new as well. We wanted it on the water. Unfortunately, again, some complications with the water levels. They were just too low for those big boats to be right on the shore, but we still had them in the semicircle or the circle by the library. And I know they had a great time. And as far as I know, so did everyone else. And again, thanks to most, if not all, of council for attending as well. We had a council tent for residents to ask any questions. And I believe you guys gave out candy too, which is awesome. Alberta Day. This was thrown together in, I'm going to say 3 weeks. We received notification from the province that we would be eligible for an Alberta Day grant. So this was fully funded by that. And it was given, notification was given about 2.5, 3 weeks before Alberta Day, which is September 1st. We held an outdoor showing of Jaws. We let the public choose the movie, vote on 3. I believe it was Castaway, Jaws, and I'm not sure what the third was. I don't remember. But Jaws won, of course. We had birthday cake actually here in council chambers, handed out by council members. And we had our little first introductory, I believe it's called Coffee with Colvin. Sorry if I get that wrong. I believe that's what it is. So I think considering the amount of time we had, I thought that went off really well, and everyone who was there loved it. We handed out popcorn, we had food trucks, and it was at Anniversary Park, which I think is nice because most of our big events, of course, are at John Peak, which is a terrific park, but it's always nice to spread the wealth a little bit and show some other parts of our city, even though they're just across the bridge anyway. So that was our summer. Now, I didn't go into the events that we didn't host, so that would, of course, include the Bulls on the Beach event, as well as the Ag Society Country Fair, which we attended, but we did not host. So do keep that in mind as well. Our upcoming winter events, we have a full docket. Remembrance Day, of course, is next weekend, Saturday. November 11th, and then right after that we have Winter Lights Festival, which will be in John Peak Park, and then December 2nd we have our Gifts of Kindness Gala, which is hosted by Mayor Colvin, of course, and that will be at the golf club actually. Sorry if I'm speaking too fast either, I'm a fast speaker. Now this is where the new stuff comes in, which you all may not or may know about. I am now considered Community Engagement Manager, which is a new department called Community Engagement. It will look after city events as I've been doing so, but it is also going to bring in our diversity and inclusion coordination. That has been a role that hasn't been filled for, I think, a year. I'm not super sure on the timeline, but I think it's been about a year that it hasn't been filled. And I wanted to make sure that it was filled, so I asked if I could bring it into my responsibility, and graciously they said yes, they would love for me to have more work. So that is my new role and responsibility, and I'm going to tell you a little bit more about it. This is our department is mission. So the first sentence, I would say, is the most important, although the follow-up is definitely nothing to sneeze at. So I'm just going to read it here. You belong in Chestermere. Our community engagement team is consciously and continuously creating innovative solutions to support, include, and engage our beautifully diverse population. Just to show our inclusion and our diversity, this is again in French. This is again in Spanish, and this is again in Punjabi. I did not have the time to do all 400 plus languages that are in the world, but I hope this shows at least a little bit of my inclusivity mindset and my passion for this new project of mine. I think you belong in Chestermere as a sentence needs to be the mission. And I think no matter who you are, no matter what you believe in, what you represent, what may represent you, I think you need to be welcomed inside of City Hall and inside of Chestermere just as a whole, whether you are a resident or you're not. Obviously, we're always looking for new people to come into Chestermere, and we want them to feel welcome while doing so. Just a little aside here, I find when people are representing, maybe I'm a minority or a smaller community or organization, let's say, we'll often hear people say that they don't care what you represent. They love you and they care about you, whatever, but they don't care what you represent. I want to do the opposite. I care what you represent, and I'm going to show that, and I want the city to show that as well. And it does not matter what you represent, but I'm going to care for it, no matter what. And I want that to be my mission, and I want that to hopefully flow through the city as well, so that everyone can feel welcomed and everyone can feel like they belong. And that's my hope, and hopefully it works. What we have done so far, obviously I don't have a completed budget yet for this department, so funds are a little tight. However, I've been doing everything I can regardless. I've been doing many hours of research when I can on different collectives and different groups and different minorities to know what they stand for, what they believe in, what we need to do to help them feel included. And then I've also been reaching out to community organizations, community nonprofits, just community leaders and residents in general, to hear what they have to say and hear what their perspective of Chestermere is, and hear what they think that we should be doing for inclusivity. Because of course, it isn't about the city, it's about the residents. So I want to hear from the residents and hear from the groups that represent residents on what they think we need to be doing better. And then I've been gathering a list of all the many things that I can be doing better, and hope to enact that in 2024. Assuming my budget gets approved, Council, my hope, and this would be in immediacy, is first to make the building more accessible and welcoming. Unfortunately, I've heard a lot from community leaders that some people in this community are actually scared to come into City Hall, which probably shouldn't have surprised me, but it still did because I'm so comfortable in this building. Language barriers are a huge reason for that, and when the planning desk was originally right next to my office, I would hear the conversations, and most of what people need are just like garage permits to build a shed, just very simplistic residential needs that you have to come to City Hall for. And we need to be able to address those barriers in City Hall so that more people can feel welcome coming here, so that more people can get what they need from our building and from our staff as well. So that would be the very first thing that I plan to enact. Assuming that is successful, I would like to duplicate that in other buildings around the city. So other community buildings like the rec center, like Camp Chestermere, anything that may be a hub for residents that residents may need to go to for information. I want them to be just as inclusive, and I would obviously help with that with either research or partnering financially or anything I can do to help. And then once I feel like our buildings in our community are more inclusive, I want to make our existing events more inclusive and also add new inclusive events. Examples would be, although I know we all love our pancakes and sausages, I'm sure all of us eat more than we need to for pancakes and sausages, and I would love to have a cultural breakfast for Canada Day. Canada Day isn't just about pancakes and sausages anymore. It's so much more than that. And I would love to both represent new cultures in our events, but also bring people in and educate them about new cultures that they may have not known about or known anything about beforehand. And then finally, I want to, of course, educate our staff and our community. Not that they are not educated, but we can always do better. And that would be my fourth goal or pillar, if you will. And I think, so that is my spiel. Spiel. That is my spiel. I will now request for a motion to accept this presentation as information. And if you have any questions, of course, please let me know.
Thanks very much for your presentation, Stephen. I wanted to point out that you have done a great job with this new job that you've been thrown into, as well as, of course, in the events as well. Our events this year we were putting on a lot of events and a lot of challenging opportunities with that, and you performed exceptionally.
Thank
So
you.
it was really nice to see you jump in with both feet, and we're looking forward to the future and all of the discussions and concepts that you're looking at bringing forward.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Councillor, are there any other questions for Stephen before we jump to a motion? Councillor Fote?
Stephen, I thank you again as a resident and as a councillor, and you did an amazing job. You're talking about inclusivity and things like that, and I saw something done once, and I think it's still there. When I lived up north, there was a community called Spirit River, and up at Spirit River, they built the largest teepee right next to a gas station, basically. And it was an amazing cultural event by doing that. And then they would have a powwow in this location. And so just giving an idea, I think it would work great. And this thing was huge. You could see it for quite a ways away. But anyway, just an idea. We recognize the First Nations and the Métis, and I think that would be something that we could maybe they might even sponsor the cost of it.
Thank you.
If I'm able to respond through Mayor Colvin to Councillor Fote. Oh, sorry. I think that's a great idea. I know also Calgary this year for Truth and Reconciliation Day had teepees around in different parks as well. Our team was looking at doing that. We unfortunately didn't have enough time to pull it off for that day. But we do plan to, yes, maybe not that exactly, but we definitely plan to bring in more representation of Indigenous culture. And I would love to do it with teepees especially, just because I think they're a really cool part of it and really interesting history on them as well, I think. So, I think that's a great idea, and that's definitely something I'll be looking at.
Thank you. Kallen, can you put the motion on the table, on the screen, sorry? And if I could get the motion read into, and we can then break for lunch. Councillor Hanley?
Motion that council accepts the summer events review for 2023 presentation as information.
Thank you. Are there any comments in regards to the motion? Okay, if you could please cast your vote. Councillor Ryan is for. Carried. All right. If I could also request that we now have a break for lunch, and we'll come back it's 12:05. We'll come back at 1:35, please. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for your patience. We're just coming back from lunch. We're just going to move on with our agenda for today. We're going to start with the emergency management exercise presented by Jamie Coots, Fire Chief, which is on page 216 to 228 of your agenda. So we'll say good afternoon to Jamie.
Is this already on?
You're good to go.
All right. Thank you, Mayor and Council, for having us in today. We just wanted to bring you up to date on an exercise we had at the end of September. It was a very successful exercise with our partners, Wheatland County and the town of Strathmore. It was on September 28th. We ran an all-day exercise. These kinds of exercises we have to do according to the Alberta government from time to time. So we do tabletop exercises, and then every once in a while you got to do a live exercise. We've been doing a lot of work on emergency management over the last year, so it was a chance for us to go ahead and try it. Our exercise included the Emergency Coordination Center, an incident command post, one here and one in Strathmore, and an ESS reception center, which was at Camp Chestermere. The ECC had about 60 staff throughout the day. Our regional one in our partnership with Wheatland and Strathmore is in the Wheatland County office. And so they ran that out there while we had incidences here in Chestermere and in Strathmore, which obviously there's always challenges with that communication. Every time you have a council meeting, you're trying to make sure that you can communicate, people can see and talk. It was a fun day, 60 staff from 3 different agencies, plus we had mentors in to make sure that we were learning and doing okay. It was a pretty good day. The 2 command posts, one was at the Chestermere Fire Hall, and again, one was in Strathmore. The event here in Chestermere was kind of a unique one. We decided that we would run a fake tornado through the city. So it started at the rec center and did a bunch of damage at the rec center. Threw a bunch of things into the lake and a bunch of people. Then came to the fire hall where it put a bunch of vehicles and our training building into some chaos, and then carried on up to the old water slide site where we had a bunch of the kids doing things for us there. And so there was 70 high school and junior high school kids and their teachers came out to help us. We got to do makeup with them. We got to give them the medical cards and teach them kind of how to act as far as their injuries went. And it was pretty good. Platoon Chief Paquette was our incident commander here in town, so we're still not speaking over all this, but it was, he had a good day. He's the one in the picture in the green vest there, and was able to take our team and work with everybody. In total, there was over 200 people from 39 different agencies that came and worked together in this whole event. Our regional emergency social services team, so that's the people that work here for the city, also from Strathmore and Wheatland County, all went together. And some of our NGOs got together. Synergy Camp Chestermere came out for sure, and they were able to set up emergency social services at Camp Chestermere, where they fed all the kids, which was obviously a highlight. We went to the school later and bought them pizza as a thank you, and they said the pizza was okay, but it wasn't as good as the food at Camp Chestermere, so I guess that's where we fall there. But we were able to get all of the students down there and by the end of the day, so that was good. That was one of the success points. Camp Chestermere, you've all been there, you know what I'm talking about. It was an excellent location for us for emergency social services. We were able to house all the kids there. We were able to feed them. We were able to have a reception center, and we were able to let them go over to the gym and play around with some of the stuff there. One of the learning lessons for us there was that our 2 locations are Camp Chestermere and the rec center. So when one of those is impacted by any event, it takes half of our capabilities away immediately. So that was a learning piece for us and something that we're going to have to learn to deal with as we move forward. In the rec center, it was the first one hit, so there's ammonia in there, so there was a hazardous materials part to the event. And then 34 student actors, and I will tell you they were very good actors. They liked to act. there may have been some overacting, as a matter of fact. But it was a good day. Our firefighters and our CPOs packed out all 34 people, to the point where the next day some of the firefighters were saying they could barely close their hands from holding onto the chairs and the stretchers and the backboards. So I don't know if they loved it that much, but we got a lot done, and it was a successful day at the rec center. They've been really good partners with us since I got here. This is our third drill now with them. So we're very aware of the risks there and the facility, and the staff was just great to work with. The water rescue part was interesting. We have a lake in the center of our city, so that's always something on our mind. And so we actually took some of our aquatics mannequins out, and we had a resident place them for us, so we even didn't know where they were. And we got 3 missing people, so they had to go out there, locate the people, get the people, bring them back in, and take care of them and get them back to the EMS triage at the fire hall. So it was an interesting piece. It was a beautiful, calm day, so everyone that went out on the water was happy it was only an exercise and happy to be out there, but we had some good success there as well. Nice working with all our different partners, 39 different agencies, so I'm not going to list them all here, but you can well imagine that, some of the big ones were Task Force, I guess, Canada Task Force out of Calgary came in. The EMS folks were big, so we had people from the MFR program, the Medical First Response program. We had the kind of like the trauma medics that come to the big events. We had our local manager for the south area, and we had the big boss came out as well and checked it out. So it was good to work with them and see how that all comes together. To me, I think that every time I see all those organizations come together for a common goal, it makes me a little bit more happy, because when bad things happen, these are the people we're going to call. It's nice to know who they are and see their faces, and we had a big debrief just last week, I guess, and everyone came, and so it's trying to take those lessons and make sure there's lessons learned, not lessons observed. If we see them but don't do anything with them, they're only observed. If we actually change something or put something into policy, they're learned and we move forward. And so for us, that was a big part of the exercise, is to get the debrief, make sure we're moving the program forward. You can see there from that picture, this lady comes from Task Force. She does a lot of this stuff. She does it for TV. She does it for movies. And so with the limited time we gave her, she was able to make a lot of injuries. I thought they were pretty gruesome, a lot of them. Some of them actually sprayed blood, and I won't get into all the gory details, but you can see that it was kind of cool for the kids to be part of that and to experience all of that blood and gore, and made it more realistic for the people we work with to go there and actually be able to see that. So this is just at the start of the exercise. You can see we're kind of just giving the safety briefing there, just give you an idea of the first responders that were there that day. We had comms people out, so they were able to communicate through the city website throughout the day. Our other 2 partners also went out on Voyant Alert in Strathmore and Wheatland County. And we're able to get a ton of great pictures that we were able to take back and use as training. We did have some media influence that day as well. Folks from CTV came out, so we were able to chat with them. And then they went out to the Emergency Coordination Center and did a mock media scrum, which was good training for the Reeve from Wheatland County, who had to stand up and talk in front of the real cameras and all of the people out there. This is always the question, so I just put it in there. It cost us about $12,000 to do our part of the exercise. Instructors, food, rental, vehicles, all that stuff. Obviously, there's costs that we don't capture, which is staff overtime, fuels and repairs and things like that to our own vehicles. So in 2 years, we'll hope to do another live exercise with our partnership. And in the meantime, next year, we'll do a tabletop exercise, a little more controlled and quiet. And now we're to my favorite part.
I was just going to ask how often you do that, every 2 years?
Yeah, we'd like to do a live exercise every 2 years. So we have to do it every 5 years to meet the minimums. But if we go tabletop live exercise, we get these teams together a little more often. So it's a little more expensive, but it builds a stronger team and builds a stronger relationship with those teams. So.
Council, thank you, Jamie. Are there any other questions for Jamie?
Oh, come on, I'm getting out of here like that.
So it was a great exercise. All we heard was positive.
Good stuff.
Performed really well. I heard the actors were really good too.
They were, yeah, really, really good.
That's nice to see. Kallen, do you have a motion for us? All right, if I could get the motion read into the record, Councillor Hanley.
Motion that council accept the emergency management exercise presentation as information.
Thank you. Are there any comments in regards to the motion on the floor? All right, if you could please cast your vote. Let's see, Councillor Ryan. All right, carried. Thank you very much. All right, thank you very much, gentlemen. All right, so moving on to our item 8.2, which is a community growth and infrastructure projects update presented by Travis Fillier, our City Director of CGI, and Lauren Chorney, his Assistant City Director of CGI.
Good morning, Mayor and Council.
Good afternoon.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. So, thought this was a great opportunity as we enter into start of the fourth quarter to give a quarterly update, I guess, on where CGI is at with regards to council priorities and capital projects. Here with me is Lauren, who's going to help co-lead this presentation for me. Thought it'd be a good opportunity for her to get in front of council as well. So today's the intended presentation is to provide council with a Q3 update for the 2023 council capital and priority projects. No motions are being requested today. This presentation is for informational purposes only. And with that, I will hand it over to Lauren, and she will lead the first few slides. I'll be here for support, and then I'll take over midway through.
Okay. So the first project update we'd like to share is the John Morris Way West Chestermere Drive intersection upgrade. So this project is currently in the preliminary design, and the project budget is set at $520,000. We are currently looking at 3 different options with this project, which includes traffic lights with an estimated cost of $400,000, a modular roundabout install with an estimate of $75,000, and a permanent roundabout with an estimate of $400,000. The consultant is EXP, and the estimated completion date is estimated to be fall 2024. And the next key milestone is to provide a presentation to council, which is currently planned for November 14th. And just a keynote that the Town of Sundre has graciously donated us some temporary modules, which can be seen in the photo, and the City of Chestermere just has to go pick those up. So the next project is the utility master plan, and this plan is to show growth for the water and sanitary infrastructure and will include updated costs for the offsite levies, and the project is currently in progress. The 23 budget is set at $300,000, and the current contract amount is $172,000, so we're currently under budget. The consultant is SEMA Plus, and the estimated completion date is fall 2024. And the next key milestone is to provide a presentation to council for a risk analysis, and it's estimated to be early November. And we are working with our consultant, Mark, and have completed a change order to include the East Acreage servicing for $13,000, as there are synergies between both these projects. And next is the Rainbow Road expansion. So this project is currently under construction, and we're getting ready for seasonal completion and shut down construction for the winter. So the 23 budget is set at $7.4 million, and the current contract amount is $6.4 million. The consultant is SEMA Plus, and the contractor is Volker Staven. and the estimated completion date is June 2024. So some key highlights is that we are completing the concrete and asphalt. So I think we're at approximately 60% complete, but it could be more since that update. And we're targeting to open the roundabout for winter. And we're currently having meetings held to discuss how we plan to open up this project to the public for the winter. And we will have to complete the landscaping early spring next year, 2024.
Council, do you want me to pause on each one just in case council has questions, Mayor? Or do you want me to just roll through and then any questions we can address them after?
I think probably address them, maybe actually as we go.
Okay.
Maybe better. So are there any questions in regards to what we've seen so far? Okay, thanks. Please continue.
Next one is the Rainbow Road Bridge upgrades. So this project is required to replace existing bridge because it's reached the end of its life. So the project budget is 5.3 million and the current contract amount is 4.9 million. So that came in below budget. The contractor is Volker Steven and we're currently in the contract initiation phase and we're hoping to mobilize in November and complete this project by October 30th, 2024. So some key highlights to note is that the river works have to be completed within the construction window set by the WID, and that is from November 2023 to March 2024. And we've also received approval from AEP to utilize their lands for construction.
Excellent.
And next we have the Entertainment District, which is a conceptual study and is being completed to understand the development capabilities and possibilities for 126 Main Street to City Hall. The 23 budget is set at $150,000 and the current contract amounts total is $63,000. This project includes 2 consultants, which is BNA Studios and KWL, who are doing the stormwater component. The next key milestone is to provide a presentation to council on the November 21st, and it will include options for the storm pond removal. And we would like to complete this project by Q1 of 2024, and we will also be planning to provide another presentation. We might put them together, or it might be on the November 28th to share concepts for the entertainment district.
I'll add one note here on this one, Mayor, if you don't mind. Essentially what we're showing here, I don't want to scare people off with some of the concepts that are in here, but I just wanted to show that there's progress on us doing assessments for the concepts for this area. B&A has been engaged here for the past month, I would say. We've been meeting with them weekly, and we've tossed around a few different concepts. And so November 28th, that's when we'll come to council with some more information to engage council on what we think this vision will be. As well with Frida and the stormwater pond, she's been working with KWL on this, with some options on how, if we want to utilize that pond that's within the entertainment district, the options of getting rid of that, whether it's underground storage or moving it elsewhere. So we'll have all that for council as well.
Excellent.
Okay, next project is the South Link Connector in Township Road 240, ACP top lift paving. So this project has recently been tendered and awarded, and the 23 budget is set at $800,000, and the current contract amount came in at $574,000, so that came in below budget. The contractor is Consite Construction, and the next key milestone is to start construction in spring of 2024. And we estimate that this project will be completed in June of 2024. And some key notes is that, yes, we've tendered it this year, but there's been a mutual agreement with Consite to keep their pricing and start this work in the spring next year.
We also thought it was important that we delayed this as well, because as you know, there's a lot of heavy haul program that's happening for South Shores, and obviously with that railroad crossing that's happening there as well. We did go ahead and do all the concrete repairs to prepare for top lift to happen, but honestly, it worked in the city's favor to delay it a year, and we get an extra year of life out of the asphalt, pushing it to 2024 while we hold the 2023 pricing. So we have that agreement in place with Constate to hold that.
Councillor Funk?
I'm assuming this is Township 240 east of Rainbow Road?
Yes, correct.
There seems to be a lot of undulation within that road and stuff.
This?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Does there need to be any additional compaction or any additional work done on it before the top lift, or?
Are you talking about like localized areas of like heave, or are you talking about like just the general trap loads with on the road?
It seems, well, changed from when it was originally done. It seems to have moved quite a bit in areas.
We can definitely assess any of the frost heave that may happen through spring thaw cycles. That would have been some of the repairs that we would have done through concrete work. Asphalt will help repair some of that settlement as well. Like you know, we'll kind of blend over a lot of that. But there are some trap lows along 240 just because we have the catch basin there along with the adjacent storm ponds that we've put on. So that'll be the overall kind of flow route of 240. But if there's anything localized, we'll fix any settlement issues for sure. Yeah.
Okay. Awesome. Thank you.
So next project is Highway 1 westbound acceleration lane. So this project's required to increase the safety of that intersection. It's currently in the design phase, and the 23 design budget is set at $75,000, and the current contract amount is $52,000, and the consultant is Stantec. So we're planning to have the design and tender done by January 2024. And we're planning to commence construction in the spring of 2024, pending approval of the construction budget by the city. Yes. So kickoff is complete, now pending approval from AT for the data collection work. And then we have the City Hall parking lot expansion. So this is required because there's not enough parking stalls for staff at City Hall, and they're currently parking out on the street. So this project should add an estimated additional 30 lots. It's currently in the RFP phase, and the 23 budget is set at $270,000, and the contract amount is to be determined. So some key dates is that the RFP is set to close on November 30th, 2023. We estimate to complete the design and tender by early 2024, with construction starting in April 2024. Some key highlights is that we've revised the RFP from the design build to design bid build to secure better pricing, as the previous RFP came in 3 times the estimate. And just to note, there are some trees located where the new parking stalls will go, and we're planning to move those still within the project area.
Next one is the Chestermere Boulevard, Marina Drive to West Chestermere Drive region. And so this one is not a specific project per se. It is tied to maybe Chestermere Boulevard feasibility study when we look at the corridor itself and the budget we put together for the bridge. So that's where the $150,000 shows right now. But I've engaged some work on this because there's just so many moving parts on Chestermere Boulevard when we look at the work that we were doing on the realignment of West Chestermere Drive with the recreation CRCA building and the roundabout there, as well as inquiring whether we can punch through Melkor's property and get in by McDonald's with another connection to Chestermere Boulevard, as well working with Brown and Associates, as well as our other consultant on the whole CRCA recreational district layout, and then with Stephen Power on the West Chestermere Drive of John Morris Way, Marina Drive, and all the traffic analysis that's happening kind of in that chunk there. And it was very important for us to maybe not overlook this section of Chestermere Boulevard with all the work that's happening. So I just wanted to bring a little bit of recognition to Chestermere Boulevard. Stephen Power was involved. Well, he used to work for HDR and was involved in the old Chestermere Boulevard report that was put together in 2015, shaping what that council had put in and administration put in place for the vision of Chestermere Boulevard. So we wanted to use that as a guide for us to continue to assess Chestermere Boulevard with some of the projects that this council wanted to move forward with. So this is just kind of a blend of everything put together. Right now we're in preliminary conceptual design, and I'll flip to that here in a second. But again, with BNA being kind of the lead on Chestermere Boulevard, urban street, we'll come to council on November 28th with some more concepts. This is something that we're probably going to have completed here, whether it's Q4 of 2023 or Q1 of 2024. So again, the key highlight here is it's just so much synergy with if we didn't look at this, we'd be a bit negligent because it ties to so many of our projects. So this one here, again, this is just a concept. As I mentioned, I don't want to scare council or the public on what this impacts, whether it's beaches or CRCA, but essentially building off of the plan that was put in place for Chestermere Boulevard, the vision of what that cross section would look like, as well as the future projects, council priority projects that we've been looking at with the realignment of West Chestermere Drive and whatnot. So really what we wanted to create here is this urban downtown feel where it's pedestrian focused, somewhere where people have this node, this hub that attracts our residents to come down, pretty much almost like a park and play. You have all these mixed use residential, commercial fronting the street, the speed of the street being a bit slower, pedestrian feel, trees, multi-use pathways or active transit through here, as well as connecting with some of the vision around what could possibly transpire with CRCA if we get some traction on that, as well as you can see West Chestermere Drive existing alignment, doing something creative there if you ever think of like Stevenson Avenue, downtown Calgary, where it still can be used as a roadway through certain times of the day, but if there's events or festivities that are happening, maybe it's a road that we close down and have some sort of carts and food trucks and everything else on it, and then kind of really just building off of Anniversary Park of what's there. Again, this with the Chestermere bridge that we're looking at for the feasibility study, with having that tunnel across the John Peak Park. Again, there's just so many ties to what's going on here, and it's very exciting actually. So I just wanted to flash this to council that we haven't overlooked this component of all the projects that we've been doing here. Comments or questions on this one?
No, it's exciting. I mean, there's lots of opportunities, lots of changes, lots of ideas that I know you guys are running through, but yeah, it's exciting to look at.
Copper Service Life program. So this was the 356 that you're seeing here for the budget is combination of both capital projects put together. This would be the Copper Service Life program as well as the linear asset replacement. So essentially water and sewer services, replacing the aging infrastructure because we have issues with the copper lines. So O'Leary is the successful contractor on this. We've awarded the contract to them for $255,000, which comes in under budget, which is great. It's great to see that actually the common theme here and everything you've seen here is that we've been getting some good pricing, except for the City Hall parking lot, which we knew was a bit more than what we expected. So again, going into 2024, winter of 2024, we expect to get better pricing to get into the contractor's queue earlier so that we're on schedule and then get better pricing for that. This one here has started already. We are starting to do services in the Cove as of last week. Based on the approved budget, we're looking at probably doing like 10 services every year. And as we continue, we kind of track how many services are left as we continue forward. This was something that we had in the 2023 to 2027 capital plan of spending $100,000 every year. So. Estimated completion date, again, we're only doing 10 services, so we expect this to be completed this year, likely by the end of November. Water transfer station upgrades. So back in 2017, the UMP has recommended that this transfer station see some upgrades to some of the pumps that tie into the growth of the city. So based on the water transfer station's current condition, It was estimated that it would take us to 2024 with an estimated population of 24,000 people. We are right there now. So this was a project that was approved by council. Mark's been helping us lead this, as well as Frida, with the EPCOR contract. So construction is ongoing here. We were delayed by a few servicing times on Rainbow Road, but we plan to complete the underground on this by middle of November. Yard piping is pretty much done, and then we just got to replace the pump within pump 2 of the water transfer station. So lift station 10, this is some work you're going to see on Chestermere Boulevard as of today and the past few days. If the public's inquiring what's happening with a little bit of a partial lane closure there. This is the removal of the valve chamber. So this was a chamber that was put in place back in the day. It is now redundant. It has been redundant to another chamber downstream. This is aging infrastructure. There's a lot of corrosion with the piping and everything through here. So it was pegged as a project that needed to be replaced. Otherwise, it could cause us some issues down the road if it were to fail. And we wanted to avoid that. This, of course, is on the 200 millimeter main as well as the 450 millimeter force main. That is our emergency backup for wastewater to get to the city of Calgary. This project is, as I mentioned, is already underway, and we expect it to be completed here by the end of November. Lift Station 3 and Lift Station 12 refurbishment. As you can see in the pictures here, these have been here for a while as well. They've both been pegged as needing some attention with regards to mechanical and electrical components. Some of the transfer switches, as well as control panels and other electrical components within these units. The 2023 budget was 110. We were right at there with 111 for the contract. It's currently in design stage. We are looking at having the design package ready in 2023 of this year. And then we will go to tendering, and construction will happen in 2024. Am I still going? Yeah. Might get carried away here. Rainbow Road sanitary trunk. So as most people are aware that we have some H2S issues on Rainbow Road. Doesn't come to anyone's surprise. You drive through there or walk through there. This was something we engaged SEMA in coming up with some solutions for us. It was about $15,000 for them to kind of take a review of what solutions can we provide or do to eliminate the odor issues along Rainbow Road. We just received the final report, and I believe it's currently under our review, and we are expecting completion of that this year. So they do have a few items for us to consider in there to help us remove it. And again, it's under review. So I'm going to pause if there's any comments or questions.
Are there any comments for Travis at this point? Just some of us definitely want to see that.
Yes. Recreational district feasibility study. So again, I kind of touched on this a little bit with the other ones. We approved $2.5 million to kind of conduct a feasibility study for this project. We've spent very minimal to date in regards to engaging some of the conceptual design. So we have SBL contractors who's been helping us kind of shape what this facility could look like, as well as B&A, kind of the overarching concept review for the entire area. Presentation to council is expected still this year, again with the other concepts that B&A is going to come forward with, as well as working with SBL to finalize that feasibility study. I would say by the time we conclude all that, we're probably just early into Q1 of 2024. So here's some images of things that we've been working with. Again, very, very conceptual, tied with some of the work that B&A has been doing. We've been back and forth a few different times on what this would look like. Again, we'll come to council for some feedback. Civic Center feasibility study. So I know this is something that the city is really looking forward to. The 20 acres that's in Dawson's. So we approved a 2023 budget of $200,000. We've spent $82,000 to date between two contractors. Again, the same two that we have agreements in place with. You can see here some conceptual design on the civic site as well as some synergies with the high school site. So you're going to see number 1 on the screen, 2 and 3. This would be the high school site in Chelsea as well. Then there would be some sort of plus 15 that would connect to the east, which is the 20 acres, again, being the civic center. I don't have a breakdown of all the numbers because I want to save that for our council presentation and engagement. But to highlight, you know, we're talking about like skating rinks, we're talking about a field house, so bringing all those amenities to the city that we're all in desperate need of. So again, conceptual design stage, presentation to come forward here by the end of November. And we're looking at doing a feasibility study for this and concluding that probably by Q1 of 2024. We did have a huge kickoff a month or 2 ago that included Rocky View School Board. We had some very positive input into the whole program and how what the funding models of this could look like if we needed to help advance the school site. Chestermere's been playing a big role in that, as well as creating this university district feel. That's something that would be very unique to this area. We have such a great opportunity when you look at Merganser Drive West on the north side, and that whole commercial frontage onto Chestermere Boulevard, and creating some sort of programs with the high school in regards to whether it's a trades unit where they can, you know, work and kind of go to school at the same time. As well as the school having access to all the amenities. Like, why would they duplicate all their infrastructure if we're going to have a gymnasium right next door? You see a lot of those models right now. Strathmore has one with I believe it is the George Freeman. I can't remember if it's Freeman. And so that facility has a school with the whole multiplex attached to it, which is a great facility. And so we want to create something here that's unique. And with the synergies between both sites. So there's been some positive movement on this, so we're very excited. Yep.
Councillor Foat.
Mr. Mayor, to the presenter, will there be a pool in here or not?
We've been looking at it. Again, some of this is also dependent on any traction that we get with the CRCA site. You know, we have many great ideas with, you know, if we ever get an opportunity to build out CRCA site with swimming pools and whatnot, you know, there are definitely need for pools. I know that's probably the biggest question that we get in regards to recreation is when is the city going to get a pool, right? I guess whether we need 1 or 2, I guess that's the question too as the population grows. But again, yes, something that we're considering for this site.
Thank you.
Rainbow Road South feasibility study. Me still? So this was something that SEMA has undertaken for us. You know, we've been twinning Rainbow Road from Chestermere Boulevard down to the bridge. Obviously, the bridge is another big project that we've been doing. But then we want to know what happens beyond that as we get down to Township 240 and hopefully even through expansion down to Glenmore. And so right now, SEMA has been kind of taking a look at the alignment, as you know, the private property that we kind of go around after the bridge and the tracks as we go towards 240. Essentially what the future expansion of this road would look like. Obviously, we're twinning it to the bridge, but then what happens after that? This is the feasibility study that SEMA has been engaged in. And so we will likely be doing a presentation to council in November as well for this.
Travis, just a quick question. In regards to the twinning here and the Rainbow Bridge replacement, have you determined if we're able to use the existing bridge for one way for a while and then use the new bridge for the other direction of travel?
Well, it's going to be, per Lauren's presentation, you know, we're going to be building that bridge until fall of next year, which is 2024. So likely won't be in operation until maybe even early 2025. The existing bridge is really at its life end. Could you leave it in place and have it as a bit of an active transit route at that time? For sure. But would it be something that we could use temporarily? I would say to be determined. I've had some of those discussions, and I think it really just comes down to the assessment of the bridge and the safety of the bridge. So,
okay, thank you.
But if there is opportunity, obviously, to use it, then we would like the opportunity to use it. But then at the same time, when we go to move everyone over to one side and we start stage 2, then we're obviously going to have to dismantle that to get it out of the way too, because that's where the ultimate will go. So.
Councillor Funk, vote.
Is there, for the chair to Travis, is there any future consideration of turning it all the way to Glenmore, or even going north from Chestnut Boulevard all the way up to the number 1?
Yes, correct. You will see come forward here during the 2024 capital planning that we've been doing that the twinning of Rainbow Road north of Chestnut Boulevard is actually an offsite levy driven project. So you will see that come forward. There are a section of that we want to build soon. It'll take it from Chestnut Boulevard, I think, to Windermere Drive, if I'm not mistaken. But again, you'll see that come forward in our 2024 capital request. But again, being an offsite levy project. I would agree. I think, as south of Chestnut builds out, we look at the positive opportunities of, when you think Serenity, South Shores, all of Waterford Estates and Waterford development. There's a lot of development to happen, even in Chelsea. And, Rainbow Road is the busiest corridor in the city besides obviously Chestnut Boulevard, right? As that twins out, more and more people are going to want to use that corridor to jump onto Glenmore to go in, right? So I would say it'll definitely be completed in stages. We'd probably twin it to 240. Again, and hopefully we get some positive movement with regards to our annexations, and then we would look at definitely continuing the twinning right down to Glenmore. So,
Councillor vote.
Is there any further planning of from the city of Calgary to be bringing out Pagan Trail out to join with 240?
So Pagan Trail right now is in Rocky View County. That connection is I think it's 1 mile through privately owned land. I will say I'm a little bit, I won't be able to disclose all the information, but what I've heard is that there is a good chance that development could happen in the very near future. We did bring that forward to RBC in our IMC meeting with them as well. We recently brought it up in our IMC meeting with Calgary as well. So everyone's aware of it. We know that we want this connection to happen. And then, but again, it's an alignment that's through private property as well. So. Centralized stormwater management facility. So this one's pretty fresh for council because we've been up here a couple times talking about this one. Again, we're going to come back to council on November. We were going to come back on November 7th, but it'll be the 14th. With more of an update. I know we left council last time talking about whether it was going to be A, B, or C, or maybe even now a D. So we will come back to council with that, with the preferred location. Keeping in mind, our ambition with the South Lake, as well as whether or not we want to take part in the CSMI, or if we're continuing to go to the Bow. So. Land use bylaw, we'll talk about maybe this a little bit later in council today as well, but essentially we had approved $50,000 for our planning team to update the land use bylaw with some external help as well with Liz. And so we kind of parked this one for a little bit just because we were so busy this year with building our planning team, as well as just all the development permits that have come in and our subdivision applications. So we've been kind of tasked with other items right now, and this one kind of took a bit of the back burner. But now as we go into the winter, we're bringing this one back to life, but we still estimating that we'll have it done in Q2 of 2024. Again, this would just be doing one consolidated update of all the different bylaws that we've been amending. And to that point, actually, I want to touch base on some of the recurring theme that I keep hearing in regards to some of the discussion this morning with parking, right? Rear lane parking, garage parking, front on-street parking, creating more stalls and whatnot. So that will be an opportunity for us to kind of include all that with this update as well. Get our planning team to look at, best practices in how we are able to achieve more parking, less on-street congestion. Chestermere Boulevard Bridge. So this one right now is pretty much 95% complete. We've stood here in front of council a couple different times talking about this. Obviously, ACOM was the consultant on this. $150,000. We spent $101,000. Again, that was where some of the available budget was for us to kind of take a look at Chestermere Boulevard beyond this boundary. Council's provided some comments. I've passed it on to the consultant. I believe I emailed council on this a couple different times, just checking in to see if there was any final comments. We're looking at maybe signing off on this project very soon. I will resurface that email just to see if there's any final comments there. We will address what we can, keeping in mind that some of the comments will likely be addressed during detailed design. Not that we're not paying attention to them, but for this level of detail here, we may not be able to have all the answers. So, any questions on this one? And the beachfront improvement. So I would say that not much has been done physically on this. However, Cam and I continue to meet with WID, and we're looking at getting some agreements in place to allow us to be able to move forward not only with this opportunity for beachfront expansion, but other opportunities as well. That's all I can really share on that, but I just didn't want to turn a blind eye to this one because it was on council's priority list for something that we want to create for the community. Definitely, we believe there's opportunity here. Again, that would tie to all the entertainment district that we want to do. So this gets very exciting, but we just need to continue to work with WID to make sure we have all those agreements in place. Any questions?
Thank you, Travis. And Lauren, I wanted to just allow council to ask any more questions in relation to the presentation. Lots of information. Councillor Fote.
Going back to the parking lot here that you plan on getting started, is there any plans that you'd try to move the trees this winter and we just use it as a parking lot for the winter?
We talked about it. I did talk to Cam as well about moving the trees. We figured it was probably safer to move them in the spring, just because right now we'd be scrambling what to do, where to put them and everything. And we figured that we would just leave it. In regards to the additional parking through the landscaped area, we're just a little concerned because there's irrigation lines in there as well. We don't want any settlement if there's not proper compaction. We just figured that if we were to remove some of the fleet vehicles over to Public Works Yard, now that the inspectors are not going to be utilizing them as much, maybe we only need 1 or 2 vehicles there rather than 6 or 7 that we have there. As well, we were looking at other opportunities where we could create a couple stalls that could be like carpooling, just something to tie us through to winter, really to get us to April, and then we'll start construction in April. So we are looking at different initiatives to be able to get more parking in here. We were even thinking that since council's not here every day, that they have 4 or 5 stalls there, that maybe we can utilize them through certain days of the week, and maybe Tuesdays are the non-parking days within council stalls. Different things like that we're just taking a look at just to tie us over for the next 5 months. So, yeah.
On that Dawson Sportsplex, do you have an idea? Are you still expecting to be able to come to completion on the drawings and whatnot by the end of the year?
That's gonna be tight. I think the bottleneck there a little bit is dealing with RVS with the school board. I'm not trying to put that on them, but if we're trying to create synergies with that design, it's not just a plug and play anymore. Like they may have a design they just copy and paste from one project to another. Not to say that that's what they're going to do with this one, but we want to deviate a little bit from that, because if we want to do opportunities with a trade school, do the plus 15 over to the gymnasium or whatever, those are just components that we'll have to work through coordination wise. I would say that now that this, I guess, good point here now that I have the opportunity, is to note that the high school site has been registered as of yesterday. So that's really good news. It's in Rocky View School Board's name.
Fantastic.
As well, council's aware that we've been moving the pile, or the developer's been moving the pile. They needed, I think, about 6 weeks to move the pile from when they started. I know there's a good chunk of it that they've taken out over the past week or so. But I think it was estimated to be the end of November that the pile would be gone. I'm still confirming that.
Okay.
But essentially, I'm also still working with the school board to make sure that they have everything they need to be able to submit their complete application to the province, which the school board was actually having their board meeting this week, and they have another one in a couple weeks. So just making sure that they have everything they need. So they already had the title. We've already shown that we're moving the pile. And let's get on the books for getting that design started. So that kind of ties to this whole program as well.
Okay, thanks. Any other questions? Councillor Fote.
Guess I'm going to have lots of questions today. As far as your dirt pile goes, there has been a request from the dog park, the Steve King Dog Park, that we get some dirt in there to fill gopher holes. If we can get dirt in there, they're going to come out and fill the gopher holes. But I also thought that if we could make some undulation in there for dogs to run up and down, that's just something that they asked me to mention to you.
Okay. I would say that we did receive developer approval to, if we needed a few tandem loads to go in there and, if it's filling some holes and just some repair or whatever. If you're looking for additional material to create some sort of natural feature through the park, it might be something we just have to kind of work with the developer on quantity-wise to see what they can spare. But if you need dirt right now to fill holes, Cam, if you send the end dump over, the loader, or the excavator would just let you be on your way with some material. So I don't know how many end dumps you need, but I just told them we would need, a handful of trucks to repair some of the pothole or the gopher holes in there.
Yeah, 6 or 10 would be great.
Okay.
Councillor Funk.
I was wondering if you're able to give just a quick update maybe on how it's going with RVS, as far as maybe grant applications or with the provincial government, if we're moving forward with grant applications with some of the work in coordination with the high school.
You mean in regards to the formal application for funding?
Yeah.
So we've given them now the title and shown that the pile's been moved and the site is serviced. So right now they have their board meeting on November 2nd. I think we may be on that, or maybe on November 16th board agenda for that. Again, I think the city is now, in my email to them today, I think we've done all that we can do.
Yeah.
And it's now with them. But I did ask to make sure that if there's anything else they need from us, whether it's a letter from the developer saying the pile will be moved by the end of the month or whatever.
Sorry.
I think those are things that I'm just confirming.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, the application will be made by RDS, the board itself, so the government.
I actually meant more in conjunction with the civic side and stuff, as far as we add things, like we identified, adding gyms and stuff, not on the high school and stuff, but putting them on the civic site and utilizing that. I know you can get there is grants available as to whether or not where we are and how we're in the discussions, or if it's moved forward at all. It might be too preliminary. Okay.
Some I will inquire on though with RDS, because if they're going to be applying for funding, I want to make sure that, and they've been in the loop on kind of our ideas on how it's like going forward. So just please, I'll bring that up.
Excellent. Last comment, Councillor Fote.
Okay. This will be my last question. It's to do with the school. This is a concept that I would ask if you guys could relay to RBC and their schools. It's a thought that I've had, and I've expressed it at several conventions that I've been at. But here we're going to spend a lot of money on design of the school and all beautiful structure and stuff like that. My comment to them was, and I would ask you to make the same comment to RVC, is we've been building schools for many, 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 many years. We already know how to engineer them, how to build them, stuff like that. Isn't there a way that we could take a plan for 800 kids or 1,000 kids or 500 kids or whatever, look at a plan that is already engineered and looked after, take those plans, speed the process up by taking that and plopping it right into the school site and have an instant school, just like that. Save years and time and red tape. That is a suggestion I have.
I've raised it a few times, and I think where they have the opportunity to do that, as you can imagine, they've built many schools. They probably have a bank of designs that you can pick from and see which one best fits. Of course, there will still be some softening, right, to the plan because your roads are different, your servicing locations might be different, grading might be different, and whatnot. But for the most part, they're aware of my questions. I'm assuming they get asked that all the time. They probably make the best opportunity to reuse those designs as much as they can, I would assume, again, based on assumption. But I do know that RVS is also looking at ways to fast track, from the time you get preliminary funding to the time you open your doors. I've always been told it's about 3 years, but there are conversations happening around different schools where we're like, can we narrow that down to 1.5 years or something, right? So I'm assuming that may be a kind of a plug and play again, for them to be able to shorten and fast track the time.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Kallen, can you provide us with the motion that you're looking for? On the screen, please. All right, Council, if I could get this motion read in. Councillor Hanley?
Motion that Council accept the Community Growth and Infrastructure Project Update presentation as information.
Are there any comments on the motion being presented? Please cast your vote. Councillor Narayan? Thank you. In favor?
Well done.
Thank you very much. That was fantastic. Carried. Thank you very much. Okay, so we're moving on to our next item on the agenda, which is Kim is our presenter for 8.4 available? Fantastic. Good afternoon, Dr. Turner.
Hi, everybody.
Can you hear me? Good.
Nice to see you again. Yeah. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Excellent.
So we're just going to move forward with our presentation in regards to section 8.4, pages 229 to 257 of our agenda package, which is our social needs presentation presented by Dr. Alina Turner from Help Seeker Technologies. All right. Do you need anything from us or our staff to put on the screen?
I do. If I'm able to share my screen, then I'm good to go. Does anybody from the Chestermere team need to say anything as a preamble, or did you just want me to dive in? But if I get a thumbs up, then I'll proceed. Just want to make sure I'm not, just because I'm not there in person to see your faces.
I believe we'd just prefer you to just proceed.
All right. Okay.
As
Wonderful.
you wish. Thank you.
As I wish. Awesome. So I'm hoping folks can see my screen right now.
Kallen, can you show that on the council screen? Yeah. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
Okay. Awesome. And so I'll remind folks from our time with you last time, we had a couple of discussion points that council brought up in terms of potential next steps and considerations, and inviting me back to see if I could spend a bit of time with you today and dive into some of the more practical potential next steps. So I'll refresh your memory, but not too much, because I've just seen you 2 weeks ago. So if you guys recall from last time, I presented some of the highlights from the social needs assessment, and then I talked at really high level about these 4 buckets. So a social master plan, performance management around your investments in social infrastructure, the city's capacity as a systems planning organization, and then looking at some of the opportunities you might have to create mechanisms to engage other orders of government, business and community-based organizations around improved integration, data investment, and service coordination. So how do we build these mechanisms so that everybody's rowing in the same boat in the same direction? So that's the context for today. So bringing you further detail, essentially, to piggyback on the last conversation. So we had dove deeper into the data. We told you guys that there's a big technical report coming your way, and your interest has been, that's great that there's data. What do I do with the data? How do I move forward from an investment allocation perspective? How do I build a strategy around social challenges at the municipal level as a growing community? So a couple of things about the Chestermere evolving needs, and again, I'll just put these in the back of your heads, but then I'll jump to the new stuff. But the biggest thing has been the growing diversification, densification, all those things that bring new social challenges, and then you layer on top of that some of the economic challenges that have been created by the COVID aftershocks, and of course our ongoing dependence on resource extraction. And there's a whole lot of additional political elements involved with social challenges nowadays. The social challenges have always been politicized, but the politicization has been magnified after COVID, certainly. So that all kind of fits into the picture as we think about next steps around where the city might consider its strategic investments directly into community infrastructure, and where you might want to bring in some additional mechanisms to coordinate with other orders of government and community-based entities that are operating in your jurisdiction. So like I said, there's a social needs assessment, which is this nice, juicy data technical report. But what's outstanding is really that social master plan. So how do you take all this data? How do you have engagements with key stakeholders and community, have the right conversations, and actually build a strategy moving forward? So it was out of scope for our project with you guys for that initial project. Certainly not out of scope in terms of our expertise. So what we'll do today is take you through some of these actionable next steps for you to consider as you review the documents and as you think about your next steps. Okay, so there's a couple of things that have evolved out of the review. One of them being that you've got some organizations that, well, first of all, I'll put this into a bigger context. And you might recall from last time I said that municipalities' role in social issues is always hotly debated. And so I'll use some examples as I talk about this to kind of draw in some case studies from other jurisdictions as well, and within Alberta, just so you get an idea of how other folks are tackling this. But one of the common ways to start is to take a look at what you're currently doing. So that was part of the scope for us, is to gather the data on your current investments and consider that in relation to the social data trends that we saw in the community. Now, what this doesn't tell us is what the impact is of those investments. So all we know is, for instance, that there's programs, they're targeting certain populations, let's say seniors, and they're targeting certain issues, let's say mental health and addictions. We have no way currently of telling you guys, if you're asking, are we getting the best bang for our dollars, or what kind of impact is happening? That wasn't part of our scope. Not to say the data doesn't exist, and not to say that that work shouldn't be done. It's just we don't currently have that analysis in front of you because it just wasn't part of the project. It should, however, be part of your next step. So some of the things that we can definitely tell you is, there's a nice match in terms of what we see as emerging needs and what on paper strategically the investments are meant to address. What is, of course, missing, however, is that longer term impact at the client level and at the community level. We need to do that deeper dive as a next step. So to obviously guarantee that every single dollar is going to the best use, obviously we don't have that information today. So what I can tell you is how other entities in your position are tackling this. And I do want to piggyback on another comment that one of the councillors made around, we're in some ways overwhelmed by how much paperwork we need to do, right? That every funder seems to want something else. And so aren't we adding another burden to organizations to this end? And I would say you should definitely be leveraging, and what I've seen in other communities is leveraging other systems and other funders' strategies. And if data is being collected already for those entities, then bringing that data into your review process so that you're using data that's already being collected and analyzing it for this purpose rather than asking for the data to be collected yet again. So always start with the things that are already on hand. Lots of organizations are collecting client information in terms of impact and in terms of demographics. That data could be asked for by the municipality as part of their agreement. Obviously, if you don't have that in your current agreement, then you would need to go back and amend those agreements. There's a range of privacy considerations that we can get into further as well to ensure that the data that you're getting is anonymized and you're supposed to have it and you're collecting it with informed consent, right? So there's some foundational mechanisms that need to be in place for you to hold this data for applied research purposes or for performance evaluation purposes. But from having seen what other communities do and what other municipalities do, is definitely within your scope as a funder and as a social planner to have this insight from entities. And certainly if they're already collecting it and submitting it elsewhere, it would make sense to piggyback on existing reporting processes. Let's say United Way or government of Alberta is already collecting data. Great, let's take a look at that and build on it. Having said that, there are a couple of additional insights that I'll share. So I'll go through each of these in a bit more detail, but one of them is to give you some insight on deepening accountability, and it's beyond the checking boxes exercise. So we're not just collecting data for the sake of it, we're actually using the data to inform our decision making. It sounds obvious, but I can't tell you how many times we get brought into an entity that's been collecting data for sometimes decades, and they've never actually taken the data out of the black box to say, are we making an impact? What trends, what correlations, what kind of predictive analytics can we bring into this so that we can create better and better interventions? So I wouldn't underestimate the laissez-fairness of all of us, right? That we tend to be good at collecting the data. We tend to be less keen on taking it out and cleaning it, ensuring that it's put in place. And again, I won't name names because it's not constructive, but there are major municipalities across the countries that have this challenge where they've almost become a slave to the data collection process and have unfortunately not taken or build the capacity to use the data for informed decision making. So that's one. Aligning organizations to their strengths. We'll talk a little bit about that in a second. I have a slide about what I mean by that. And then shaping these investments around community needs. So how do we know specifically what the community need? It's one thing to say we need more seniors programs, great, but specifically what is missing in the seniors programming landscape, and out of all those needs, how do we shape the right investment that's going to make the difference, and how do we leverage relatively little investments to get the greatest impact? Embracing systems planning. I'll dig deeper into what we mean by systems planning and where that fits in the municipal kind of toolkit around social infrastructure. Looking at common goals and common objectives that are shared across stakeholders, and then this concept of a social master plan as something that I think it would make a really good sense of a next step for you guys. So, and actually, Mayor, did you prefer for me to pause, or did you want me to kind of keep going and then stop at the end? Just, I noticed from the previous presenter, you guys might have a preference. Keep going. I'm guessing. Okay. Okay. So beyond checking boxes, just a point on this: when you develop a performance management process for social sector investments, like I said, there's usually really good data collection that becomes required and data reporting. Oftentimes, however, the funder doesn't necessarily use the data to support the organization in continuous improvement. And what I mean by that, I'll give you some examples around, again, funders that I'll need to keep to a relatively kind of anonymous here, but hopefully you're not like Googling to figure out who they are. But essentially you have entities that take the data in and are able to actually spin up reports relatively quickly. And so there is an entity, for instance, in Alberta that takes data in from about 100 different programs and can spin up, using artificial intelligence, insight reports back to their funded agencies to tell them, okay, here's how you're doing. Here's the areas where you might be struggling. Here's some best practices and for your specific use case, seniors or youth, et cetera. Here's other organizations that are working in this area, and maybe there's a match. So there are ways that the municipality can build its own capacity to spin the data back to their funded agency. So it almost becomes a service back to the communities to continuously improve that. Constant communication. Again, we hear this over and over again in different projects where the funder doesn't necessarily have a two-way communication. So even though you're in the role of monitoring practice and monitoring performance, this is always a partnership, and that constant communication becomes essential. There's ways to plan for these communications too. So just like a performance review you would have for an employee that reports to you, that constant feedback mechanism is essential. So you're not coming in once a year to do an audit. You're actually going into community on a regular basis, sometimes even unannounced, right? Those kind of natural or organic touch points with funded agencies become really meaningful and building those insights into what's happening on the ground. The direct communication with customers of the program or clients of the program, depending on your terminology there. That ability to reach into the customer population that's being served by your investment, so that you're, again, hearing it from the horse's mouth. And again, as a funder, you have the leeway to hold your own focus groups with clients of the program to hear the good, the bad, the ugly, what should be ramped up, what should be ramped down. Joint assessments is another practical strategy. So where funders actually join forces to bring kind of both skill sets to the table. One partner might have a skill set around data, another partner might have really good key stakeholder communication strategies, et cetera. And together they can actually work together on things like performance management and procurement. So the ability to join funding streams so that you get a better bang and better alignment is another consideration. And then, of course, the training and capacity building. So sometimes hard to consider helping somebody else if you're struggling yourselves with some of these areas. But if you're struggling, let's say, with data analytics or performance management, chances are other folks are as well. And usually the nonprofit sector, this is one of the last things to get investment because it's in the administrative bucket. So if there's areas where you see common challenges in the sector, building a training program that the city could consider delivering through dedicated professional staff internally. So you might have somebody on staff that can add this to their roster of billion things to do, but again, depends on this being a priority or not. So the whole point being that you're building a robust package around your investment. You're not just like in the private sector, if you were a VC, you're not putting the dollars out and hoping for the best. You're actually nurturing your investment in the community, and you're building those relationships with the stakeholders around that investment. And of course, the benefits would be the funds are used strategically, they enhance community betterment, it boosts that public trust because people are seeing you be an active steward of the investment, and you're ultimately getting visible improvements because you're increasing the performance and the continuous improvement of your investments as well. So that's one off the top. So it's not about adding to the checkboxing exercise. It's actually using the data collection and these mechanisms around investment monitoring for the purpose that they're intended for, which is to make sure that we're getting the best impact for our community. Aligning organizations to strengths. Again, we chatted a little bit about it earlier too, but these periodic reviews to understand what's their value proposition, right? So you're managing an investment portfolio that's active in your jurisdiction. How do you know what the unique skills are within each organization? What are their strengths? What are their weaknesses? So again, don't double down on somebody who's has no interest and no capabilities and no kind of strategic direction in a particular issue area. You want to be looking and building capacity where you need, where you need that investment to build the most impact. Targeted learning sessions, I chatted a little bit about that earlier as well. Team synergy, so this concept of collaborative and synergistic partnerships is an essential one. In a smaller community like Chestermere, that becomes even more essential because you're not going to have one of everything. So having partnerships that are being nurtured to get that optimal impact becomes a really interesting avenue. And then a practical example, again, would be entities that have had specializations in a particular competency area or issue areas, let's say mental health and counseling, and they might not have specific capability to reach into let's say a new target population. So rather than standing up a brand new organization from scratch, which can be really costly, is it better to shore up the capabilities of an existing partner to that end by kind of getting a mentorship opportunity with a large organization potentially in Calgary that can bring that support in rather than building everything from scratch internally. So again, the concept here and the benefits of this is leveraging strengths, allowing the organizations to execute those projects efficiently, and of course, reducing costs, enhancing outcomes, and hopefully increasing motivation and engagement for that long-term impact as well. So this is, again, another consideration for your portfolio management of funded agencies. Shaping investments around community needs goes without saying, yet rarely gets systematically done, where a system can actually identify its priorities and then actually turn their investment strategy to meet those priorities. So there's no point in doing some of these needs assessments that we always get brought in for to say, what are the top emerging issues? Let's spin these out in 10 years from now. What kind of capacity do we need to build now so that we have that social infrastructure capacity for the future? If we don't have these routine community checks, the ability to gauge those shifting needs at the community level becomes haphazard. It becomes a once in a while, and it unfortunately often becomes something that you outsource constantly to consulting teams. What you ideally want to do, because social issues are going to be here forever, just like land use bylaw responsibilities, it's something that you want to build capacity and expertise in internally over, so that you're not constantly going to market for this. Having said that, we're happy for the work and the partnership, but our goal is always to build capacity and give you technology to do this for yourselves longer term. And so having that team's capacity built out and the tools and feedback channels built into their workflow becomes essential. Informed choices, I mentioned technology, I mentioned data, but social infrastructure is complex, just like many of the disciplines that you heard from today, and it needs to be treated with the same sophistication as well. There's tools, there's techniques, there's methodologies, there's advanced data science that can support the team and their efforts, but it's not something that's done haphazardly, right? It's a special skill set and requires that attention. And then, of course, it's something that spans municipal departments. And I'll use an example from a BC municipality that had initially looked at social planning as something that was done in the recreational department, which unfortunately didn't pan out very well when they hadn't shored up this capability, and the city of 50,000 grew really quickly, but also amassed a significant encampment challenge. Again, beautiful weather, and we maybe don't have the same problem right now in Alberta, but certainly we're seeing these encampments emerge and these challenges emerge in smaller and smaller communities, and sadly, it's probably happening already, as we know, in our region as well. So if we don't have this ability to have that social infrastructure capability and enough kind of, not necessarily leeway, but enough authority that they can actually work across city departments, that they can get brought into the land use bylaw discussions, that they can be brought into your RCMP negotiations, and have that social expertise lens, then there might be a missed opportunity to intervene through preventative planning earlier on. And that doesn't necessarily have a cost in terms of your investment into nonprofits, but it is a cost to you as a municipal investment in your staffing as well, and the type of caliber you want to bring in. Embracing a systems planning model. So just a note around systems planning, it's the concept that you can actually connect the dots across public systems and different levels of government, depending on the domain and social issue at hand, and create a systematic strategy to address it. And you measure impact and you refine it to ensure that you're getting the results that you want. Obviously, it precludes this, or is precluded by the will to make an impact on something specific. So kind of social planning in general that's great. You probably need to have that ability to respond to issues in real time, the briefing notes and all those kinds of things. But how do you actually do joint city planning that involves different departments and potentially reaching out of the city into these provincial systems? So with Alberta Health Services, or with Alberta Justice and Corrections, with different ministries that are putting money into your community or thinking about putting money into your community, Canada Mortgage and Housing Corporation. There's a lot of opportunities for funding to come into Chestermere. But again, it requires that we have a good strategy and a good plan of where we would put that money and what we wanted to achieve with it. Because of course, these funders also are stewarding public dollars or private donations, and they too want to have that impact and that data-informed decision making. So oftentimes this social planning foundational work is essential to make the business case to these other levels of potential investors as well. So teamwork across sectors, that oversight and adaptation, because these systems are constantly shifting as well. So if you do get into a systems planning game, know that it's not easy work, and it's not a straight line to dollars, or it's not a straight line to public policy changes, as you would know in your work. But it is a different level of expertise that you would bring, and the ability to have a say in social policy decision making that's ultimately going to affect your folks in your community as well. So that is another opportunity to that's practical. Systems planning has tons of literature, tons of best practices, tons of tools and frameworks if you do go in this direction. But it's again, it's a long-term commitment, and it doesn't necessarily bear overnight fruit, because it's systemic change, it's structural, and it's policy work that that's going to need to happen and trickle down into your programmatic work as well. So the benefits, of course, are stakeholders united under shared objectives that are aligning with your Chestermere community needs. So it's not happening to you. You have a say in what mental health and addictions funding might look like, or if a new housing facility comes in, because you've been part of these discussions earlier on. So that's the concept there. You're building more resilient systems longer term. This is my last slide, so I'm sorry if I'm taking too long, but you can tell me if I gotta speed it up. But these piggyback on this concept of systems planning, that the folks in the community that are wanting to participate in social planning are actually quite numerous. They're usually quite vocal, and so and oftentimes they might. And if you don't have a systematic way of engaging with a broader base, on an ongoing basis, you might accidentally just kind of skew your social planning work towards one particular segment. And that's not always ideal because folks have very, very diverse needs, social needs, and you might not hear the entire story if you don't have broad strategy around broad-based participation. So I'm not saying that you need to kind of be in constant consultation. It just means that if you're wanting to bring the community along with you and hear from those everyday citizens and kind of have your ear to the street, you guys are obviously out there as well, but having some additional capacity and additional mechanisms to do it predictably is a value add. Community in a kind of emergent practice is this concept of citizen assemblies that we've been seeing folks experiment with in different parts of the country and internationally as well. Citizen assemblies become standing representative bodies that report. They're kind of a mechanism for council to have a select number of citizens representing a broad spectrum of their community as a sounding board around social challenges. And again, it's probably cropped up because social problems have really intensified in smaller cities that don't have the same mechanisms as kind of the Torontos, et cetera. So the example I'm talking about, and it's public record, but it's a city of Langley that's looking at a citizen assembly model. And if we've seen it in Surrey in the United Kingdom, we're seeing these kind of more participatory civic participation models to bring in an additional voice. What's interesting about citizen assemblies versus a kind of a general committee of council made up of citizens is that you're actually randomly selecting folks based on neighborhood or wards and potentially even based on demographics if that's a consideration as well. So that is something that we're seeing as an emergent trend. Open updates, collaborative strategy workshops, and these open channels. So the ability to engage basically everybody wants to be hooked in all the time and in all the ways that they want. I know you guys are doing it already around all of these other projects. It's really to say, how do we extend that into the social policy realm so people feel like they have a place where they can park ideas or park concerns, and there's actually a mechanism to take those up into solutioning. Solutioning may be outside of the control of the municipality in certain cases. Let's say we need 1,000 new units of affordable housing. All we can do is apply to the Housing Accelerator Fund. But even the ability to say, we've had 200 concerns. That's data, right? That becomes data. You can take that into your advocacy work. You can put that in your HAF application, et cetera. So it's got a double purpose there too. You're listening, but you're also leveraging the data and doing something with it within your parameters or authorities. And then the social master plan. So essentially having this strategic document that gives the blueprint. Again, you're going to ongoingly refine it, but it gives you a general direction of what your community priorities are when it comes to social policy, and that ultimately guides your investment strategy as well. Because of course you're going to be in leveraging your public involvement, you're going to be partnering with your nonprofits and those you fund and those you may not fund but want to fund, and your stakeholder partners at the provincial, federal system levels to, refine the strategy, get their buy-in as much as possible. And, I've seen communities even go as far as getting a commitment in terms of funding some of these strategies or taking action to change some policies, procedures that might be getting in the way of actioning these master plans. Within your own organization, the master plan becomes a great guiding document, the same way that you would have some of your broader community growth plans and economic diversification strategies, et cetera. It becomes another one of these foundational documents that helps align the business to this common purpose when it comes to these social priorities as well. So I think that's it for me. Hopefully that gave you some starting ideas about where you might go next. But I'm happy to dig into any and give you more examples as well. And I'll hand it back to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Turner. I just wanted to give an opportunity for our council to ask some questions and see kind of where we can move on to our next steps. Councillor, are there some questions that you'd like to have for Dr. Turner? Councillor Dean?
Yes, thank you, through the mayor. I don't think this is for Dr. Turner. I think for me, she's mentioned it in her first presentation and this presentation, that there was a large report that was provided to our administration, and I would think that report, I'd like to see it sent out to all of council as soon as possible, because if this presentation is based on that, I think it would be good for council to be able to see that presentation and then compare it back. See the report to be able to compare back to the presentation.
Okay. Are there any additional questions for the presentation today for Dr. Turner? Councillor Funk?
Through the mayor to Dr. Turner, where would you rank our current situation in Chestermere on how would you say we're doing as far as identifying needs and putting programs or understanding the programs that we have and supporting them from a social master plan?
Well, because you don't have a social master plan that right away kind of limits certain things. There's foundational work that administration has begun. So I wouldn't be able to give you a ranking. I don't know enough about how the community experiences the city's business when it comes to investment monitoring and capacity building. So I would say, because we've been engaged to do the data work, that's what the technical report I was referring to earlier is about. It was less about, usually to give you that assessment, you would want to do all those steps I mentioned before. So have you had conversations with the sector to see where the city could improve its stewarding of funds? Have we had conversations about this with government of Alberta that flows money to us? Are they happy with our performance stewarding the FCSS dollars, right? So you want to actually do a fulsome evaluation of your capabilities and areas of improvement so that you can take that feedback and improve. So that becomes kind of how you would rank yourself against some of those common metrics. Also depends where you want to be as well. If social policy and social infrastructure planning is a priority where you want to build that muscle, then you would rank differently versus I want to just do my check boxes, get the funding, and kind of keep going. But if you're saying I'm actually looking to make this a priority for council, that we become a much more active social planning systems planning body, then you would probably rank yourself very differently, a very different criteria as well. So it's not to dodge the question. It's just that there's quite a bit of missing information to give you that insight today. I think it's a worthwhile thing, but council will need to also direct whether you're happy with the status quo or whether you're wanting to have a different role when it comes to these investments in the community.
Councillor Fote?
Through the chair to Dr. Turner, this conversation would be, I appreciate your sharing it with us today as a council, but to me that our FCSS, that would be a good contact to build with to look at our social master plan. Is that correct?
Yeah, I mean, again, it depends on you guys. Do you direct a particular department to take that on as part of the FCSS mandate? There's certainly precedent. Lethbridge does it that way. Medicine Hat has that. Anywhere that has an FCSS usually falls on that department to take on. But it's not a requirement for FCSS to have a social master plan per se. They need to show that they're doing some social analysis, some social data analysis. Whether that's elevated to this conversation at council, that's your guys' prerogative from my understanding, but I could be corrected by you.
Thank you.
Dr. Turner, one of the things that we've expressed interest in is in continuing to work with the partners that the city has partnered with, plus our developers and our city itself, in expanding our social needs support and social programming support. One of the things that we've identified, though, is that as you've recommended, is to have an ability to ensure that we're assessing and reporting the needs as well as the performance that we're able to back to the people that would be able to support these programs and the companies that would support these programs. And so I wanted to make sure that I believe we're on the precipice of really looking for large dollars that could support our needs, and it's important that we're able to communicate and have a clear understanding of what exactly we're trying to support, and then again, and how they're going to be tracked and whatnot for the donors, because they want to. I've had preliminary conversations with companies and some of our partners. They want to provide funding for this. But they want to make sure that they're putting it to the right cause. And I don't have a specific cause that I'm saying, but I'd like to put them in the right direction, possibly, or connect it with our team, and whether we're also interested, at least I believe council's interested in investing into more professionals to help support our nonprofits and our various social programming throughout the city, to make sure they have the upper level expertise, and then to support all the volunteers that are doing all the hard work, as well as the people that are on the ground doing the work as well. And it's a larger. I feel it's a larger program that we need, or something that I can communicate better, I guess.
Yeah. I mean, I can pick up on that, because you're absolutely right, and just building off the other comment around whether FCSS is enough, right? I think it maybe boils down to that. Are we doing enough if this becomes a kind of a department within a department's mandate? And what I've observed over time is that social problems have gained such a prominence in council agendas and political agendas that they've had to become much more elevated. So higher levels of expertise have been coming on. Folks that actually go from social policy right into city management, like city manager roles, because it's such a political hot button. It's become the kind of the testing ground for the next city manager kind of talent. So back in the day, though, it didn't used to be that way. It used to be a relatively kind of corner of the building type of role, potentially, especially in smaller municipalities where we just didn't have this, this level of social problems. But over the last 5 years, it's really gained traction and has become a significant investment at that strategic level. So what we've seen in, for instance, Nova Scotia, New Brunswick, I mentioned BC several times, they've even created this role called commissioner, social planning and safety commissioners, safety and well-being commissioners. You're seeing that all over the place, and it's a really high-level executive. I'm not saying that that's what you should do. I'm telling you that there's more cities that are building capacity and expertise for that, which next time you go to UBCM or FCM, you're going to hear about what other municipalities are doing in these areas, and those municipalities are going to build up these more complex infrastructures to get the funding, to coordinate locally, et cetera, too. So I think the game is changing, right, in terms of social policy and the role and capabilities of municipalities to play in that space. There's more money going into it. You need to respond to these RFPs. Somebody's got to do the work. You have to have the data. You're seeing these opportunities come to you from the private sector as well. I just came back from San Francisco. They absolutely, the issues are enormous, yet the money going into them is enormous too. And if the money is not being targeted really in a sophisticated data-driven way, then it actually potentially makes things worse because you're investing in the wrong thing that's going to have the wrong effect and make things potentially even worse. So I don't think time and resources spent on your own capacity to have better insights is bad money, because hopefully that is going to spin up into better impact from your investment. Having said that, it's taking off the top, right? It's skimming off the top, and there's going to potentially be some resistance to say, well, if we're building professional capacity internally, that's money that's not going out to community. So there is a kind of a balancing act for you guys to consider and to demonstrate that return on investment. But that is definitely the trend, to have more capacity for sophisticated social planning work within municipalities. If that's helpful at all, Mayor.
Yeah, I just have another question. Is it feasible to realistically expect to get ahead of it?
Feasible. That's a really tough one. I used to think it was, but the velocity is tremendous. I just finished a report for the Toronto, for biggest region in the country. Their encampment, like city of one of the greatest growths was in a city of 40,000 people. So now just because we can't get ahead doesn't mean we give up, right? We might not beat it, but I don't think it's an option to not try.
Right.
Yeah.
Thank you. Councillor, are there any other questions for Dr. Turner? Well, I'm sure there's definitely a lot of questions and that will come out of this important information, and we're definitely keen on doing this right, and then attracting the right amount of investment and partners to support our social programming in Chestermere and try to get ahead of things before we get going too big. Thank you very much for your time and spending this for us today. And there's information I'm sure that we'll be requesting more of you for. At this point, do we talk about next steps at this point, or is that something that staff will continue with you?
Actually, I'm not sure if folks are, because I can't see who's in the room, but if folks want to give an idea on timelines on when council can receive the report, because it might be, you guys are the bosses, so you tell me, but if it's useful, I'm more than happy to make myself available to chat through questions, like a technical briefing or anything like that. I'm super happy to do that.
I'm sure our staff would very much love that. And council, more of a summary view, but but our staff for sure, which again, touching base with our head of our department, Olympia, and our corporate services director, Kim Wallace, would definitely be the plan. Okay.
Yeah, for sure.
All right. Well, thank you. Kallen, if we could put our motion on the screen, please. If I can get this read into the record, Councillor Fogt.
Motion that council accept the social needs assessment presentation as information.
Thank you. Are there any comments or questions on the motion? Okay, if everybody would cast their vote. Councillor Ryan in favor. Thank you. Carried. Thank you very much, everyone.
Thanks all.
Sorry. Councillor Dean?
I was just saying. Bye.
Thank you. Through the Mayor to all of Council, I'm wondering too if we can also have a motion for administration to send out the technical report that they have been provided by end of day November 1st.
Sure. Kallen, if you could put a motion forward that the report that's been provided to the city be presented to councillors. We might, is there a title for this? Is it called Social Needs Report or?
Social Needs Assessment Report.
Okay. That looks appropriate. Kallen, I don't know if we can put that time frame on there. But for them to provide us the social needs assessment report. Pardon me? Provide the social needs assessment to council, yeah. By the end of the week, maybe? Sure, how about by Monday, the 6th, November 6th? Is that enough time? Okay. All right, if I could get this motion read into the record, please. Councillor Dean?
Sorry, isn't it just forwarding basically an email? So when I first asked for this, I noticed that City Director Wallace was nodding that she could do this by the end of the day tomorrow. So could we just have it by the end of the day tomorrow? Because I think it's just forwarding an email from Dr. Turner.
Is it anything you have to put together, or is it something you can just forward?
Through the mayor to Councillor Dean, yes, no, we can just forward the report completed from Dr. Turner. It could be made public as well at this stage of the game.
Okay.
Because it basically reiterates exactly what she explained to us today with a little bit more detail about demographics and that type of thing, which I'm sure our community as well as council would like to see it. Are you
Okay,
in
so,
agreement with that, Ellen?
all right, can I have the motion read into the record then?
Are we putting the timeline for tomorrow, though, on there?
Tomorrow's fine.
Oh, sorry.
So by tomorrow's,
By tomorrow, yeah, rather than rush it, sure.
to council and the public.
I believe Dr. Turner is in agreement with that as well.
Oh yeah, no, I like my stuff to be in your hands as soon as possible, so that, because then it's if we don't use it, then it's dead, right? Because the data gets outdated. So this is great. I'm excited for you guys to have it.
Okay, all right, I'll read the record into the motion. Motion is the record. Motion, the council direct administration to provide the social needs assessment report to council and the public by the end of day November 1st, 2023. Are there any comments in relation to the motion? Okay, if you could please cast your vote. Councilor Ryan is in favor. Carried. Thank you very much. All right, thank you very much, Dr. Turner. We'll move on. Thank you. So moving on to our next agenda item. Pardon me? All right, if we could have a quick recess break until 3:30, please. Thank you, everyone, for your patience. We're just coming out of our recess, and we're just going to move on with today's agenda items. 8.5, which is municipal affairs and directives update, being presented today by Kim Wallace, our City Director of Corporate Services.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I'm just going to be giving you today a brief, I won't be going through every single directive. I did give each of you the report today as to where our standing is. The details will be published on our website later today or tomorrow. But I did want to just quickly walk through how pleased we are with our progress with the directives. So again, not going into all the details, we have one directive that remains outstanding. So Directive 1 has been completed. Directive 2 has been completed. Directive 3, which regards to the procedural bylaw, has been completed.
Kim, sorry to interrupt.
Sorry.
Do you have a presentation on this, or is it just?
You have it with you.
Okay.
I gave it to you today. And again, I apologize. I should have had this prepared as a document. I can put, if I can share my screen, I have it on my screen.
It's up to what you'd prefer to do.
I just don't have the click thing, doesn't work on my computer right now.
Oh, okay.
Correct, Kallen?
All right.
We can follow this.
Would you prefer that? That
Sure.
would be better? Okay.
Sure.
1 second.
Kallen,
Thank you, Kallen, to the mayor and council. Okay, I'll just walk through this. Now, Kallen, you're just going to have to follow along for me. Thank you. So this was in addition to the report that we sent to Municipal Affairs October 23rd. So, Kallen, if you could just go through. So Directive 1 has been completed. Do you want, Mayor, would you like me to read which directive it refers to?
Sure.
Okay. So Directive 1 requests that the report and the inspection and report by the minister to be discussed in open session of council and approved by council resolution on the city's plan to address each recommendation in the inspection report or an explanation as to why no action will be taken for any individual recommendation, and that has been completed. The CAOs were to provide printed copies of the inspection report to the public. That was shortly after the report had been released, and that was completed. We were direct council to review its current bylaw and determine what changes, if any, were warranted. Taking into special consideration the rotation of deputy mayor, protocols for council, meeting agendas, development, and use of requests for decisions, ensuring equal and concurrent access to information for all members of council, protocols for posting council meeting minutes, and live recordings on the municipal website, and council roles and responsibility. That was all completed. Directive 3B, that was 3A, sorry, 3B, is for council and CAOs to provide the minister with an action plan if the procedural bylaw had been changed, and that was completed. Directive 4A, council to engage an experienced municipal consultant who is a independent third party and not currently an employee or contractor of the city, to review and provide advice on the effectiveness of, and if warranted, recommendations, changes to the CAO structure and strategic advisory group outlined in the designated officer bylaw. That was completed. The CAOs were to provide the minister with a municipal consultant's advice described in Directive A. This is for 4B. And that was completed. Directive 4C, council and CAOs to provide the minister with an action plan which has been discussed in open session of council and approved by council resolution on the implementation of any recommendations provided or rationale for not implementing recommendations from the advice from the municipal consultant as ordered in Directive 4A. That too has been completed. Directive 5A, CAOs to provide the minister with a report listing all code of conduct complaints, both formal and informal, as per the Code of Conduct bylaw since October 21, 2021, including report records and or documentations that detail the descriptions of the complaint, the record of the decision-making determination on validity of the complaints, as well as description of how each complaint was addressed and or investigated, and that has been completed. Directive 5B, council to repeal and replace or amend the Code of Conduct bylaw to remove all provisions authorizing council to conduct preliminary reviews of Code of Conduct complaints and to require the appointment of an independent third party by council resolution who is not currently an employee or contractor of the city to handle all complaints, including receiving, conducting preliminary reviews, documenting, investigating, and presenting the findings and recommending appropriate sanctions to council for consideration. This has been completed. Directive 5C, council and CAOs to conduct procurement of a third party through a competitive procurement process. I further direct council to ensure the individual has demonstrated municipal experience and is not currently an employee or contractor of the city. This will be confirmed by the end of day today. We will be going through those options, the RFP options, at the end of today. 5D, advise the minister in writing the identity of the person appointed by council. We will confirm the name or firm by the end of the day today. So I have made a motion that these are complete. Directive 5E, undertake no investigations under the Code of Conduct bylaw until the minister has been informed in writing of the appointment of the independent third-party investigator. And because we haven't done anything, this is ongoing, and we have completed this because we have not done any Code of Conduct investigations. Directive 5F, CAO to publish the name of the independent third party on the municipal website once the minister has been advised of the identity of the independent third party. Again, this will be confirmed by the end of the day today, so therefore we acknowledge it as completed. Directive 6A. This is the one directive that is yet to be completed. Council to engage an experienced municipal consultant who is an independent third party and is not currently an employee or contractor of the city to provide advice and guidance in the development of protocols to address inter-council conflict and promote collaborative government. As you will recall, we made a motion of that today, that administration will engage a municipal consultant, so that is in progress. Directive 6B, all members of council to participate in the development and adoption of protocols described in 6A. That is due January 31st. We've set a date for that, January 16th today, so that is considered in progress. Directive 7, council to develop and complete a comprehensive strategic plan through one or more strategic planning session and approved by resolution of council to guide the direction of the municipality, including any tasks to be performed by councillors, which includes opportunities for input and participation from every council member and an opportunity for public input in the development of the plan. That was due October 31st. We completed it months ago. It is complete. Directive 8A, direct all members of council to discontinuing exercising a power or function or performing a duty that are assigned to the CAO in accordance with Section 201 of 201-2 of the MGA, and that is complete. Directive 8B, all members of council to attend a roles and responsibility workshop conducted by Municipal Affairs, that is complete. Directive 9, direct council to only act by resolution or bylaw in accordance with Section 180-1 of the MGA, and that is complete. Directive 10A, council to work with administration to hire an audit firm using a competitive procurement process, that is complete. 10B, council and CAOs to develop and submit to the minister a timeline and implementation plan for completing and reporting to the minister the audited financial statements for 2021 and the upcoming audited financial statements for 2023. That should say 2022. And that is complete. Directive 11, CAOs to provide the minister a list of all municipal land sales since October 2021, the market values of each parcel of land, the date when the market value was determined, copies of the associated advertisements, including the date and method of advertising, copies of associated council resolutions, the sale price of each parcel of land, and the rationale for selling land below market value, if applicable, the date of the sale, the identity of the purchase, and any other related information, and that is complete. Directive 12A, CAOs to prepare and provide a report to the minister by the 20th of every second month summarizing council's progress to the end of the previous month on the directives issued until such time that all directives have been completed to the minister's satisfaction, in addition to other documents to be submitted as stated in any other directive. The bi-monthly report shall also include all approved council meeting agendas, attached or not required, and approved signed council meeting minutes for the relevant 2-month period. This is an ongoing request, and up to date they are completed. But that is considered in progress. And 12B, CAOs to make these reports publicly available by posting them on the city website within 7 days of sending them to the ministers. And again, this is complete, but it is in progress. So that is the end of the report that we will be updating. I see that there's a couple typos. I will ensure that they are corrected before it's posted to the website. Council, Mayor, do you have any questions regarding the updated report?
Councillor, are there any questions? Councillor Dean?
Yes, thank you. Through the mayor to City Director Wallace, have we received any word comment or anything, communication back from Municipal Affairs stating that we have met these directives to the satisfaction of the minister?
The minister continues to request information. We continue to send the same information. We don't know which further information he requires. So as far as we're concerned, they are complete.
Is there the motion to accept as information?
Yes. So we are requesting So 8.5, yes. So motion that council accepts the municipal directives update presentation as information.
All right, if I could get this read into the record, Councillor Hanley?
Motion that council accepts the municipal affairs and directives update presentation as information.
Are there any comments in relation to the motion? All right, if you please cast your votes. Vote. Carried. Thank you. Are there any further motions you're looking for?
I do have a secondary motion that I am requesting. This is in relation to municipal affairs, and I am requesting a motion from council that confirms that council approves the engagement of MJM LLP to commence the judicial review proceedings in KB action number 2301-11946.
All right, I'll provide that motion. Motion that council confirm that council approves the engagement of MGM LLP to commence judicial review proceedings in KB action number 2301-11946. Are there any comments in relation to the motion? All right, please cast your vote. Carried. Thank you. Okay, so moving on to our next item on our agenda, 8.6, which is the council review, City of Chestermere feedback from residents, which is on pages 258 of the agenda package today. Kallen, are you able to put this up on the screen? Now, it's 3:51 p.m., so we're trying this as to a way to bring some of this information from the residents to council. And really what we're looking for today is some of these things are related to bylaws, some of these are related to just concerns by residents. And we're looking to either direct staff to review, request staff to deal with, or not proceed. And so the Kallen, can you zoom in, please? The one of the first questions was in relation to that we received was in relation to the playground zone on Rainbow Road, to possibly remove it. So what this is in relation to the playground zone at Our Lady of Wisdom, which has a indentation for the buses, I guess, to pick up kids, as well as has fencing. And I'm just trying to see if I can provide council if they want to see what this is referring to. Now, Kallen, if I could share my screen, if that allows. So what we're talking about is this area from approximately Rainbow Falls Drive. Is that what it's called? I'm not sure why it's not showing up. Maybe I'll click on this. Rainbow Falls Drive, yes. Rainbow Falls Drive to, I believe it comes up to essentially the No Frills area turn off. And I just wanted to have some conversation with council. This was a request by a resident that basically the conversation was they have fencing in this area plus a pull-off for buses and fencing all along this area. Is a playground zone required? And that's something that if council believes this to be looked into, we would then return that to our staff in order for them to look into the rules. My understanding is this was actually set up by previous council, but however, I have not had that verified. So are there thoughts from council on the matter? Councillor Dean?
How is this, to the mayor, how is this information from residents collected?
This is collected on a Facebook post.
From a city Facebook post or a personal Facebook post?
From a Facebook post that I put out.
So what about for residents that are blocked and not able to comment? How would they have fair opportunity to participate in this process?
Councillor Dean, this is the question that a resident has brought up.
Yeah.
So we're talking about the resident's question. If you wish to argue about the process, that's not at this appropriate time.
Okay, so when can we name an appropriate time to talk about the process of how this information was collected from your personal Facebook post?
At a different time.
Okay, can I know when that's going to happen?
Not at this time.
Okay.
So in relation to the playground zone, is that something that council has any comments on? Councillor Funk?
It's an interesting question, and as a user, yeah, you don't love slowing down, but personally, I would just my personal opinion is just hand it over to administration to look into the requirements of playground zones and school zones, determine if it meets or doesn't meet the requirements.
And see if there's any flexibility.
Yep.
Before we deliberate too much on this.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Councillor Hanley?
Yeah, I agree with Councillor Funk on this. As Rainbow Road gets doubled and the amount of traffic in that starts to increase, I'd like to also see whatever plan does take place, like if it's allowable, and I believe there's areas in Calgary where they have similar situations where the playground zone still will run along Rainbow Falls Drive in the other areas, but just not the main road. But I'd like to see that, there would be a lot of kids crossing that two lanes of Rainbow Falls. I'd like to ensure that the safety element of, the pedestrians in the area is well taken care of, to be included in any analysis that's done.
Yeah, including the twinning of Rainbow Road.
Yeah.
Okay, so this is an item that we refer to direct to staff. Then for them to review the situation. Okay, the next item, which is, I'll just take, thanks. The next item was some residents had brought forward that there's some requesting speed signs on Dawson Way and Dawson Drive. Which, Cam, can you speak to, do we have speed signs in the Chelsea and Dawson areas?
We just put up new ones now. I'm not sure exactly where those areas are, but I do have a calendar and come back to council.
Okay. Because as these areas are obviously new, it's something that to look into as to what areas should have the speed signs and whatnot in the new areas. I know that you have added a number of speed signs to the other existing areas as well, which is great. They're doing a good job. Councillor Funk?
Just for clarification, is it these like posted speed limit signs, or are these the electronic recording signs?
Digital recording signs.
Okay.
So we'll have City Director Cam will come back with us and present to us. Okay. All right. The next point was just a comment that one of the residents made that there's a yield sign that's been run over that's on Dawson Manor and Dawson Circle corner. So that's one that we'll have to ask road crews to go on.
Actually, that traffic circle has seen a few signs down right now, so I'll bring it to the developer's attention. They were doing some FAC work there this year when they repaired concrete and asphalt and everything. They put down their top lift just recently and done some repairs on the brick. And so they removed some of the signs, but I did see that one that was kind of like half there. So I'll bring it to the developer's attention.
Okay, great. Thank you. All right, the next question, number 4, Paradise Road Pathway, west side, and to loop around North Acreages. So maybe if I could share my screen again, Kallen. So this request relates to having a asphalt pathway along Paradise Road that would presumably be built in the ditch and would run along Paradise Road to allow for, obviously there's no sidewalks there, but to allow for a bit of safety. The opportunity, I think, is to look into a lit program that would allow us to tap into offsite levies when the areas are developed, as well as a landowner tax improvement program, and then come back and present that to the residents of the area. There was a conversation one time about creating a loop and allowing some kind of a loop so people could do a walk, depending on whether that should go all the way to Highway 1, or I believe there's a right-of-way somewhere in between here that staff may want to look into as to where are the rights of way so that we could have a walkway for these residents. Are there any questions in relation to, or comments in relation to the idea that the resident is requesting? Councillor Foat?
I like the idea of the walkway. I have no problem with that, but I think it's on the wrong side of the road. I think we should put it in the other ditch.
Put it in the on the east side
Yes.
of the road.
Yes.
Okay. Any other comments, council? Support or against, or? Councillor Funk?
I always have an opinion. Yeah, residents have. You always want to be adding additional amenities and walkability in all areas. There is a pathway currently on the opposite side of the Altalink, on the other side of the dog park.
Mm-hmm.
Now, the issue in this area is typically acreages and stuff don't have sidewalks on any of the roads, and that's by design. But as the city goes up around it, walkability does get hard. So I think you're right in that it would take a lit program or a developer in the area needing to provide additional amenities. So it is hard in that there are ditches. So the ability to add a walking path is either in the Altalink right away or in the ditch, unless people want to give up land.
Yeah, and I believe, Councillor Foat, that the dog park fence is roughly on the top of this berm here.
Yeah.
So if we put a pathway on there, it would be in the actual ditch.
The only other area would be right along the north end of the development, the housing development. There is a right-of-way, I believe, right along the north end of that development, up against the acreages.
On the highway?
Nope. On the north end of the development. I forget the area is called west, just above Mel's house.
South end of North Acreages, down here?
Yep, there is a right-of-way, I believe, right along there, between the acreages, and so you could put a pathway through there, I believe. And that would connect the two sides.
So as a connector, yeah.
And they're going to have their pathway up here for these ones on here too.
So would you like, are you recommending that staff look into this
Absolutely.
idea?
But again, in conjunction, I do agree with your comment that it would require a lit program, which would require the majority of residents in the area voting to be part of a lit program in order to get that done. So I think it would be best to talk to residents and have that vote done first before they spend a lot of time looking into the feasibility of it.
Okay. All right, so Kallen, could you put the list back on? So item number 5 is a similar concept, however applied to a fence improvement program. And where this is meant for is along all major roads. For example, Rainbow Road. where we have a variety of fences that are at different states of decay, and the opportunity to standardize the fence with some of the newer, the idea is newer PVC fencing, which has the fortunate ability to last for very, very, very long periods of time, as opposed to wood, which the stain just deteriorates. It would be in a similar concept of that it would be a combination between a land improvement tax program through the residents and figuring out, I guess, what the best avenues for that. We've had similar requests for down at along Rainbow Road on on the southern portion, as well as possibly along Merganser as well. And then had also some requests for this to be on the east side in certain areas. And a lot of these are for fences that have deteriorated and been part of the developer that had originally put it up some 20, 30 years ago. And, trying to figure out what to do in the next steps. So are there any comments from council in relation to that request from a resident? Councillor Fogt?
This is another matter that should go back to administration.
Okay. Councillor Funk?
Can I ask a question?
Go ahead.
Since I would be affected by this, what I'm allowed to participate in? I can add that one of the discussion points over the years has been who actually owns the fence and who's responsible. And that has been a discussion over many years between even myself and the city and other landowners along these stretches. And it keeps going back and forth.
City Director Travis?
I know. So yes, that was an item that had come up this year in regards to who owns the fences. So we've engaged our GIS department to put together a fence ownership map for us. I will resurface that one and I can present that to council. But essentially, any of the major developer fencing on major roadways will be owned by the city after the FAC period. So when you think about Rainbow Road, I know that there's a section of fence down on Rainbow Road, the big concrete wall right at the south end. Somebody must have hit it. That would be a city-owned wall now, because that was what Rainbow Falls development 2007 to 10 or 14. Like it's but generally, when you get into those bigger developer walls, that's where the city has the opportunity to collect security on it for bigger items like that, like entry feature signs, amenities and whatnot. So I'm going to take a bigger dive in that over the winter in regards to the fees that we collect for future maintenance, because the city is taking over this infrastructure, and a wall like that on Rainbow Road, like just that one panel, 8-foot section, is going to cost a few $1,000s, right? It's pretty expensive fix. But anyways, on major roadways, it will be city owned after FAC. So yeah.
Because we seem to end up with different color fences, different styles of fencing. So how did the developer get away with doing 10 different styles of fencing along a wood fencing?
And maybe that's something we standardize in our design guidelines, right? That goes through our planning group, so we could be reviewing those development applications in regards to what the aesthetics is, right?
Yeah.
I know developers will likely want some sort of branding on their community, right? Waterford, for instance, has got this, obviously the W with the darker fence, but on the other side of the road, Rainbow Road has this older kind of concrete rubble looking look, right? So, but we'll probably have to look into standardizing that, and put some obligations from the developer on securities in regards to future maintenance, right? Because we're pretty much stuck then holding all the costs for any time anyone hits it after FAC.
Yeah. Councillor Funk?
Just as a history on some of these fences, seeing as how I live along one, I've pretty much I have restood up and refastened pretty much every panel in my fence over the years because of wind and numerous other things. And that's been and you're right, most of these actually along here, that's the actual fence. Those are over 20 years old. And they are pretty much rotted out along the bottom. So I think some people, not along this one so much, but I know north of on Rainbow, a lot of people have started actually replacing. And that's why we're getting the variation. Because there has been the issue, it's been left up to homeowners.
Interesting. Okay, Councillor Hanley?
Yeah, Travis, when you guys do that, it would probably be a good idea to establish a policy for life cycle replacement. Once we know who the ownership is, and not leaving it pile up to having a massive expense at any given point in time, but a policy that rates the condition and where they are in their lifespan, and then do so many per year on a regular ongoing basis, because it is an expense, and have that sort of match the lifespan, so that you're replacing a small amount every year, but you actually never get behind, right? Because I think it needs to be part of the whole budgeting process. And as you said, what are the costs up front, and the standardization of when they build it, what's an acceptable product? If they're going to build something on a new development that's only going to last, less than 10 years, right? Then we're stuck holding the bag afterwards. So we have to do something about the standards, or there should be something about the standards.
Councillor Fote?
I agree with Councillor Hanley. We need to make a move to that PVC fencing in our standards, because I've got it on my place, and I'll tell you, it is it's just one less headache I have to worry about.
Yeah, it definitely should. We want it to look nicer, that's for sure. Councillor Hanley?
Yeah, I would also indicate that whatever policy we do is, I've noticed that on a lot of these fences, people have gone back to these fences and put gates on the fences, right? Because they put their recreational vehicles in their backyard and stuff like that. So there should be some policy on how that's handled, or some process, especially if they're not the owner of the fence.
I agree with that comment, Deputy Mayor, in that I think landowners also need to be educated on who does the maintenance, who owns the fence, and what you can and can't do.
Okay, so that one is something that we need to leave with staff. Our snow removal plan, communicated. I noticed that staff had put out some additional posts on Facebook and social media to identify how the city does their snow removal. Cam, is it possible for you to just talk about that for briefly? To throw you on the spot?
Yeah, we posted a new update, so basically it tells everybody exactly. So when we had our snow event, our first one of the year this year, obviously we got inundated with phone calls into the office, so we want to send something out to residents that advises them when it does snow. We have a policy how it actually works. We do have the ability to cover 24 hours a day. We don't go out and cover 24 hours a day on purpose. We do it if there's a need. So I don't want somebody looking out the window and saying, well, it's 3 o'clock in the morning, I should call community operations and get somebody out there plowing the snow truck right now. So we'd use it, but only when it's required. So we do have guys on the road by 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning every day, as late as 7 or 8 o'clock every night, and we monitor it on an hour by hour basis.
All right, thank you. Is there any other comments by council in relation to snow removal? Councillor Fote?
For an accessibility issue on the snow removal, the snow plows need to take a look at how they dump the snow or make a snow ridge right in crosswalk areas. It makes it difficult for the seniors to walk across, and it makes it difficult for anybody with a wheelchair or even a blind guy. That's something they should take a look at.
Okay, so that one, we've already had communicated to, so that one we will leave as in staff's capable hands of continuing to communicate to residents. On number 7, Kallen, if you could share my screen again. So what this request is regards to having no parking on the west side of East Lakeview Road in 2 areas. One is this area, which flows from, I believe this is 241A in Kinnenberg, and goes down towards Camp Chestermere. And they're requesting that there be no parking on the west side, which is the acreage side, on the road to allow for easier traffic flow, as well as possibly people that walk on the road. There was a conversation the council was having in the past about creating a walking lane along that west side as well that could be revisited. Are there any comments from council in relation to this topic in this area? Councillor Funk?
If I remember correctly, I don't think this road actually is even wide enough for parking. It's basically, I believe, it's just originally a rural 2-lane road. And it really wasn't expanded when the houses on the east side went in. So there really isn't enough room for parking of vehicles in order to maintain proper distances. I could be wrong.
It is unique in the sense that these driveways are quite long. The request was for no parking on the west side. What we've heard is some conversation around no parking on either side, because they have essentially 6 stalls right here or more, including their garage spots. But the west side is what the request was. And it was also for another area to the north, which is the same road, but it's a different location. And again, it was the acreage owners on the west side to not have parking on the street, which I don't believe they actually park there often, but as you can see, the road is not super wide again. But these acreage owners have long driveways, so I don't know if it would be a big impact. But that was the request, is for the either the west side or both sides on this particular road, and then on the other portion of East Lakeview Road, specifically on the west side. So are there, does council wish to have staff come back to us with relation to that request by a resident? Yes? Yes? Councillor Hanley?
Yeah, I'm concerned on like some of the requests, like one individual on the road versus, if the majority of the people on the road feel that way, then okay, we want to listen to the residents. But if it's just one individual, we should get some better assessment of.
And that can be part of what we request staff to do, is to actually talk to the neighborhood about the change before we would ever pass the idea, if that's where we go.
I don't have a problem, in that people raise their concerns. We should be able to hear what their concerns are, and then try to address them.
Councillor Funk?
I think a lot of these parking issues and whatnot that we've been looking at, though, really come down to safety issues. I think that are typically, I would think, have set guidelines for them to utilize. And if the road is undersized, then you may or may not be able to provide parking on the street.
Councillor Fote?
Can I go to another location that is a problem? We've asked administration to look into it before, but that's the one down there that you come up to that stop sign, and you got to make a right-hand turn and then a quick left-hand turn on East Chestermere Drive.
Right here?
Mm-hmm. There is a problem there, even right now, and I don't understand why Bylaw hasn't picked it up. This house that is being built right here, right now, his garbage container sits actually out onto the street. he has garbage sitting out on the street. You come around that corner, there's some cars parked in here. I was just down there last night. Come around that corner, and if you have somebody coming up the street here, you're blinded by the lights when you come around the corner, and it's got a garbage can you got to run into. And like, it's not just a small garbage can; it's a 3-ton or 4-ton garbage container sitting on the street. And I think we have bylaw that doesn't allow you to do that. Correct?
You don't mean a garbage container, you mean like a 20-yard bin.
Yeah, 20-yard bin. And as far as that site around that corner, I think we need to take another look at shortening that up if we can to make it a little bit better.
So we've looked at this in the past, and we've identified that unfortunately the city does not own any of this past the road.
Right.
And so it is the resident that owns this. The city can look at expropriating it, or again, further requesting the resident to trim all these trees down so that you can see around the corner. To this, so far, he has not agreed to do that, is my understanding. Eventually, when this area does get developed, this road can be readjusted. But until that point, it's been a tough little situation for Chestermere's entire history.
And it's so dark down in here because there's no lights in here.
Exactly.
Street lights in here, so it makes it a little bit of a safety hazard. Sorry, I capitalized on your...
It is something that council could look into, talking to the landowner to buy the land from him, this corner, or look at expropriating the land from a safety perspective.
That'd be a good idea.
Is there any further conversation in relation to this matter? Okay, the next comment was in relation to the new dog parks. And the question is that adding small dog park area and adding other paddocks for dog training, typically in the 30 by 30 or 40 by 40 type size. They would likely be in one corner, and they'd have 2 of these, and possibly 2 on each end. So the dog parks are quite large. So we could have 4 per dog park is one of the ideas. And it allows for dogs that are newly exposing themselves to other dogs, or again for specific dog training opportunities. So, and or small dogs too, I guess, could use it if they wish to. Are there any comments? Kallen, if you could share my screen again. So this is the kind of idea that is being talked about, is creating some kind of a small dog park or paddock, and possibly having 2 of those in each end. They're not very expensive or anything, but it does allow for some controls. There was also some talk in regards to having an in gate and an out gate, and having maybe just a straight fence going up, say 10 feet in between, so that a dog that's coming out doesn't interfere with the dog that's coming in. Again, not very expensive, but the people that have these dogs seem to be passionate about those concepts. Okay, the next one is a little bit hot topic, which is the cat bylaw. So there's been some requests by residents for council to institute a cat bylaw requiring cats to remain indoors or on a leash, or on not sure if a tether is the right word, but there are municipalities that have cat bylaws. For example, Strathmore has one. Is that something that council wishes to have staff investigate further? Councillor Dean? Councillor Hanley?
Yeah, I'm not so sure about the cat bylaw. Like, people who have indoor cats are not a problem for anybody else. It's people who have outdoor cats. They want them on a leash, right? But then where does this all go? Because it's not the same type of animal as a dog. Are we going to then create, cat parks where cats can roam free, just like we have with off-leash dog parks, right? It's like, where does this all go?
It's an interesting concept. They'd have to be very tall fences.
Very tall fences or caged in entirely, right? Then you have the same. Well, I think I said enough. I think Councillor Funk wants to say something.
Councillor Funk.
He's just egging me on. Yeah. He's just winding me up. For me, it's if you don't have a cat, people probably don't want to deal with other people's cats. It's a choice, right? So if you have, I don't want cleaning. Personally, and I'm sure there's a lot of people out there like me. I don't want to clean up after other people's pets, right? I don't have a cat, don't have a dog right now. I'll clean up after mine, but I don't want to clean up after other people. I don't want them digging through my flower beds and things like that. So it's my personal space. It's my yard. I don't want to deal with other people's.
Councillor Hanley?
Yeah, no, I agree with that. I think most people, if you have 3 cats and they're outdoor cats, your neighbors probably are very annoyed at you because your cat is roaming and going in their gardens and doing all kinds of other, doing business or whatever. The same thing as, if you're a cat lover or just a bird lover and your neighbor's got dogs and the dogs are barking out in the backyard all the time, you're not all that pleased either, right? And it's really about the pet owners, how well they control and maintain, and they understand the animal that they have and how courteous they are towards their neighbors.
Councillor Fogt?
I think that we refer this back to staff and they check with Strathmore how they set theirs up. I agree that whether it be a dog or a cat or a bird or whatever, if you're going to have a pet, you've got to be able to be in control of it. And you've got to learn to clean up after it if it does do its business along the way. I'm not in favor of building a cat house in town.
Don't forget about the chickens too.
The chickens too, yes.
I think we do have a dog bylaw that dogs can't roam free, though.
Yep.
So that's I think is one of the complaints is the roaming free. Okay, so moving on to item number 10, which is our ATV bylaw review. We've had a request by the public to do a review based on obviously how our ATV bylaw being allowed around town on the roads, etc., has gone, and if we expect to have any additions or deletion. I don't think there's any deletions they're looking at, but any additions to the rules surrounding our off-highway vehicles allowed on roads. Councillor Fogt?
Well, me being an ATV owner, an OHV owner, I think it's worked out well. I really, really do. Actually, I found it very enjoyable on a nice warm day to be able to tear around on the streets. There's only one street that I have a problem with is Chestermere Boulevard, where it comes from Rainbow Falls Road. You come to the lights and it's 80 kilometers there till you get to the top of the hill up there by Shoppers. I think we should lower that speed to 60 or even 70, and then our ATV users can use that one too.
Any other comments on ATVs, off-road vehicles? Councillor Dean? Nothing? Councillor Narayan, I don't believe is here any longer. Okay, so that's something that we can request of the CAOs to look into. Number 11, which is part of our conversation that we'll have today, but given our timeline, we're probably going to have to move that to our next council meeting, is the land use bylaw in relation to R1E, I believe it is, which is one of the items that's been requested is in regards to boathouses being allowed on lakefront homes. And so personally, I think there's some rules that could be added to ensure that the residents are working together. For example, if you have a boathouse, it'd be nice if the two residents would have their boathouses together so that they have more open space, to the next resident, rather than being quite so disjointed. Similar to how back-to-back garages are designed on houses. But it is something that's been asked for a long time to do two things: to allow people to have a boathouse for their boat and a place to possibly congregate. They often build a patio on the roof of them or something. And then it's also been a way to clean up the nasty boathouses that have been kept. Because people being under the impression that if they keep one stick of wood, that they'll be grandfathered somehow in rebuilding it. However, I've been here 25 years, there's probably a certain number of those boathouses I don't think that have ever been touched. So it's not working whatever was planned. And I think allowing people to upgrade their frontages on the lake as well, it makes it look good for the rest of the community. As long as there's architecture controls and a certain level of high standard that's allowed and expected. They do allow boat lifts with canopies and sidewalls on the canopies. So a lot of these boats are 24 feet long and they have sides to the canopies, so it already presents a blocking of your view, if that's the concern. And that's why I indicated that they likely should be side by side, which a lot of them are, but not everyone, of course. Is there any other comments in relation to that? Councillor Funk?
I think this is part of a larger discussion that needs to be happen in regards to accessory buildings. So right now, I believe accessory buildings are limited to 8 by 10, no matter what size lot you have, which is abnormal for most communities. Most communities have a percentage of lot coverage requirement, and then you can apply for larger accessory buildings. But also lakefront homeowners have, and I've heard this from a number of different homeowners, that you have a number of different requirements as a lakefront homeowner, things you're trying to store at the lakefront, and all you're allowed is a small 8 by 10 shed, which really doesn't facilitate being able to keep everything handy. So as far as lakefront homeowners, that's one thing. Boathouses in conjunction with that may actually reduce the requirement for additional accessory buildings outside of that. It gives them better storage for some of these boats are $200,000-$300,000 boats. So to have proper coverage, and then you're not worrying about damage to the sides of these small canopies and everything. But there is also the accessory buildings that we need to look at for the rest of the city, dependent on size of lots.
Yeah, it does affect also the acreage owners as well.
Yeah, well, even regular size lots or even just oversized lots, an 8 by 10 really doesn't. You can overbuild in most municipalities. You'd be able to build larger based on your lot coverage. If you have a requirement, a lot of people don't want, but for those that do, they should be allowed to have that option.
I agree. Okay, so I'll look at referring that to staff. Our next point is number 12, which is public questions process in council. And Kallen, do you have the section of the procedure bylaw that identifies what our question period process is? If you could please show that. So so currently the city allows residents or public to address council, either by, the focus is generally, which we can look into in more detail, generally around what's being discussed in council and having a request to speak about that. secondly, is to specifically request to speak in council. And this is, Kallen, do you also identify, I understand that this is a process that's used at different municipalities as well?
From my research, I learned that Rocky View and Spirit River also do very similar approaches. There's kind of three main ways that municipalities in Alberta at least do question period. I can provide more information if requested.
Okay. So essentially what our process indicates is that members of the public wishing to address council or a committee, which this can be used in our new committees that are going to be using the council chambers now too, so that's exciting. On an agenda item that is not a public hearing, must notify the CAO or the Director of Corporate Services of the request to speak. And then the CAO request to speak and the reasons provided by the requester, presents that to council, and then council or committee may by resolution permit the member of the public to speak on an agenda item. The other method is public request to present to council. Community groups, stakeholders, or individuals may request to make a presentation at a council meeting. Presentation request must be submitted to the CAO with no less than 2 weeks prior to the council meeting at which the presenter wishes to present. And then it goes through the rest of the process to do so. So, council, are there any comments in relation to we've had some requests about residents wanting the ability to request to address in council. And so I wanted to point out that they do have that ability. They just have to book their time through the CAO to come to council. Are there any comments in relation to the public questions process that we have in council for council members to talk about today? Councillor Foat?
I have been on council where there has been a question period. I found it at times very, very helpful. And it was one way that the public could engage with the council, but they could only address things that were on the agenda. They couldn't come with their complaint or something like that. If they wanted to do something like that, they had to have a presentation approved by the CAO. And so I'm not against that, but you can only it's a case you have to limit it. I know that previous council, they didn't like question period. They didn't like get blindsided, and so consequently they removed question period, and that's kind of went along. But we have made the availability that they can write their concern down, and we will read it as it was done in the public hearing today, type thing. So it can go either way. I'm good with it either way.
Okay, Councillor Dean?
Two things. First thing, just to clarify, Councillor Foat, I thought that when we first came on council, that question period was a standing item on the agenda, but you just said that previous council removed question period. So are you saying that under Mayor Marshall Chalmers, that question period was removed from the agenda?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you. I guess my question would be if we are aware that community groups have been reaching out and trying to get onto an agenda and haven't been able to, then what would be the process for a councillor to follow up on that?
I guess I don't know if you have a process for that. But bring it to the attention of the CAO. The CAO is needs to come to council in request of the presentation. Are there any other questions or comments in relation to questions for council? I think it's important to run the questions just like you would a business. So if we're in our council having an agenda and we're here to talk about what's on the agenda, I think that's a great time to, if if public wishes to come present or come question in relation to what's on the agenda. I also think that if the public wishes to question something of council, that they need to approach it in a professional manner in the sense of provide it to council so that we can actually have an opportunity to answer that, or through the CAOs, as opposed to trying to, I guess, catch us on the spot or something like that and not being able to research the answers. Because we're here definitely to do a job, and we want to have everything go in an organized fashion, and so we can be as most efficient as possible. So are there any other comments in relation to the public question process in council? From any councillor? Okay, so moving on to item number 13, which is enforcing sweeping construction gravel and dirt off roads. So we have residents that have complained that construction gravel and dirt is still on roads, which that would be, I think, a bylaw request. City Director Cam.
You mean from a construction site?
Yeah, that's what we're talking about, yeah. Where there's a construction site and they're not cleaning up, typically it should be done every day. At the end of the day, maybe not every second, obviously, but at the end of the day. And I know that what they're complaining about is that it's just left for weeks.
I'll let Bylaw address.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor?
Councillor Fogt?
There is a bylaw that was put down in last council that requires all developers to have their construction area cleaned up, free of any flying garbage or mud and dirt on the public highway. You check with bylaw on that.
Okay, so moving on to item number 14, which is kayaks and canoes on ponds in the summertime, Rainbow Falls and West Creek areas. So is there any comment from council members? Councillor Hanley?
Yeah. I think this has come up before. We have to deal with, at least know the water quality in the areas and stuff like that. But I believe that's really an item to refer to administration to say, is this feasible, right? I think the residents want it. And, what's the plan? How do we, if we can't do it now, how could we get there? That kind of a thing. Build out a plan. At least to address the residents' concerns, one way or the other.
Yeah, it is something that we need to determine what the requirements are. So staff will have to identify what are the requirements. My understanding is the requirements are that the water needs to be tested and determined whether it's safe to canoe on, safe to swim in. And there's two distinctions there, is my understanding, as they're allowed to be on a no contact situation. Doesn't mean you don't fall in and you get back out, but it's considered a no contact situation, but you're still allowed to use the water by way of a canoe or something. Pure on swimming, it has to be held to a higher standard. And that's something that I think we request staff to look into as to what is that standard, and get that list and then determine if that's something that council wishes to follow. And we get a lot of requests for that from residents, though. And that's the end of our requests for questions. We do have some people that have asked us, which I'll bring up in the next time we have this at our next council meeting, is to explain and clarify our social media policy. Why are people getting blocked on the city's websites and stuff? So it's very simple for us to explain that. So what we'll do is we'll go through our social media policy, which will help some of our councillors understand, so they can explain it to some of the residents when they ask why they've been blocked or what the social media policy is. So we'll move forward with that. Councillor Dean?
Assuming you're referring to me, I have a pretty clear understanding of the social media policy. because I'm not sure if that comment was directed at me. I'm just wondering if there's another one that I can add to the list, and because I had a resident, now council is aware because I had emailed this out to council, and so I'm wondering if there's one more that we could add to the list in regards to bylaws.
Sure.
I'm wondering if we can explore the bylaw, perhaps through the mayor, through the CAO to Kallen. You could help me out with this because I know you sent me the number. The bylaw that refers to parking of RVs and trailers in driveways and that sort of thing. And so I'm wondering if that's one that down the road that we can have a review of, possibly an idea of looking at if there's a time of year where maybe it has to go in storage, or how many you can park at once, those sorts of things. So I would like to see us, I've had a number of residents now that we've moved into the winter and people are storing their RVs, so to speak, asking about that bylaw, and so I'm wondering if that is something that we can re-explore.
Okay, so we'll come back in our next council meeting. So between now and then, we'll ask again to the residents as to if there's information or bylaws or things that they'd like us to talk about, and we will try and bring those up at the next council meeting or the council meeting after that. And so thank you very much for your time today, everyone. And we'll move on to our next agenda item. Councillor Hanley.
Before we move on to the next agenda item, I think it's probably a good idea to get this feedback from the residents and then hear council at least debate or discuss the issues. I'm concerned about, we could end up with a job jar, and then I don't end up wanting to have a whole bunch of issues that we pass off to administration to investigate further, because there's already a lot of work to get done, right? So maybe we should, in the first instance, is you've heard everybody's comments, the feedback is maybe ask for some sort of policy or process that we can use. Because I'm sure there'd be weeks or whatever where we would have so many items that if we all spent 5 minutes apiece, then it's, almost an hour per item and we'll never get through things. So, how do we rationalize them? We have a quick discussion, and it's probably not best to make a rush decision immediately, because you have time to think about it, but the public at least gets council's first impressions, first opinions of where it's going. And, I think the items that, rise to the top of the pile that require our attention or, should be addressed is on as needed basis. But I'm sure we're not going to address everything. We don't want to have, when the snow drifts on my roof, that's a problem for me or something like that. That's just my opinion. I think we should establish some sort of process for how to best handle these types of things, because I think it is worthwhile to allow the community to have that avenue and that to hear council's feedback and where they sort of feel on those issues.
Councillor Foat?
Usually in the governance model that we have, as we went through these 14 items today, they were basically administrative work. And what used to happen in not only the previous council, but when I used to be on another council up north, any concern that came through to me as a councillor, I forwarded it to the mayor forwarded it on to the CAO that would look after this. And then there was no need for us to sit down and discuss this thing unless there was an issue that the CEO wanted to bring back to council for their decision. And I think that'd be the easiest way to handle it personally.
I think one of the things that's important is that, whether we do it in council or at least we do it publicly, so that the residents that didn't hear the person say it to the councillor know that that concern has been raised. Because if we just pass it off to the CAO, nobody in the rest of the city knew about it. So if we can make sure we either present something of the questions that have been provided to the city, which could become a pretty large list, or we provide some time, making sure it doesn't take too much time, at every council meeting or every second council meeting, or so that we show that we're listening to our residents, and at least, not all of them can be acted on immediately. Some can, some can't. Some might take some time, and some might be flat out, no, it can't happen, depending on the request, of course. But I think it's interesting to see, because it gives us a little bit of a touch point as to what direction are we going with policy. And ideally, some of this stuff we've identified and we've talked about in the past in our term, and it hasn't been completed yet. And so it reminds us to keep going on some of our action lists that we had as well. And then it also lets us know that maybe there's other things that the residents feel are important besides what we've got on our top of mind. But it is something we're going to have to actively manage, because it could become too big of a list. But at the same time, we are here to do that, but within reason. We can't have 1,000 things that we're working on. We do 1,000 things a day, but it's a balancing act, which I don't think anybody's saying it's not. That's not the point. But it's nice to know what people are thinking about. In my thoughts. Okay, so if we can move forward, so I don't know if we accept that conversation as information. Kallen, do you recommend that? Okay.
Council is more than free to change this, but this is what Ledge
Administration to
developed.
investigate items. I don't know if it's reports, but with comments. Sure, updates addressing the issues. With feedback. Because some of it's going to be pretty basic. We don't have too much of a make work project, but some of these items might be very key as well. Okay, if I could get the motion read into the record. Councillor Fogt.
Motion that council direct administration to investigate term items listed on the agenda 8.6, agenda item 8.6, and to return to council with feedback addressing the issues if needed.
Thank you. Are there any comments in relation to the motion? Councillor Dean?
Would this include the items that were added that were not necessarily on that item list? So I added one, for example. Would that include that one then?
No, we have to give notice to the public. So that'll be on the next council meeting, that list.
Okay.
Okay, so if we could cast your vote, please. Carried. Thank you.
Mr.
Councillor Fogt.
To answer Mr. Dean, Councillor Dean's concern about the trailers and RVs and stuff like that, you can look that up in the bylaws, and it states it very clearly that you can have your RV on the property. I think it's from April till the 1st of October, but you cannot store it on your property during the winter. I can't say that I'm stating that word for word, but I do know that was an issue back in past council also, and that was the answer that I was given. And so if you want to look that up, that's where it is.
Okay, so on item 8.7, Councillor or City Director Travis isn't here right now. So on this item, I'm requesting that we table this item till our next council meeting, which will be we'll be able to discuss it in further detail. So I'd like to table item 8.7 bylaw 00022-10 land use bylaw discussion. Till our next council meeting, which I believe is November 14th. Okay, I'll just read it into the record. Motion that council table item 8.7 bylaw 022-10 land use bylaw discussion till November 14th, 2023. Any comments related to the motion? Please cast your vote. Carried, thank you. Okay, so moving on to the remainder of our agenda. We're now going to ask for a motion to go in camera. Okay, Councillor Hanley, if I could get you to read the motion, please.
Motion that council move into closed session at 4:54 p.m. to discuss the following. 9.1, FOIP, Division 1, Part 2, Section 29, information that is or will be available to the public, Directive 5C. 9.2, FOIP, Division 1, Part 2, Section 25, disclosure harmful to economic and other interests of a public body, dash 11 acres. 9.3, FOIP, Division 1, Part 2, Section 21, disclosure harmful to intergovernmental relations, dash legal matters.
Thank you. Are there any comments in relation to the motion? Okay, please cast your vote. Carried. Thank you very much, everyone. So we're in camera. If we can just take a 5-minute recess. Thank you, everyone, for your patience. We're just coming out of in camera. I'd like to make a motion to come out of in camera. Councillor Fote.
Motion to come out of camera or closed session at 6 o'clock p.m.
Thank you. If you could all cast your vote, please. Carried. Thank you very much. Okay, so coming out of in camera, we have a couple business items that we'll need to deal with. One of them is going to be in relation to our hiring of the Code of Conduct investigators. So we have a motion that we'd like to read to the. Can I get Councillor Hanley to do that, please?
Sure.
Motion that council choose third-party investigator MNP to investigate the Code of Conduct investigation, with New Leaf being an alternative, as per Directive 5C, I believe.
Directive 5C, correct. Okay, is there any comments or questions in relation to the motion on the floor? Okay, if you could please cast your vote. Carried. Okay, and we have one last point. I'd like to pass a motion to table item number 9.2. Okay, so the motion I'll read is the motion that council table item 9.2 until the November 14th, 2023 special council meeting. Are there any comments in relation to the motion? All right, please cast your vote. Carried. Thank you very much. And one last point of business is for a motion to accept 9.3 in our closed session for information. Councillor Hanley, if you could read that, please.
Motion that council accept item 9.3 on the October 31st, 2023 regular council meeting agenda as information.
Thank you. Any comments or questions? Please cast your vote. Carried. Thank you. If I could also get a motion to adjourn at 6:05. Councillor 6:02. Councillor Vote.
I make the motion that the council adjourn at 6:02 p.m.
Thank you. All cast your vote, please. Carried. Thank you, everyone. Have a great evening.